Welcome back. If you're a returning listener, and if you're new here, I'm really glad you're joining us tonight. This video is designed to help you relax and fall asleep comfortably, surrounded by calm sounds and quiet stories. Like and subscribe only if this kind of storytelling feels right for you. Drop a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you. It's always nice knowing who's sharing the night. Now, settle in, turn off the lights, and let's begin tonight's stories. Story 1. My dog barks at an empty corner. Yesterday, something barked back. I own a rescue mix named Buster. He's 70 pounds of nervous energy, mostly boxer and maybe some pit bull, with a chest like a barrel and a bark that rattles the single-pane windows of my rental house. I've had him for 3 years. I know his sounds. I know the mailman is here bark, which is rhythmic and dutiful. I know the there is a squirrel on the fence bark, which is high-pitched and frantic, and I know the I am lonely whine. But for the last month, Buster has developed a new sound. It's a low guttural vibration that doesn't quite leave his throat. He does it while standing rigid, his hackles, the fur along his spine, standing up like a razorback boar. And he only does it at the corner of the hallway, right where the corridor turns left into the master bedroom. There is nothing there. It's a blank stretch of beige drywall. No electrical outlets, no vents, no windows, just paint and shadow. At first I thought it was mice. I live in an old craftsman in the Pacific Northwest. The damp gets in, the wood rots, and critters find a way. I called a pest control guy named Miller. He came out, crawled under the house, checked the attic, and tapped the walls. "Dry as a bone, buddy," Miller told me, wiping cobwebs off his hat. "No droppings, no nests. You got no termites either. Whatever your dog is hearing, it ain't biological." "Maybe it's pipes," I suggested. "Pipes run on the other side of the house. That wall is just studs and plaster." So I ignored it. I tried to anyway, but living with a 70-pound dog who treats a patch of wall like a portal to hell wears on your nerves. Every night at around 10 hours p.m., Buster would trot into the hallway, plant his feet, and stare. He wouldn't blink. He would just vibrate with that low growl. If I tried to pull him away, he would snap, not at me, he's never bitten me, but at the air, as if something invisible was reaching for him. Yesterday was Tuesday. It was raining, a hard, relentless sheet of gray water hammering the roof. The house felt small and cold. I was in the living room watching a documentary, trying to drown out the sound of the wind. Buster was asleep on the rug, or I thought he was. At 10:15 p.m., his head snapped up. His ears swiveled toward the hallway. He didn't growl this time. He got up slowly, his movements stiff, like an old man. He walked into the hallway and stood before the corner. I paused the TV. The silence in the house was heavy. "Buster!" I called out softly. "Leave it. Come here." He ignored me. He took a step closer to the wall, his nose almost touching the beige paint. Then he let out a bark. It wasn't his usual bark. It was a singular, explosive sound. Woof! Deep, resonant, aggressive. He waited. I held my breath, listening for the echo. But it wasn't an echo that answered. From inside the wall, not behind it, but seemingly from within the plaster itself, a sound came back. Woof! I froze. My blood turned into slush in my veins. The sound was wrong. It was a bark, yes. It had the cadence of a bark. It had the volume of a bark. But the timbre was horrific. It sounded wet. It sounded like a human throat trying to make a dog sound. but the throat was filled with gravel and phlegm. It was a mockery of a bark. Buster went berserk. He launched himself at the wall, scrabbling his claws against the paint, snarling, snapping, foam flying from his jowls. "Buster, no!" I scrambled off the couch and ran into the hallway. I grabbed his collar. He was a solid muscle of rage. I had to drag him backward, his claws carving grooves into the hardwood floor. He was fixated on the corner, eyes rolling back in his head. And then I heard it again. Whine. It was the specific high-pitched whine Buster makes when he wants dinner. But it was coming from the corner. And it was layered. It sounded like 3 or 4 voices doing it at once, slightly out of sync. Wheen! I dragged Buster into the bedroom and slammed the door. I locked it. I shoved the dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, clutching the dog, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. We stayed there all night. I didn't sleep. Every time the house creaked, I flinched. Buster sat at the foot of the bed, staring at the door, trembling. When the sun came up, everything felt different. Daylight has a way of making terror feel foolish. I moved the dresser. I opened the door. The hallway was empty. The wall was just a wall, though now it was scratched and marred by Buster's claws. I had to go to work. I couldn't afford to miss a shift at the warehouse, but I couldn't leave Buster there. I took him to my sister's place 3 towns over. "He's acting weird," I told her. "Just keep him in the yard." I went back to the house alone. I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy. I needed to find a logical explanation. Maybe a squatter in the attic, a radio left on by a neighbor. I set up my laptop on a stool in the hallway. I pointed the webcam at the corner. I set it to record. Then I left for work. My shift dragged. All I could think about was that sound, that wet, gravelly woof. I got home at 6:00 p.m. The house was quiet, too quiet. I walked into the hallway. The laptop was still there on the stool. The recording light was off. The battery had died. I plugged it in and booted it up. I sat on the floor, my back against the opposite wall, and opened the video file. The first 4 hours were boring. Just the empty hallway, the shifting shadows of the sun moving across the floor. Then, at the 4-hour and 12-minute mark, around 1 p.m., something happened. In the video, the hallway is empty. Then the audio picks up a sound. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounds like fingernails on the inside of the drywall. Then the wall ripples. I leaned closer to the screen. The paint in the corner seemed to bulge outward, like fabric stretching over a fist. It pressed out, retreated, then pressed out again. Then a voice. It wasn't a bark this time. "Buster." It was my voice. It was a perfect recording of me calling the dog. But it was distorted, skipping like a bad CD. "Buster, leave it, come, here." The voice on the recording repeated it over and over, faster and faster. "Buster, leave it, come here. Buster, leave it, come here." Then the thing in the wall started to improvise. "Good boy. Who's a good boy? Daddy's home. Daddy's home." I felt sick. I felt violated. It had been listening. For months, it had been listening to me talk to the dog. On the screen, the bulge in the wall grew larger. The drywall started to crack. A hairline fracture appeared in the paint. And then something seeped out of the crack. It looked like black oil or smoke that was heavy enough to fall. It trickled down the wall, pooling on the floor. The pool of black liquid began to rise. It took shape. It formed a quadrupedal shape. It formed legs, a tail, a head. It formed a perfect silhouette of Buster. The shadow dog on the screen shook itself, sending droplets of black ichor flying. It turned its head and looked directly into the webcam. It didn't have eyes. It had holes that went all the way through its head to the wall behind it. It opened its mouth. "I am lonely," it said, but it didn't say it in my voice. It said it in a voice that sounded like grinding metal. Then the battery died. The video cut to black. I sat there on the hallway floor, the laptop burning my legs. I stood up. I needed to leave. I needed to get my things, get in the car, and never come back. I turned to go to the bedroom to grab my wallet. I froze. At the end of the hallway, right in the corner. The crack was there. It wasn't a video anymore. The hairline fracture in the drywall was real, and black fluid was leaking out of it, staining the beige carpet. I heard a sound from the living room behind me. Click, clack, click, clack, dog nails on hardwood, but Buster was at my sister's house. I turned around slowly. Standing in the entryway to the kitchen was a dog. It looked like Buster. It had his golden fur. It had his white chest patch. But it was standing on its hind legs. It was balancing perfectly, unnaturally upright. Its front paws hung limply at its sides. Its head was cocked to the side at a 90-degree angle. It smiled at me. Dogs can't smile. Not like that. Its lips curled back all the way to its ears, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp, and too human. "Daddy," the thing said. The jaw moved up and down like a ventriloquist dummy. "Daddy, come here." It took a step toward me. It walked on two legs, bending its knees backward like a bird. I didn't think. I threw the laptop at it. The computer hit the thing in the chest. It didn't flinch. It didn't make a sound of impact. It just absorbed the blow, the flesh rippling like water. I turned and ran into the bedroom, slamming the door. I locked it. I am in here now. I have pushed the dresser, the bed, and the nightstand against the door. Outside, in the hallway, I can hear it. It is barking, "Woof, woof, woof." But in between the barks, it is speaking. "Let me in. I learned the tricks. I can sit. I can stay. I can shake." The doorknob is turning. The metal is groaning. I just realized something terrifying. I sent my sister a text an hour ago telling her I was coming to pick up Buster. I just got a reply. "What do you mean? You picked him up an hour ago." "You look terrible, Sam." "You didn't even say hi. You just grabbed the dog and drove off." My phone is ringing. It's my sister. I can't answer it. Because from the other side of the bedroom door, I hear two voices now. One is the gravelly, wet voice of the thing. The other is a whimper, a real terrified whimper. And then the sound of Buster screaming. The scratching on the door has stopped. There is a silence now. And then a soft, familiar voice right against the crack of the doorframe. "Sam, open the door. Buster is hurt. He needs his daddy." It sounds exactly like my sister. I am looking at the window. It's a 20-foot drop to the concrete driveway. I think I have to jump because the thing just started barking again. But this time, it's not barking at the door. It's barking from inside the closet behind me. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. The new medication stops my nightmares. Now, something wants me asleep forever. I haven't slept in 72 hours. I'm currently sitting in my bathtub, wearing all of my clothes, with the cold water running over my legs. I have a safety pin jammed into the web of skin between my thumb and index finger. Every time my eyelids droop, every time the gray fog starts to roll in at the edges of my vision, I twist the pin. The pain is the only thing keeping me here. The pain is the only anchor I have left. If you're listening to this, if you're one of the people who saw my initial vlog about the clinical trial, consider this a retraction, a warning. Do not take the pills. Do not go to the Somnus Institute. If you have the bottle with the blue label and the white child-proof cap, flush it. Flush it right now. My name is Julian, and I was, a chronic parasomniac. That's the polite medical term. The reality is that for the last 10 years, sleep has been a torture chamber. I didn't just have bad dreams. I had night terrors that were so visceral, so physically demanding, that I would wake up with scratches on my face and blood in my mouth. I dreamt of drowning in oil. I dreamt of being dissected by faceless surgeons while paralyzed. I tried everything. Melatonin, valerian root, prescription Ambien therapy, hypnosis. Nothing worked. The Ambien just made me forget the screaming, but my neighbors didn't forget. I was on the verge of eviction and losing my job as a data entry clerk because I couldn't focus on the screen without hallucinating spiders. Then I found the ad. It was a targeted ad on social media, one of those things that pops up after you've spent till 4 a.m. Googling how to surgically remove the sleep center of the brain. It said, the Somnus Institute, Phase 3, Clinical Trial, Eliminate REM Cycles, Sleep in Silence. It sounded too good to be true. Eliminate REM? That's where the dreams live. If you cut out the rapid eye movement, you cut out the monsters. I went in for the screening on a rainy Tuesday. The facility was in a brutalist concrete building downtown, the kind of place that looks like a bunker. The interior was sterile white. It smelled of antiseptic and lavender, a thick, cloying lavender scent that stuck to the back of your throat. Dr. Eris Thorne was the lead researcher. He was a man who looked like he hadn't blinked in a decade. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his movements were slow, deliberate, like he was underwater. The drug is called Morphinex, he told me, sliding a waiver across the metal desk. It doesn't just suppress brain activity, Julian. It redirects it. It creates a chemical barrier between your consciousness and the subthalamic triggers of fear. It puts you in a state of suspended animation. No dreams, no movement, just void. Void sounds nice, I said. I signed the paper without reading the fine print. I would have signed a contract for my soul if it meant 8 hours of peace. He gave me a bottle, 30 pills, oval-shaped, Vanta Black. They absorbed the light. Take 30 minutes before bed, Thorne said. Ensure you are in a safe, locked environment. The sedation is absolute. That night, I took the first pill. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling fan. I expected to feel drowsy. I expected that warm, fuzzy feeling you get from whiskey or Benadryl. That didn't happen. Instead, at exactly the 30-minute mark, the world just turned off. There was no transition, no drifting off. It was like someone pulled the power cord on reality. 1 second, I was looking at the fan. The next second, there was nothing. No light, no sound, no body. I wasn't floating. I wasn't existing. I was simply erased. Then, snap. My eyes flew open. Sunlight was streaming through the window. The birds were singing. I looked at the clock. 9 a.m. I had slept for 10 straight hours. I sat up. I felt incredible. My mind was sharp. My body felt light, energized. No grogginess, no lingering fear. I checked my sheets. No sweat, no tears. I checked my mouth. No blood. I cried. I actually sat there and wept tears of joy. It was a miracle. For the first week, life was perfect. I was crushing it at work. I cleaned my apartment. I started jogging. Every night I took the black pill, ceased to exist for 10 hours, and woke up reborn. The first sign that something was wrong happened on day 8. I woke up, but I didn't open my eyes immediately. I was lingering in that warm, comfortable state between sleep and wakefulness. I felt a weight on the bed. It wasn't heavy. It was a subtle depression in the mattress right beside my hip, like someone was sitting there watching me. I snapped my eyes open. The room was empty. The depression in the mattress slowly rose back up as I watched. I dismissed it. Hypnopompic hallucination, a residual trick of the brain. I got up, made coffee, and went to work. But that night, I hesitated before taking the pill, just for a second. The memory of that weight on the bed gave me a shiver. But the fear of the old nightmares was stronger. I swallowed the pill. Click. Darkness. I woke up the next morning on the floor. I was lying on the hardwood 3 feet from my bed. I was curled in a fetal position, shivering. My bedroom window was wide open. It had been 40 degrees last night. I scrambled up, shutting the window. I checked my body. My feet were dirty, not dusty from the apartment floor, dirty. There was mud caked under my toenails. Soil. I live on the 4th floor. I called Dr. Thorne. The receptionist told me he was unavailable, but that parasomniac ambulation was a rare but known side effect. She told me to lock my bedroom door and hide the key if I was worried. "It's working though, right?" she asked. "No nightmares?" "No nightmares," I agreed. "Just blankness." "Then continue the dosage." I did. I was an addict to the silence. Night 12. The turning point. I took the pill. The darkness took me. But this time, the darkness wasn't empty. Usually, the sleep was instantaneous. But this time, I felt a sensation of time passing. I was in the void, unable to see, unable to move, but I was conscious. I was floating in a thick, viscous fluid. It felt like warm oil. It was filling my ears, my nose, and I heard something. It wasn't a sound exactly. It was a vibration against my skin, a low, thrumming frequency that rattled my bones. "Do not wake up." The voice was everywhere. It sounded like tectonic plates grinding together. "Stay. Beneath." I tried to scream, but I had no mouth. I tried to thrash, but I had no limbs. I was just a spark of consciousness trapped in amber. Then I felt a hand, a massive hand, larger than my entire body, closed around me. The fingers were soft, gelatinous, but strong. It squeezed me gently. It wasn't trying to crush me. It was cradling me. "You are safe here." I fought it. I willed myself to wake up. I focused everything I had on the concept of eyes open. I woke up screaming. I was in my bed. My sheets were soaked, not with sweat, but with a thick, clear slime that smelled of salt water and lavender. I sat up, hypoventilating. I looked at the clock. It was 4 p.m. I had been asleep for 18 hours. My phone had 40 missed calls from work. I had missed my shift. I had missed the entire day. I ran to the bathroom to wash the slime off. As I scrubbed my skin raw under the shower, I saw the bruise. It wrapped around my torso. 4 distinct, long finger marks. And a thumb. But the bruise was massive. If the hand was real, the owner would have been 20 feet tall. I flushed the rest of the pills. I was done. I didn't care about the nightmares. I'd take the demons over the giant in the void. That was 3 days ago. Here's the problem. Morphinex doesn't leave your system. The first night without the pill, I sat on my couch, drinking Red Bull, watching TV. I was determined to pull an all-nighter to reset my cycle. Around 3 a.m., the lights in my apartment dimmed. Not a power surge. They didn't flicker. They just got heavy. The light itself seemed to become solid, turning a sickly, jaundiced yellow. The air in the room grew thick. It became hard to breathe, like the oxygen had been replaced with syrup. I stood up, dizzy. My limbs felt like lead. Gravity. The gravity in the room shifted. It wasn't pulling me down to the floor anymore. It was pulling me toward the bedroom. I grabbed the door frame of the kitchen. My fingers slipped. I was being dragged, my feet sliding across the linoleum toward the dark open maw of my bedroom door. "No!" I shouted, but my voice was muffled like I was shouting underwater. I looked into the bedroom. The bed was there, but it wasn't a bed anymore. The mattress had split open. In the center, where the sheets should be, was a hole. A black, swirling vortex of that same oily liquid I had felt in the dream. And rising out of the hole were arms, dozens of them, long, gray, translucent arms. They were waving gently like sea anemones. They were reaching for me. "Come back." The voice vibrated through the floorboards. "The waking hurts. We heal. You." I grabbed a steak knife from the counter. I stabbed it into the doorframe to anchor myself. The pull was immense. It felt like a vacuum seal trying to suck me in. "Leave me alone!" I screamed. The arms in the bedroom stretched. They elongated, crossing the distance of the living room in seconds. They were wet. They dripped that lavender-smelling slime. One of them wrapped around my ankle. It didn't feel like a monster. It didn't feel violent. It felt loving. It felt like a mother picking up a child. It was warm. It was comforting. And that was the most terrifying part. A wave of euphoria hit me. My eyelids fluttered. I felt an overwhelming desire to just let go, to let it drag me into the mattress, to sink into the oil and sleep for 1,000 years. Just sleep. "Julian." I stabbed the arm with the steak knife. It didn't bleed blood. It hissed, releasing a jet of black steam. The grip loosened. I scrambled back, kicking at the thing. I ran out the front door into the hallway of the apartment building. The hallway was normal. The gravity was normal. I haven't gone back inside. I went to the hospital, but I couldn't tell them the truth. They put me in the psych ward, and in the psych ward, they sedate you. If they sedate me, I'm gone. I know that with absolute certainty. If I fall asleep again, I am never waking up. The thing has tasted me now. It has a grip on my mind. I broke into the Somnus Institute last night. I needed answers. I needed an antidote. The building was abandoned. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. Dust everywhere. Paper scattered. I found Dr. Thorne's office. I found his file on the Morphinex trial. It wasn't a drug trial. I found a journal on his desk. The last entry was dated 6 months ago. Subject 14 has successfully bridged. The compound does not inhibit the amygdala. It thins the membrane. We were wrong about sleep. Sleep isn't a biological reset. Sleep is a location. It is a dimension of entropy. We have been building a dam against it for millennia, waking up to keep the waters back. Morphinex breaks the dam. There was another note, scrawled in shaky handwriting in the margin. They are lonely. They are so huge and so lonely, they just want to hold us. I found Dr. Thorne in the next room. He was sitting in a chair. He was dead. But he didn't look dead. He looked preserved. He was encased in a cocoon of hardened gray translucent material like amber, but soft. His eyes were closed. There was a smile on his face, a look of pure, blissful ecstasy. Roots or veins of that gray material were growing out of his ears and into the floor, pulsating. He had become part of the building, part of the hive. I ran. Now I'm here, in the bathtub of a motel room 3 towns over. The water is freezing. My skin is blue, but the cold is fading. I can feel the warmth starting in my chest. It's not the water warming up. It's the internal warmth, the sedation. The shadows in the corners of the bathroom are starting to move. They aren't casting correctly. They are detaching from the wall. I can smell the lavender. It's getting harder to type this. My fingers are stiff. I just saw the reflection in the mirror. My pupils are gone. My eyes are entirely black. And behind me, in the reflection, the shower curtain is bulging. Something is standing in the tub with me. I can feel the heat radiating off it. I am going to turn around now. I have the safety pin. I have to stay awake. But God, I am so tired, and the voice is right. The waking world is so painful. It's so cold and sharp and loud. Maybe just a nap. Just 5 minutes. The curtain is opening. It's beautiful. Good night. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The first time I noticed the lag, I dismissed it as a trick of the light. My apartment is an old one, a pre-war cavern with floors that sigh and windows that rattle out a mournful off-key tune when the wind blows in from the river. The mirror in my bathroom is as old as the building itself, a heavy, beveled-edge rectangle with a fine, spidery tracery of desilvering around the edges like a slow, creeping frost. I've always been fond of its imperfections. It gives my reflection a kind of melancholic antique quality, a tintype ghost of my own tired 30-something face. My name is Leo. I'm a professional translator, a man who spends his days in the quiet, meticulous, and sometimes maddeningly precise world of semantics. I work from home, a life of monastic, self-imposed solitude. The mirror is often my only real point of face-to-face contact for days on end. The lag. It was a Tuesday morning. I was brushing my teeth, my movements a familiar, half-conscious ballet of foam and bristles. I moved the brush from the left side of my mouth to the right. And my reflection? It was late. By a fraction of a second, a delay so infinitesimal that if I hadn't been staring directly at it, I would have missed it entirely. My hand was already on the right side of my mouth, but in the mirror it was still on the left. Then, like a lagging video call trying to catch up, the reflection's arm snapped into place, perfectly mimicking my own. I spat into the sink, my heart giving a sudden, curious thump. I leaned closer to the glass, my breath fogging a small oval patch. I raised my right hand. The reflection raised its right hand. I wiggled my fingers. It wiggled its fingers. It was perfect, a perfect, synchronous, and utterly reliable law of physics. I shook my head, a small self-deprecating laugh escaping my lips. I was tired. My eyes were playing tricks on me. I had been translating a particularly dense and deeply tedious German philosophical text for 12 hours straight. My brain was clearly misfiring. But the next morning, it happened again. This time, I was combing my hair. I lifted the comb to my head, and the reflection was a beat behind. A tiny, almost imperceptible, but undeniably present delay. It was like watching a movie where the sound was a few frames out of sync with the picture. The dissonance was subtle, but deeply, profoundly unnerving. My rational mind, the part of me that translates legal documents and abhors ambiguity, immediately began to construct a list of logical explanations. It was a neurological issue, a mild, undiagnosed form of visual processing disorder, a side effect of my chronic low-level caffeine addiction. I made an appointment with an optometrist. I cut back on coffee, But the lag continued, and it began to get worse. The fraction of a second became a full second, then two. I would turn my head, and my reflection would hold its position for a long, pregnant, and deeply unsettling moment before it, too, would turn, its movement a little too smooth, a little too fluid, as if to make up for its tardiness. My morning routine became a ritual of slow-motion paranoid dread. I would stand before the mirror, my heart pounding, performing a series of simple, deliberate movements, a terrified conductor trying to lead an orchestra that was perpetually and deliberately out of time. I began to notice other changes. The reflection was no longer just late. It was different. The dark, tired circles under my eyes, a permanent fixture of my own face, were fainter on the reflection. The small, worried frown line between my eyebrows was absent. The reflection looked better, more rested, more confident. It was me, but it was a version of me that had been getting a full, uninterrupted 8 hours of sleep. I stopped using the bathroom mirror. I started shaving in the kitchen sink, using the small, cheap plastic travel mirror that I propped up on the counter, but I couldn't avoid all reflective surfaces. The darkened screen of my computer monitor, the window of a passing bus, the polished chrome of the elevator doors in my building, in every surface, in every fleeting, distorted glimpse of myself, I could see it. The lag, the subtle and growing dissonance between my own real-time movements and the delayed and slightly improved version of me that was looking back. I had to understand. I was a man who believed in research, in evidence. I set up a camera. I mounted my high-speed digital camera on a tripod in the bathroom, aimed directly at the mirror. I stood before it, and I performed my strange, new, and terrifying daily ballet. I raised my arms. I turned my head. I smiled, a pained, forced, and deeply unnatural grimace. I loaded the footage onto my computer and slowed it down, frame by agonizing frame. The evidence was undeniable. It was not a trick of my own fallible and increasingly terrified perception. It was real. Frame 1. My arm begins to rise. The reflection remains still. Frame 2. My arm is halfway up. The reflection's arm begins its ascent. The lag was consistently and quantifiably 24 frames, a single, solid, and scientifically proven second of impossible, reality-bending delay. And then I saw something else, something that made the blood in my veins turn to a slush of pure icy terror. As I was lowering my arm for a single, solitary frame, just before the reflection began its own delayed descent, it smiled. My own face in the foreground of the shot was a mask of tense, worried concentration. But the face in the mirror, for 1/24th of a second, was wearing a slow, easy, and deeply, deeply malevolent grin. My apartment, my quiet, solitary, and safe little world, was no longer my own. It was a shared space. I was living with a roommate who lived on the other side of the glass, a roommate who was becoming more and more confident, more and more independent with every passing day. My research became an obsession. I dove into the dark, strange, and esoteric corners of physics and philosophy. I read about quantum entanglement, about parallel universes, about the holographic principle. I was a man drowning in a sea of theories, looking for a single, solid piece of driftwood to cling to. I found a strange and deeply unsettling paper by an obscure and largely discredited physicist from the 1970s named Dr. Eris Thorne. He had postulated a theory he called psychic inertia. He believed that a strong, focused consciousness could, over time, leave a kind of energetic residue on its immediate and most frequently observed environment. He believed that mirrors, especially old mercury-backed ones, were particularly susceptible to this phenomenon. He theorized that a mirror in a person's home over the course of decades did not just reflect a person's image, it absorbed a faint, echoic, and cumulative impression of their identity. He believed that, under certain rare and deeply traumatic circumstances, this stored psychic energy could cohere. It could gain a kind of momentum, a kind of life of its own. The reflection is not a ghost, he wrote. It is a habit. It is the accumulated and deeply ingrained memory of the person it has been reflecting for a lifetime. And if the original should undergo a sudden and profound psychological or emotional shift, a deep grief, a debilitating depression, the reflection, the habit, may be stronger than the original. It may, in a very real sense, refuse to change. It may choose to continue being the person it has always been, the person it remembers rather than the broken, altered version of the person it is now seeing. The words on the page were a cold, hard, and perfectly fitting key to the lock of my own private madness. My life had been one of deep and profound and deeply ingrained routine. And then 6 months ago, my mother had died. It had not been a sudden, tragic death, but a slow, cruel, and deeply undignified wasting away from a cancer that had consumed her, and in the process had consumed my own quiet and carefully ordered life. I had been her primary caregiver for the last terrible year, and her death had not been a release. It had been an amputation. The grief had hollowed me out, had replaced the quiet, thoughtful, and sometimes even happy man I had once been with this new, gray, and perpetually tired ghost. My reflection had not changed with me. It was still him, the old Leo, the better Leo, and it was, it seemed, fighting to reassert itself. The lag was no longer just a delay. It was a period of silent and deeply unsettling rebellion. I would walk away from the mirror, and my reflection would stay for a full 10 seconds, its head tilted, its expression a mixture of pity and contempt, before it would turn and walk, not out of frame, but deeper into the strange, silvered and two-dimensional world of its own. The physical phenomena began. The temperature in the bathroom dropped. A cold, palpable, and deeply unnatural chill seemed to emanate from the glass itself. I would hear a soft, whispering sound at night, a sound that was not quite my own voice, but a clearer, more confident, and more articulate version of it. It would be speaking in French or in German, the languages I translated, but it would be speaking them with a fluency, a poetry, that I, in my own waking and deeply insecure life, had never been able to achieve. He was not just a reflection anymore. He was a presence, and he was growing stronger, more defined, while I, in the real world, felt like I was fading, becoming more and more like a faint and poorly rendered copy of him. I knew I had to get rid of it. The mirror. I had to smash it. I had to break the connection. But I was afraid. My own superstitious and deeply irrational mind was filled with the old childish fears. 7 years of bad luck. But it was more than that. I was afraid that if I broke the mirror, I would not be destroying him, but releasing him, or that I would be destroying the last, remaining, and better part of myself. The night he finally spoke to me, the voice was not in the room. It was in my head, a clear, calm, and deeply rational, thought that was not my own. I was standing before the mirror, the nightly morbid ritual now an ingrained and deeply masochistic habit. He was there, his image clear and steady, the lag now a full and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and terrifyingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and, I'm sorry, the words, they are difficult. He was there. The lag was a full 30 seconds, a half a minute of my own personal and deeply real time that he now possessed. He was looking at me, his expression calm and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and, "It doesn't have to be this way, Leo," the thought whispered in the quiet, empty, and suddenly crowded space of my own mind. "You are so tired. You are so sad. Let me help you." "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice a dry rattling and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and, "I am you," the thought replied. "The you that you were meant to be. The you that existed before the world broke you. I am the blueprint. You are the flawed and fading copy. But we can be whole again. We can merge. I can fix you." He raised his hand and pressed it to the surface of the glass, and I felt a cold, tingling sensation on my own chest, as if his fingers were reaching through the glass, through the air, and into my very soul. I stumbled back, a raw, ragged, and deeply, and profoundly, and unsettlingly, and strangely, and beautifully, and tragically, and comically, and I stumbled back. The connection broke. The feeling was gone. He was not trying to help me. He was trying to replace me. He was a psychic vampire, a ghost of my own, former self, and he was trying to reclaim his old life, his old body. I knew then that I had to fight. I had to do what I should have done weeks ago. I went to the garage. I found a hammer, a heavy steel, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a hammer. I walked back to the bathroom. He was there in the mirror waiting for me, and he was smiling. He knew what I was about to do, and he was not afraid. "You can't destroy me without destroying yourself," he thought, his voice a calm and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a confident voice. "I am your past. I am your strength. I am all the good and strong and unbroken parts of you. You are nothing without me." I looked at him, at the better me, the me who had not spent a year watching his mother die, the me who had not inherited her deep and profound and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and her sadness. And I understood. He was right. He was all the parts of me that had not been touched by the grief, by the pain, by the messy and beautiful and heartbreaking and real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and the real parts of life. He was not the better me. He was the lesser me. He was the me that had never truly lived. "You are not my strength," I said, my own voice, for the first time in a year, clear and steady and strong. "You are my anchor. You are the ghost of a man I am no longer, and I am letting you go." I raised the hammer. He did not flinch. He just smiled, a sad and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a pitying smile. And I did not bring the hammer down on the mirror. I turned, and I brought the hammer down with all the strength and all the grief and all the pain and all the rage and all the love I possessed on my own, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I smashed the sink. The porcelain exploded in a shower of white, sharp, and beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly real fragments. The reflection watched, his smile faltering, a flicker of confusion in his perfect, rested, and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and his eyes. I was not playing his game. I was not trying to destroy him. I was destroying his world. The perfect, pristine, and untouched bathroom he inhabited. I brought the hammer down on the tiled floor, the tiles cracking and splintering. I smashed the light fixture. I shattered the medicine cabinet. I was a whirlwind of creative and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically and a destructive force. I was a man not just accepting his own broken and messy reality, but embracing it. I was making my world as broken and as real and as beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly, imperfect as I was. He screamed, a silent and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a psychic scream of pure, unadulterated and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and rage, his world, his perfect and pristine and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and his world was now a reflection of my own, chaotic and beautiful and wonderful and finally, blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and it was a mess. The lag began to disappear. The dissonance was gone. Our worlds were once again in sync, a perfect and shattered and beautifully and wonderfully and finally, blessedly, real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and they were the same. He was no longer stronger. We were equals, two broken men in two broken rooms. And then I did the final and most difficult thing. I looked at him, at my own, sad and tired and broken and beautiful and wonderful and finally blessedly real and deeply and profoundly and unsettlingly and strangely and beautifully and tragically and comically, and I looked at myself and I forgave him. I forgave myself. I forgave myself for the grief. I forgave myself for the sadness. I forgave myself for not being the perfect and strong and unbroken man that he was. And in that act of forgiveness, he faded. He was not destroyed. He was reabsorbed. The echo was reconciled with the source. The habit was broken. The two separate and warring parts of me were once again whole. The mirror was just a mirror again. My reflection was just my reflection. The lag was gone. I live in a broken bathroom now. I have not fixed it. It is a monument, not to my grief, but to my victory. It is a reminder that the most beautiful things in the world are not the perfect and pristine and untouched ones. They are the ones that have been broken and have been put back together. They are the ones that have the scars to prove that they have survived. They are the ones that are finally and blessedly real. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. I answered a phone call from my own number. The first time it happened, I dismissed it as a glitch, a harmless bit of digital flotsam in the ever-congested currents of modern communication. I was an architect, a man who believed in blueprints and solid foundations, a man whose life was built on the comforting certainty of physics and logic. Ghosts, hauntings, and paradoxes were the stuff of fiction, not the carefully ordered reality of my life with my fiancée Chloe. It was a Tuesday in October. Rain, gray and relentless, slicked the streets of the city, and I was running late. I was juggling a lukewarm coffee, a portfolio case that weighed a ton, and an umbrella that seemed to have a personal vendetta against my right eye. My phone buzzed in my coat pocket. Fumbling, I managed to fish it out, expecting a call from my boss, a man whose patience was as thin as tracing paper. But the name on the screen wasn't his. It was my own. Daniel Reed. Beneath it was my number, the 10 digits I'd had since I was a teenager, as familiar to me as my own reflection. A spoofed number, I thought, some telemarketer in a distant country using a clever algorithm to get me to pick up. Annoyed, I swiped to answer, a sharp, "Who is this?" already on my lips. The voice that answered was my own. It wasn't just a similar voice, it was my voice, the exact same pitch, the same slight rasp from the coffee, the same cadence. It was like listening to a recording of myself, but a recording that was happening in real time. "Don't get on the 8:15 train," the voice said. It was calm, measured, but laced with an undercurrent of something I couldn't place. Urgency? Fear? I stood frozen on the crowded sidewalk, the rain dripping from my useless umbrella. The 8:15 was my train. I'd taken it every day for the past 5 years. "Who is this?" I repeated, my voice a half-strangled whisper. "There's going to be a power surge at the Fulton Street Junction. The train will be stuck in the tunnel for 3 hours. You'll miss the Henderson presentation." The voice was flat, matter-of-fact, as if reading a weather report. "Take the crosstown bus instead. You'll be late, but you'll make it." A cold, prickling sensation ran up my spine. The Henderson presentation was the biggest project of my career, the culmination of 6 months of sleepless nights and relentless work. Missing it would be catastrophic. This prank was too specific, too cruel. "Very funny," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "Who is this? Mark? Is that you?" Mark was a colleague from work with a juvenile sense of humor. There was a pause on the other end, and for a moment I heard the faint, unmistakable sound of a ticking clock. It was the same sound as the old grandfather clock in my parents' hallway, a sound I hadn't heard in years. "Just take the bus, Daniel," the voice said, and then the line went dead. I stared at my phone, my heart hammering against my ribs. A prank. It had to be a prank, some new voice-mimicking software, but the specificity of it. Fulton Street Junction. 3 hours. It was just enough to make me hesitate. The 8:15 was pulling into the station, its doors hissing open. I looked at the train, then at the bus stop down the block. Logic warred with a primal, inexplicable fear. In the end, logic lost. I turned away from the station and walked towards the bus stop, feeling like a fool. An hour and a half later, I walked into my office, soaked and flustered, but just in time for the presentation. The office was in a state of controlled chaos. Mark rushed over to me, his face pale. "Man, you are the luckiest guy on the planet," he said. "Did you hear? The 8:15 is stuck in the tunnel between stations. Massive power surge at the Fulton Street Junction. They're saying it'll be at least another 2 hours before they can get them out. The blood drained from my face. I leaned against a cubicle wall, my portfolio case slipping from my numb fingers. It wasn't a prank. It was real. I had just received a warning from the future, from a version of myself who had somehow lived through the next 3 hours and called back in time to save me. The thought was so absurd, so completely outside the realm of my carefully constructed reality that I almost laughed. But the fear that coiled in my gut was cold and hard and very, very real. The calls became a regular, if terrifying, feature of my life. They were never scheduled, always unexpected. A buzz from my pocket would reveal my own name on the screen, and the Daniel on the other end would deliver a terse, cryptic piece of advice. Don't order the salmon for lunch. You'll get food poisoning. Take a right on Elm Street. There's a pileup on the interstate. Chloe is going to call in 10 minutes, upset about her sister. Just listen. Each prediction, no matter how small or mundane, came true. The warnings were my own personal paradoxical guardian angel. I never told Chloe. How could I? She was a psychiatrist, a woman who dealt in the rational, the explainable. She would have had me committed, or at the very least, started looking at me with that gentle, clinical pity I couldn't bear. So I kept a secret, a strange, buzzing anxiety that lived just beneath the surface of my skin. I began to rely on the calls, to wait for them. My life, once a predictable series of my own choices, was now a reactive dance with a mysterious, omniscient partner. The tone of the calls began to change. The voice on the other end, my voice, started to sound different, more confident, colder. The helpful warnings began to be interspersed with more personal, more manipulative instructions. "Don't go to your parents' anniversary dinner on Saturday," the voice said one afternoon. "Why not?" I asked. The question was a reflex. I had learned not to question, but this felt different. "You'll have a fight with your father, a bad one. It will ruin the night. Just tell them you're sick." I followed the stale advice, calling my mother with a fake, rasping cough. She was disappointed, and I felt a pang of guilt. But the thought of avoiding the inevitable circular argument with my father about my career choices was a powerful sedative. Later that week, the voice told me not to go out for drinks with Mark and the guys from work. "Mark is going to get too drunk and say something about Chloe's past that will upset you," it warned. I bailed, feigning a migraine. The voice was no longer just helping me avoid traffic jams and bad seafood. It was pruning my life. It was isolating me, cutting the threads that connected me to the people I cared about one by one. And the most terrifying part was that I was letting it. I was a willing participant in the dismantling of my own social life, all for the promise of a smoother, conflict-free existence. The first time I saw him, the other Daniel, was a hallucination, or so I told myself. I was at home, working late. Chloe was out with friends. My phone buzzed. It was my own number. "She's not with her friends," the voice said, cold and sharp. "She's meeting with her ex-boyfriend, Michael. She's been lying to you." A hot, ugly spike of jealousy and fear shot through me. It was a lie. Chloe wouldn't do that. But the voice had never been wrong. I hung up, my mind racing. I went to the window of my study, which overlooked the street, and peered out into the rainy darkness. Across the street, under the fuzzy orange glow of a street light, a man was standing. He was holding an umbrella, his face obscured by shadow, but he was wearing my coat. The dark gray trench coat I had left at the office, and he was looking right at my window. As I watched, he lifted a hand and waved, a slow, deliberate gesture. Then he turned and walked away, disappearing into the rain. I stumbled back from the window, my heart pounding. It was a stranger, a coincidence. My mind, frayed and paranoid from the stress of the calls, was playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just seen a ghost. My ghost. The next day, the true horror began. I got to work, and my key card wouldn't open the door. After a call to security, I finally got to my desk to find an email from HR, informing me that my employment had been terminated due to gross misconduct and the unauthorized sharing of proprietary project data. I stared at the screen, my blood turning to ice. I hadn't shared anything. I would never. My boss called me into his office. He wouldn't look me in the eye. On his desk was a printout of an email chain between my work account and our biggest competitor. It contained blueprints, cost analyses, the entire Henderson project. The emails were written in my style, with my turns of phrase. They were undeniably from me, but I had never sent them. I was escorted from the building, my belongings in a cardboard box. My life, my career, had been annihilated in a single inexplicable act of digital sabotage. I drove home in a daze, my mind a screaming vortex of confusion and terror. The voice hadn't warned me about this. Why? When I got home, Chloe was there. She was sitting on the sofa, her face pale, her eyes red-rimmed. She didn't look at me. "Chloe, you're not going to believe what happened," I started, the words tumbling out of me. "I know," she said, her voice a dead, flat thing. "You told me this morning." I stopped, my hand on the doorknob. "What are you talking about? I haven't spoken to you all day." She finally looked at me, and her expression was a mixture of fear and pity. "Daniel, stop it. You called me at 9. You were crying. You told me you'd been fired, that you'd made a terrible mistake. We talked for an hour. You said you were going to go for a drive to clear your head." I stared at her, the world tilting on its axis. "Chloe, that wasn't me." "Then who was it?" she cried, her voice breaking. "Who was it that knew that I was having doubts about us? Who brought up that stupid fight we had last year, the one we promised never to talk about again? Who apologized for being so distant and promised to be better?" She stood up, her hands clenched into fists. "It was you, Daniel, but the man standing in front of me now, you're not him. You look like him, but your eyes, they're terrified. The man I spoke to this morning was calm. He was relieved. He was taking over. The voice on the phone wasn't a future version of me. It was a copy, an echo, a parasite that had been systematically clearing a space for itself by destroying my life, isolating me from my friends and family, and now it was starting to move in. The warnings hadn't been to help me. They had been to build my trust, to make me compliant. The man in the trench coat hadn't been a hallucination. He was real, and he was stealing my life. I had to prove it. I had to prove I was the real Daniel. But how do you prove you are yourself when a perfect copy, one who knows all your secrets, is telling everyone you're not? I became a ghost in my own life. I couldn't go home. Chloe was afraid of me, and I was terrified that he would be there. I checked into a cheap motel on the outskirts of the city, the kind that smells of stale cigarette smoke and desperation. I was running out of money, my bank account mysteriously frozen. He was thorough. My phone was my only link, my only weapon. The calls continued, but now they were taunts. "She misses you," the voice would say, and I could hear the smirk in it. "The old you, I mean, not the paranoid, erratic mess you've become. I'm taking her to that little Italian place you both love tonight. I'm going to be the man you were never good enough to be." I started my own investigation, fueled by caffeine and terror. I became a digital archaeologist, digging through the ruins of my own life. I searched for theories, for other cases, for anything that could explain what was happening. I found fragments, whispers in forgotten internet forums, and crackpot conspiracy sites. Stories of digital doppelgangers, of quantum echoes, of people whose lives had been hijacked by perfect, malevolent copies. Most of it was nonsense, but there was a recurring theme, a point of origin, a moment of intense trauma, a near-death experience, a place where reality had become thin and a person's identity had somehow been duplicated. My mind flashed back a year, a rain-slicked highway, the screech of tires, the blinding glare of headlights, a car accident that had left me with a broken leg and a concussion, but one which the doctors had said I was lucky to have survived. That was it. That had to be it. The moment I had almost died, a copy, a shadow of myself had been created, born from the trauma and the glitch in reality. This echo had been lying dormant, observing, learning, and now it was making its move. I knew I had to confront him, but a physical confrontation was useless. He looked like me, he sounded like me, he probably even bled like me. No, I had to expose him. I had to prove to the one person who mattered that he was a fraud. I had to get to Chloe. The plan was desperate, probably insane. The echo knew my memories, my secrets, but he didn't have my soul. He didn't have my capacity for genuine, spontaneous emotion. He was a recording, a perfect but lifeless imitation. I had to create a situation where that difference would become glaringly obvious. I called Chloe from a payphone. She answered, her voice wary. "Chloe, it's me," I said, my voice raw. "I don't know who this is anymore," she whispered. I know you're scared and confused, but I need you to listen to me. I can prove it. I can prove that the man you've been talking to is not me. Meet me tonight at the old observatory." The observatory was our place. It was where I had proposed to her on a clear summer night under a canopy of 1,000,000 stars. It was a place of deep, shared meaning, a place I hoped the echo wouldn't understand on an emotional level. "Why should I?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Because a small part of you still knows it's me," I said, praying I was right. "Because you know the man you've been living with for the past week is off, a little too perfect, a little too calm. He's what I've always tried to be, but he's not what I am. 8 o'clock. Please, Chloe, my life depends on it." I hung up before she could refuse. Then I called my own number. The echo answered on the first ring. "Getting desperate, are we?" he said, his voice dripping with condescending amusement. "It's over," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm meeting Chloe at the observatory at 8. I'm going to tell her everything." "You do that?" The echo laughed. "She'll think you've finally lost your mind completely. In fact, I think I'll come too. It will be fun to watch." It was exactly what I wanted. That night, The air was cold and sharp. The observatory stood on its hill like a silent white domed sentinel against the star-dusted sky. I got there early, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Chloe arrived at 8 on the dot. She was wrapped in a thick coat, her face pale and drawn in the moonlight. She stood 10 feet away from me, her arms crossed, a wall of fear and distrust between us. "Daniel, this is crazy," she began. "Just listen," I pleaded. "He's coming. You're going to see us both." As if on cue, a figure emerged from the shadows of the parking lot. It was me. He was wearing my favorite leather jacket, his hair styled exactly like mine. He walked towards us with a confident, easy stride. He stopped beside Chloe and put a protective arm around her shoulder. She flinched, but didn't pull away. "See, honey," the echo said, his voice a perfect imitation of my own, full of gentle concern. "I told you he was unwell. He needs help." Chloe looked from him to me, her eyes wide with a terrifying, disbelieving comprehension. Seeing us both there, 2 identical men, was shattering her reality. "This is impossible," she breathed. "Now, Chloe," I said, my voice shaking, "I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to ask him the same question. It's the question you asked me right here, on this spot, the night I proposed." Her brow furrowed in confusion. "The question?" "You know the one," I urged, my eyes locked on hers, trying to pour every ounce of our shared history, our love, our genuine connection, into that single gaze. She turned to the echo. What was the question?" The echo smiled, a smooth, confident expression. "It's a trick, sweetheart. You never asked me a question. You were crying so hard you could barely speak. You just nodded and kissed me. It was a good guess, a logical one. It was what had happened on the surface, but it wasn't the truth." Chloe's eyes widened. She turned to me. "Daniel?" I took a deep breath. "You looked up at the moon and you asked me, if we build a life as beautiful as that, will we be afraid to live in it? And I told you, only if we live in it alone." Chloe let out a choked sob. It was a small, intimate, nonsensical detail, a fragment of a memory so personal it had never been spoken of again. A memory a perfect copy could never have, because it wasn't a memory of fact, but a memory of feeling. It was the emotional texture of our lives, something he couldn't access. The echo's smile faltered. For the first time, I saw a flicker of something other than confidence in his eyes. Confusion. And then rage. "It's a lucky guess," he snarled, his voice losing its perfect mimicry, becoming harsher, flatter. "He's been stalking us, listening to us." But the spell was broken. Chloe took a step away from him towards me. "Get away from me," she whispered to the echo. The echo's face contorted, the mask of me slipping to reveal the monster beneath. "You can't have her. You can't have this life. It's mine. I earned it. I'm better than you. I'm the version of you without the anxiety, without the doubt, without the crippling fear of failure. I'm what you always wanted to be." "You're a ghost," I said, my own voice finding a strength I didn't know it possessed. "You're an echo of a bad memory. You're nothing." He lunged at me, his face a mask of fury. But he wasn't lunging at me in the physical world. I felt a sudden psychic pressure, a crushing assault on my mind. He was trying to invade my consciousness, to overwrite me. I saw flashes of the car crash, felt the phantom pain in my leg, the terror of the spinning metal. He was using my own trauma as a weapon against me. But I wasn't the same man who had been in that crash. The last few weeks had forged a new kind of resilience in me. I had been stripped of everything I thought defined me, my job, my home, my identity, and I was still standing. I pushed back, not with anger, but with acceptance. I accepted the fear. I accepted the doubt. I accepted the flawed, messy, imperfect reality of who I was. You're right, I projected into his mind. I am afraid. I am doubtful. That's what makes me real. You're just a copy, a perfect, empty copy. The echo screamed, a sound that was both in the air and inside my head. His physical form began to flicker like a bad television signal. He was an entity built on a stolen identity, and now that his foundation had been proven false, he was coming apart. He wavered, his image stretching and distorting, his features melting like hot wax. He looked at me one last time, his eyes filled not with rage, but with a terrifying hollow emptiness. And then he dissolved, turning into a cloud of shimmering, static-like particles that were caught in the wind and scattered into the night. Silence. The only sound was Chloe's ragged breathing and the distant hum of the city. I stumbled forward, and she met me halfway, her arms wrapping around me in a desperate, clinging embrace. We just stood there for a long time, under the cold, silent watch of the stars, two survivors of an impossible storm. We rebuilt. It wasn't easy. The world doesn't have a protocol for dealing with a supernatural doppelganger who commits identity theft. I couldn't get my old job back, but I found a new one. We moved to a new apartment, trying to outrun the ghosts of our old life. The trust between Chloe and me, though shattered, was slowly, painstakingly being glued back together. We were scarred, but we were real. But I know he's not truly gone, not completely. He wasn't a creature I could kill. He was a possibility I had to disprove. He was a part of me, a dark potential, a shadow born from my own fear. I defeated him, but I can't destroy him. He's a latent file in the universe's hard drive, waiting. And so every time my phone rings with an unknown number, my heart seizes in my chest. Every time I see my own reflection in a dark window, I look for a flicker, a distortion. I live with the constant, quiet, terrifying knowledge that reality is a fragile thing, and that somewhere, in the static between the signals, a version of me is still out there, and he might just decide to call again. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The house was a gift from a ghost. Not a literal one, of course, but the ghost of a life I was supposed to have lived. It had been bought by my husband, Michael, a man who had loved the solid, tangible things of the world, the heft of an old book, the grain of reclaimed timber, the satisfying click of a well-made lock. He had bought it 3 weeks before a slick of black ice on a mountain road had turned our shared future into a singular, desolate present. He had seen the house, an old, forgotten Victorian dowager on a cliff overlooking the sea, and had declared it the place where we would grow old, a beautiful, sprawling repository for our future memories. I, a forensic sketch artist, a man who made his living by giving faces to the faceless, was left to inherit a future I no longer had a partner for. My name is Elias Vance. For the first 6 months after the funeral, I couldn't bring myself to even visit the house. It sat empty, a monument to a future that had been canceled. But the lease on my city apartment was ending, and the thought of finding a new sterile space, a place untouched by Michael's memory, was somehow more painful than confronting the one he had chosen for us. So I packed my life into a series of sad brown cardboard boxes and moved to the ghost house. It was beautiful in a sad, neglected way. The salt-laced wind had scoured the paint from the cedar shingles, leaving the wood a soft, silvery gray. The rooms were large and airy, with high ceilings and tall, multi-paned windows that were perpetually fogged with a thin, greasy layer of sea mist. The house was a project, and I, a man with nothing but time and a grief so profound it felt like a full-time job, needed a project. The face appeared in the plaster. It was in the master bedroom, a vast, cold room on the second floor with a panoramic view of the churning gray Atlantic. A leak in the roof, probably decades old, had left a sprawling, complex water stain on the wall opposite the bed. It was a chaotic, organic map of brown and yellow continents on a sea of peeling ecru-colored paint. And in the heart of that map, I began to see it. At first, it was just pareidolia, the mind's desperate innate need to find patterns in chaos. As a forensic artist, I was more susceptible to it than most. My brain was professionally trained to see the ghost of a face in the vaguest of shapes, to find a hint of a jawline in a shadow, the suggestion of an eye socket in a blur. I would lie in bed in the profound oceanic silence of the house, and I would watch the shifting light of the moon play across the stain, and I would see the face. It was a man's face, gaunt and long, with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes. It was a face from a forgotten photograph, a tin-type ghost. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a symptom of a mind that was raw and tired and lonely. I decided to paint the room, to exorcise the stain and its phantom inhabitant with a clean, sterile coat of decorator's white. I spent a full day prepping the walls, scraping away the peeling paint, patching the cracks. The old plaster was a strange, fibrous, and almost organic thing, mixed with what looked like horsehair, a common building material from the era. As I worked, I felt a strange, almost imperceptible coolness emanating from the stained section of the wall, a pocket of cellar-cold air in the otherwise mild room. The next day, I applied the first coat of paint. The thick white primer covered the stain completely, leaving a blank, uniform, and blessedly featureless surface. I felt a sense of profound, almost cleansing relief. I had erased the ghost. I had imposed order on the chaos. That night, I slept more soundly than I had in months, but when I woke up in the gray pre-dawn light, I saw that the stain had returned. It had bled through the fresh, thick coat of primer, a faint, brownish watermark that was impossibly more detailed, more defined than before. And the face was no longer a vague suggestion. It was a portrait. I sat bolt upright in bed, my heart a frantic, trapped bird against my ribs. The features were clear now, the long, straight nose, the thin, unsmiling lips, the hollows of the cheeks, and the eyes. The eyes were the most terrifying part. They were just two dark, almond-shaped smudges, but they were looking directly at me. They were not the blank, empty eyes of a painting. They were the focused, intelligent, and deeply, profoundly, anciently sad eyes of a conscious observer. My rational mind, a sputtering, dying engine, tried to offer up a scientific explanation, a chemical reaction. The specific mineral content of the water in the plaster reacting with the latex in the paint. It was a plausible, if unlikely, theory. But it did not explain the eyes. It did not explain the chilling and deeply personal feeling of being watched. I refused to be driven from my own bedroom. I was a man of science, of logic. I was a man who drew lines, who defined the world in shades of graphite and charcoal. This was just a problem of chemistry and perception. But the face continued to evolve. Each morning it was a little clearer, a little more detailed. The faint suggestion of an earlobe appeared, the subtle, incised line of a wrinkle at the corner of an eye. It was as if a photograph was slowly, agonizingly developing in the very substance of my wall. My professional curiosity, a thing I had thought long dead, began to stir, a morbid and perhaps self-destructive counterpoint to my growing terror. I began to sketch it. I would sit on a stool at the foot of my bed, my large leather-bound sketchbook in my lap, and I would draw the face in the wall. It was a strange and deeply unsettling reversal of my usual work. I was not drawing a face from the fragmented emotional memories of a traumatized victim. I was drawing a face that was itself a memory, trapped in the plaster of my home. The act of drawing it was an act of intimacy. I came to know its every contour, its every subtle, melancholic detail. It was a handsome face in a severe, old-world way, a face that had known suffering. As I drew, the cool spot on the wall seemed to grow, to push out into the room, a palpable, invisible column of frigid air. My nights became a ritual of surveillance. I would lie in bed, my eyes fixed on the face, which was now so clear it was like looking at a faded, sepia-toned photograph. And I began to notice a new and infinitely more terrifying phenomenon. It was changing, not its features, but its expression. One night, the thin, straight line of its lips seemed to curve just slightly at the corners into a faint and deeply unsettling smile. Another night, the dark, smudged eyes seemed to widen just for a fraction of a second, as if in surprise. I was not just observing a static image. I was interacting with a responsive and sentient entity. I had to know who he was. My investigation became an obsession, a frantic, desperate dive into the history of the house, of the land it was built on. I spent my days in the dusty, silent archives of the local historical society, a man haunted not just by a ghost, but by a need for a name. The house had been built in 1888 by a man named Dr. Alastair Finch. The name sent a jolt of recognition through me. Finch. There was a wing at the city's main teaching hospital named after him. He was a pioneering anatomist, a brilliant and notoriously reclusive figure from the city's early history. He had built the house as a private retreat, a place to conduct his research far from the prying eyes of the academic world. The records were sparse. He had lived in a house alone, save for a single, taciturn housekeeper. He had no wife, no children. He was known for his obsessive, and some said morbid, dedication to his work. And then, in the winter of 1903, he had simply vanished. The housekeeper had arrived one morning to find the house empty. The doors were locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. Dr. Finch's coat was on its hook, his half-finished breakfast on the table. He was just gone. The police had searched for months. They had dragged the sea. They had scoured the woods. They had found nothing. Alastair Finch had, for all intents and purposes, ceased to exist. I found a single, grainy photograph of him in an old medical journal. I held the journal in my trembling hands, my breath catching in my throat. It was him. The same long, gaunt face, the same high cheekbones, the same deep-set, sad, and intelligent eyes. The face in my wall was the face of Dr. Alistair Finch, a man who had disappeared from this very house over a century ago. The rational scientific explanations were now a distant, laughable memory. I was living in a haunted house, but it was not a ghost in the traditional sense. It was not the spirit of a dead man. It was the spirit of a man who had never been found, a man who was perhaps not dead at all, a man who was somewhere else, somewhere inside my walls. My great-uncle Henry's journals from the previous story about the mirror came to mind. Not ghosts, but echoes. My research into Dr. Finch led me down a darker, more esoteric path. He had not just been an anatomist. His later work, which had been dismissed by the medical community as the ravings of an eccentric, had been focused on what he called cellular memory. He believed that the human body was not just a machine of flesh and blood, but a vessel for a kind of energetic residue. He believed that a powerful, focused consciousness could, at the moment of extreme duress or concentration, leave an imprint of itself on its surrounding environment, an echo, a psychic photograph, and I found his formula. In a letter to a colleague, a letter in which he was clearly trying to secure funding for his increasingly strange research, he had described a new experimental plaster he had developed, a plaster that was not mixed with horsehair and sand, but with a fine, powdered, and deeply unsettling mixture of human bone ash and silver nitrate. He claimed it was the perfect medium, a kind of psychic film, capable of capturing the final, desperate, energetic imprint of a human soul. I felt a wave of nausea so profound I had to sit down. My walls were not just walls. They were a tomb, a recording medium. And the face of Dr. Finch was not a stain. It was a photograph, taken from the inside. He had not vanished. He had imprinted himself. He had become a part of the house. The phenomena began to escalate, to bleed out from the wall and into the room itself. I would hear a soft, dry, whispering sound at night, like the sound of a page being turned in an old, brittle book. I would wake up to find the objects on my bedside table rearranged, my sketchbook moved to the other side of the room. One morning, I found a single, perfect, and deeply disturbing handprint in the thick layer of dust on the floorboards in front of the wall. It was a long, slender hand, the hand of an academic, a surgeon, and it was as if someone had pressed their hand to the floor from the inside of the wall and the dust had settled around it. He was no longer just watching me, he was trying to reach me, and then the face began to change in a new and far more terrifying way. It began to look like me. It was a slow, subtle, and horrifying transformation. The line of the jaw would soften just slightly to match my own. The shape of the eyes would change, becoming a little wider, a little less deep-set. The thin, straight lips would become a little fuller. It was as if he was studying me, my own face, my own features, and he was incorporating them. He was using my own reflection, my own presence as a model, a template. He was overriding his own faded image with my fresh, living one. I was no longer just an observer of this phenomenon. I was a participant. I was the source material. He was not just a ghost in my house. He was a parasite, and he was feeding on my own identity. I had to get out. The thought was a primal, screaming imperative. I packed a bag, my hands shaking, my eyes darting nervously towards the wall, where the face, now a grotesque, androgynous fusion of my own features and his, watched me with a calm and deeply unsettling curiosity. I went to the front door, my hand on the knob, and the door would not open. The old, heavy, and well-made lock was frozen solid. I tried the back door. The same. The windows, the old sash-cord windows that had been painted shut for decades, were now as solid and immovable as the stone foundation of the house itself. I was trapped. The house, his body, would not let me leave. I was a prisoner in a house that was actively and intelligently trying to consume me. My last desperate hope was my sister, Sarah. She was a journalist, a hard-headed, cynical, and deeply practical woman who had always viewed my artistic temperament with a kind of affectionate pity. She was the only person I had told about the house, and she had, of course, assumed my strange behavior was just an eccentric and slightly morbid manifestation of my grief. She had promised to drive up from the city at the end of the week to check on me. I had my phone. I had a signal. I called her. My voice was a frantic, terrified mess. I told her I was trapped. I told her the house wouldn't let me out. She was silent on the other end of the line for a long moment. I could hear the deep, weary sigh of a woman who was convinced her brother had finally and completely lost his mind. "Okay, Elias," she said, her voice the calm, placating tone one uses with a frightened child or a lunatic. "Okay, I'm on my way. I'll leave right now. It will take me about 3 hours. Just try to stay calm. Can you do that for me?" 3 hours. It felt like a lifetime. I spent those 3 hours in a state of high-alert, paranoid terror. I barricaded myself in the living room, as far away from the bedroom, from the wall, as I could get. The whispering was louder now, a constant, sibilant, and almost conversational murmur that was coming from all the walls at once. And in the whispering, I could hear my own name, Elias. And then the wall in the living room, the one that faced the sea, the one where Michael and I had planned to hang his favorite oversized abstract painting, began to change. The plaster began to ripple, to soften, as if it were turning from a solid to a liquid. And a new face began to emerge, a face I knew as well as my own, the face of my dead husband, Michael. It was a perfect, heartbreakingly perfect rendition of him. But his eyes were wrong. They were the same dark, sad, and intelligent eyes as the face in the bedroom wall. It was him. It was Finch, and he was wearing Michael's face like a mask. "Don't you miss him, Elias?" the wall seemed to whisper, the voice a grotesque and deeply insulting imitation of Michael's own deep and gentle baritone. "It's so lonely here. We could be together, all three of us." The monster was not just trying to steal my face, it was trying to steal my grief. It was using my own most profound and deeply personal pain as a weapon against me. It was the ultimate violation. I screamed, a raw, ragged, and utterly hopeless sound of pure animal rage and despair. I picked up a heavy iron fire poker and I swung it at the wall, at the perfect, beautiful, and monstrous face of my dead husband. The poker hit the wall with a dull, wet, and sickening thud, as if I had struck a side of beef. The plaster did not crack. It bruised. A dark, ugly, purplish mark appeared, and the face of Michael contorted, not in pain, but in a slow and deeply, deeply satisfied smile. It was feeding on it. My rage, my despair, my violent and desperate and futile and grief-stricken and love-filled action, they were its food. My emotional energy was the very thing that was allowing it to break through, to become more real, more solid. I dropped the poker, my body going limp with the sudden, horrifying realization I could not fight it. Fighting it only made it stronger. I was in a cage with a monster, and the monster was feeding on my own desperate attempts to escape. I heard the sound of a car on the gravel driveway. Sarah, she was here. I ran to the window. Her small, sensible sedan was parked outside. She was getting out, her face a mask of worried determination. I banged on the window, but the sound was a dull, muted thud. The house was soundproofed from the inside now, too. She couldn't hear me. She went to the front door and knocked. I heard the sound, faint and distant. She tried the knob. It was locked. She called my name. I screamed it back, but my voice was a dead, flat thing in the silent, waiting air of the house. And then I saw it. The plaster on the wall by the front door, the wall right next to where she was standing, began to ripple. A new face was beginning to form, a woman's face, her face. It was going to take her, too. It was going to surround me with the faces of everyone I had ever loved, a living, breathing, and eternal mausoleum of my own personal history. I was not just going to be its prisoner. I was going to be the curator of my own private hell. In that moment of absolute and final despair, a strange, cold clarity washed over me. I thought of my work, of the faces I drew. I was a man who brought form to the formless, who created order from the chaos of memory. And this house, this entity, was doing the same thing. It was an artist, a monstrous and deeply and profoundly lonely artist, and its medium was me. I could not fight it. I could not run from it. So I had to do the one thing it would not expect. I had to create a piece of art that it could not comprehend. I had to create a new face. I ran back to my studio, the one room in a house that had, so far, remained untouched. I grabbed my sketchbook, my charcoal, my graphite. I sat on the floor, in the center of the living room, my back to the monstrous emerging face of my sister, and I began to draw. I did not draw a face of sadness or of fear or of rage. I did not draw a face from my past. I drew a face from a future that I was now, in this last desperate act, trying to create. I drew a face of pure, unadulterated, and utterly irrational joy. I drew a man laughing, his head thrown back, his eyes crinkling at the corners, his mouth open in a wide, beautiful, and unrestrained shout of pure, unbridled happiness. I poured every last remaining ounce of my own depleted life force, of my own desperate hope for a future that was not this, into the drawing. I drew a face that had no place in this house of sorrow. I drew a face that was a lie, a beautiful, powerful, and defiant lie. The whispering in the walls faltered. The rippling of the plaster on the wall behind me slowed and then stopped. The house, the entity, was confused. This was an emotion it did not understand. Joy was a language it did not speak. My grief, my fear, my rage, that was its food, its building material. This was poison. I kept drawing, my hands a frantic, desperate blur. I was not just drawing a picture. I was performing an exorcism. I was fighting a monster not with iron and salt, but with charcoal and hope. The face of Michael on the far wall began to fade, to recede back into the plaster, its perfect, sad features contorting in a look of profound and deep and utter confusion. The house began to groan, a low, structural, and deeply wounded sound. The cold in the air began to recede. I finished the drawing. I held it up. It was the best thing I had ever created. It was a face of pure impossible and defiant life, and I taped it to the wall directly over the spot where the face of my sister had begun to form. "This is my house now," I whispered, my voice a raw and shaky and finally, blessedly, hopeful thing. "And this is the only face you're allowed to have." The house let out a long, shuddering, and deeply mournful sigh, a sound that was not of a monster, but of a lonely and finally defeated thing. And then it was silent. The lock on the front door clicked open. I stumbled to the door and threw it open. Sarah was there, her hand raised to knock again, her face pale with worry. She looked at me, at the wild and ragged and charcoal-smeared and finally, truly and deeply and beautifully alive man that I had become. "Elias," she whispered, "are you okay?" I looked at her, and for the first time in a very, very long time, I smiled. A real smile, a true smile, a smile that was not a memory or a ghost or a lie. It was just a smile. "Yeah," I said, my voice a quiet and steady and finally peaceful thing. "Yeah, I think I am." With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I found a hidden room behind my mirror. Someone was living there. I inherited the apartment from my great-aunt Beatrice, a woman whose life had been a meticulous study in quiet routine right up until the point where she wasn't quiet anymore. It was a pre-war brownstone unit, 3 floors up, with impossibly high ceilings, crown molding that looked like carved icing, and a labyrinthine heating system that hissed and groaned like a sleeping dragon. The whole place smelled faintly of mothballs and old dry paper, and while it was beautiful, it was undeniably old, full of architectural secrets and the kind of strange permanent shadows that modern lighting couldn't seem to dispel. I moved in because the rent was non-existent, and because I, too, enjoyed the quiet routine that the building seemed to enforce. The apartment's master bathroom was particularly strange. It was large and overly ornate for a bathroom, featuring a clawfoot tub and a massive, antique-looking mirror that dominated the entire wall above the pedestal sink. The mirror was huge, framed in dark, heavy carved oak, and it was bolted directly into the plaster. It wasn't the kind of mirror you could simply lift and move. It felt like a fixture, a permanent portal in the room's history. I tried to clean it, but glass had an inherent subtle distortion, a kind of rippling imperfection that made my reflection seem slightly warped, stretched, or sometimes just out of sync with my movements. I put it down to the age of the glass and the silver backing, but I always felt an unpleasant chill when I stood too close to it, a strange, localized cold spot that lingered no matter how high I cranked the radiator. It was that cold spot that first became a nuisance and then a horrifying clue. I am a meticulous person, a creature of habit and order, and I hate inefficiency. The draft, or whatever it was wasting my heat. I started my investigation with a thermal gun, the kind used for home energy audits. The plaster wall around the mirror registered a consistent 72 degrees, the room temperature. But the exact center of the mirror, the focal point where my reflection's face usually was, registered a baffling 58 degrees. It was a localized, persistent cold, not a draft, but a chill coming from inside the wall. Intrigued, I tapped the glass. The sound was solid near the edges, a heavy, dull thud of glass against plaster. But as I moved my knuckles toward the cold spot, the thud changed. It became hollower, lighter, and echoing, unsettling tap, tap, tap that suggested a significant, unsupported cavity behind the frame. I ran my hand over the oak frame, feeling for a hinge or a latch, but the thing was bolted down with iron screws that had been painted over and sealed with layers of glossy enamel. I decided I had to see what was back there. It was likely a bricked-up chimney flue, a long-forgotten service shaft, or maybe just a clumsy repair job. I told myself it was for the sake of energy efficiency. It took me 3 hours with a screwdriver, a utility knife, and a lot of swearing to chip away the paint and pry the decorative molding off the mirror's frame. The frame itself was held in place by 4 enormous heavy-gauge bolts sunk deep into the wall. As I loosened the last one, the massive mirror gave a shudder and pitched forward an inch, revealing a shocking amount of dust and grime and a thin, dark line of shadow between the frame and the wall. I slowly, carefully, lowered the mirror onto the bathroom floor, the glass reflecting the ceiling and the frantic, pale image of my own face. What was revealed was not a bricked-up flue, but an archway. It was a small, crudely cut opening in the plaster and lath, roughly the size of a man's torso, almost perfectly centered where the cold spot had been. The edges of the opening were ragged, showing the inner structure of the wall, but there was no plaster dust on the floor below it. That meant the opening had been there for a long time. The biggest shock, however, was what the opening led to. It didn't lead to darkness or a void or the back of a chimney. It led to a space that was clearly a room. I shone the flashlight of my phone into the cavity. It wasn't a standard crawl space. It was a narrow, elongated room, maybe 6 feet wide and 15 feet long, running parallel to the bathroom wall and extending into the dead space between my apartment and the building's main staircase, or maybe another unit. The walls were unfinished brick, and the floor was covered in a layer of old, fine, metallic-smelling dust, the kind that accumulates in forgotten, unventilated spaces. But the dust had been disturbed. There was a clear, swept pathway leading from the opening deeper into the dark. And then I saw the objects. The first thing I registered was a sleeping cot, a simple canvas military-style bed positioned in the furthest corner. It was neatly made, but the pillow was dented, the blanket slightly rumpled, a clear sign of recent use. Next to the cot, there was a makeshift shelf fashioned from a piece of old wood placed atop 2 stacked bricks, and on that shelf a few personal items: a small tarnished silver cup, a worn, paper-covered book that I couldn't make out the title of, and next to the shelf, tucked discreetly against the wall, a 5-gallon plastic bucket, presumably for sanitary purposes. But the detail that locked the horror in my throat, freezing the air in my lungs, was the tray. Placed near the opening, directly facing where the mirror had been, was a small silver-rimmed tea tray. On it sat a ceramic plate with half a tuna salad sandwich, neatly cut and covered with a piece of plastic wrap. It wasn't moldy. The bread hadn't gone stale. It had been left there at most a few hours prior. Someone was living here. Someone had been living here today. I took a step back, the phone slipping in my sweaty hand. The person who lived here was not a vagrant who had broken in. This room was an architectural anomaly, a permanent hidden space accessed through a secret hole in my wall, a hole that was covered by a massive, centuries-old mirror. The occupant had to have known the architecture, had to have a key or an incredible talent for stealth. Then my eyes snapped back to the opening, and specifically to the inner side of the mirror frame that was now resting on my floor. I ran my fingers over the glass. On the side that had faced the wall where the archway was, there was a patch of clear, pristine glass about the size of a small window pane. The rest of the backing was opaque and silvery, but this one section had been chemically stripped, replaced by a specialized translucent film. It wasn't a mirror on that side at all. It was a cleverly disguised one-way window. The realization hit me like a physical blow, a rush of nausea that made the already close air of the bathroom feel suffocating. I hadn't just been looking at my reflection for the past 2 months. I had been observed. Every morning, shaving, brushing my teeth, staring into the glass, I hadn't been alone. The person inside had been watching me, their cot positioned perfectly so that my face, my routine, the minutiae of my solitary life were their entertainment, their window to the outside world. The slight distortion I had always complained about was the result of the crude one-way film, not the age of the glass. The cold spot was their breathing, their body temperature, their proximity to the pain. I scrambled out of the bathroom, shutting the door and locking it with a desperate, frantic click of the cheap brass bolt. I called the police. When they arrived, they were skeptical. They were thorough, though, and they crawled into the space. They found the cot, the bucket, the shelf. But the sandwich was gone. The plate was empty, wiped clean. The book was closed and pushed further back on the shelf. The police found no fingerprintable surfaces, no documents, no evidence of a crime beyond trespassing. They theorized it was a transient, a squatter who knew the old building's layout, who had been hiding there, and who had fled when I started removing the mirror. They taped off the area, filed a report that mentioned a likely unhoused individual, and left. I knew they didn't believe the part about the one-way mirror, suggesting I was overreacting due to the shock. I didn't replace the mirror. I couldn't. Instead, I boarded up the archway with 2x4s and several layers of drywall, sealing the opening with a thick coat of plaster, the smell of which was meant to replace the metallic dust I had smelled. I tried to convince myself it was over, that the person had fled the building, but the knowledge of the hidden room had irrevocably altered my reality. That's when the sounds began. They weren't coming from the sealed-up mirror room, or at least not only from there. They came from the walls, not the loud, familiar creaks of an old building settling, but soft, dry, insidious noises. A faint, rhythmic scrabbling like fingernails on dusty plaster, or the movement of a tiny animal, but too controlled, too deliberate to be a mouse. A soft, measured thump-tap slide, a sound that seemed to be traveling in the dead spaces between the joists, the service shafts, and the vertical pipes of the ancient heating system. I would be reading in my living room, and the sound would be directly behind the bookcase. I would be in my kitchen, and it would seem to emanate from the space between the cupboard and a wall. I realized the mirror room wasn't the person's only space. It was their observatory. Their home was the entire forgotten, hidden infrastructure of the building, a complex, dark network of architectural dead space that was only accessible to someone impossibly small, flexible, and utterly silent. They were living in the negative space of the brownstone like a parasite in the host's body, and my apartment was merely one visible surface of their sprawling, invisible habitat. The terror became an exquisite, personalized form of psychological torture. My things would be subtly moved. I would leave my wallet on the hall table and later find it pushed half an inch further toward the wall. I'd be certain I'd close the window latch before leaving for work, only to find it slightly ajar when I returned. One evening I reached for my toothbrush and noticed it was distinctly wet when I knew I hadn't used it for hours. These were not the signs of a burglar or a vandal. They were the signs of an intimate observer, someone who had learned my habits so well they could use the briefest moments of my absence to slip out, move freely, and then retreat back into the silent, dusty labyrinth. The ultimate psychological attack came one night when I was asleep. I woke up suddenly with that visceral jolt of someone watching you. The room was black, silent, the kind of absolute darkness that presses down on your eyelids. I held my breath, listening, the frantic hammering of my own heart deafening in my ears. And then I heard it, a soft, dry, almost papery cough that came from the wall directly behind my headboard. It was the cough of a person, but one whose lungs were choked with old dust and the dry air of unventilated space. It was right there. I shot out of bed, slammed on the light, and stared at the beige, innocuous wall. Nothing. No vent, no crack, no seam. Just the solid, painted plaster. I stopped trying to escape the reality. I accepted terrible truth. I was sharing my life with an elegant silent shadow, a forgotten dweller of the city's unseen spaces who used my apartment as a source of warmth and human observation. I went to the sealed-up bathroom. The freshly plastered archway looked solid, but I could hear a faint, high-pitched, scritching sound coming from within the wall. I grabbed a Sharpie and a piece of paper, and I taped the note to the newly painted wall directly over where the one-way mirror had been. The words were a mix of desperation and challenge. Who are you? Please, stop. Why are you here? You need help? The next morning, the note was gone. The tape was still there, a pale frame around nothing. In its place, stuck to the plaster with a tiny, nearly invisible dab of what looked like dried mud, was a small, meticulously folded piece of paper, no bigger than a matchbook. I had to use tweezers to retrieve it. The handwriting was thin, elegant, almost spider-like, a script from a forgotten century, yet completely legible. The message was 3 chilling, impossible words. I am your silent twin. You are too loud. The insult wasn't just in the words. It was in the revelation that my life, my quiet life, was an intolerable racket to this person. My movements, my breathing, the sound of my television, the scraping of my chair, all of it was a cacophony disrupting their perfect, absolute silence. I knew I had to see them. I had to know what kind of human being could exist in such a space. I had to face my silent twin. That night, I waited. I set up my phone on a tripod with the flash off, recording video, and I sat on the floor of the bathroom, a blanket wrapped around me, a heavy wrench lying uselessly beside me. The main lights were off, the only illumination coming from the thin sliver of light beneath the door. Hours passed. The building settled. The heating system finally fell silent. I was a man of routine, and my routine was to sleep. Despite the fear, despite the adrenaline, my body betrayed me. I slumped against the wall, and exhaustion, my old enemy, finally claimed me. I woke with a jolt. The air in the room was suddenly drastically colder. I hadn't heard a sound. I fumbled for my phone, my hand shaking, and looked at the time. 3:17 a.m. I had been asleep for maybe 20 minutes. I stared at the sealed archway, expecting to see a fresh hole, but the plaster was intact. The scrabbling sound, however, was back, and it was loud, no longer behind the plaster, but right next to me. I realized the sound was coming from the air vent near the floor, the old cast-iron grill on the baseboard that fed the heating system. I spun around, wrench in hand, and focused the dim light of the phone screen on the vent. It wasn't just a sound. The vent cover was slightly ajar, tilted outward at a small, impossible angle, and from the thin black gap created by that angle, something was moving. It was a person, impossibly thin, dressed in layers of old dusty gray fabric that seemed to blend perfectly with the shadows and the dirty plaster. Their face was a pale, wedge-shaped mask, their hair matted with dust, but their eyes were the thing that held me. They were huge, dinner plate-sized, dilated to absolute blackness, reflecting the pinprick of my phone light like twin black mirrors. They were the eyes of a creature accustomed to near absolute, perpetual darkness, eyes that found my faint illumination blinding. They were not menacing. They were terrified. They froze, seeing me, the light, the weapon. For a single, terrifying second, our lives intersected, the man of the light, the man of the dark. And then, with an impossible fluidity, a speed that defied the limits of the human skeleton, the creature slid backward, not running, but smoothly retreating, pulling their thin, dusty body through the narrow ventilation grill. I heard the sound of dry, brittle bones flexing and the rustle of old cloth. The cast-iron grill, which was heavy and usually required a screwdriver to move, pulled itself shut with a soft, decisive click. I sat there for an hour, the light blazing, the wrench still in my hand, staring at the perfectly closed vent. I knew I couldn't report this. I knew the police would institutionalize me. I knew I was not safe. I moved out the next day. I left the furniture, the keys, everything. I moved to a sleek, modern glass and steel apartment tower, a sterile world of new construction where there are no hidden spaces, no old service shafts, no architectural dead zones for a shadow dweller to hide. I live on the 22nd floor, surrounded by sealed walls and new HVAC systems. But I am not free. Every rhythmic thrum of the building's central air conditioning sends a cold wave of panic through me. Every shadow cast by the city lights at night seems to hold a shape that is impossibly thin. I jump at the sound of the elevator moving in the wall, and 1 month ago, a letter was forwarded to my new address from the old brownstone. It was a standard-sized envelope, the paper smelling faintly of ozone and old metallic dust. Inside, there was a single, meticulously folded piece of paper, the same spider-like script. I miss the quiet routine of your sleep. The new walls are too thin. You are still too loud. My terror is now complete. He is not in the walls of the brownstone anymore. He is not a squatter. He is a predator, or perhaps a shadow twin, and he has been following me. He has learned my quiet routine, and I know that somewhere in the dead space between the insulation, the vents, and the concrete of my new modern high-rise, there is a pair of black, dilated eyes watching me, waiting for me to be still enough, quiet enough, for him to slip out and finally introduce himself. And I know with crushing certainty that I will never be truly alone again. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The motel was a fossil, a perfectly preserved specimen from an era of chrome, linoleum, and a kind of desperate roadside optimism that no longer exists. It was called the Starlight Vista, a grand, ludicrous name for a low-slung, L-shaped building of peeling paint and buzzing neon that offered a stunning vista of a gas station and a 24-hour diner. I was the night clerk, a post I had occupied for the past 6 years. My name is Arthur, and my life had become a long, quiet, and deeply repetitive night, punctuated only by the arrival of the occasional weary traveler or the distant melancholy wail of a train passing through the dark. The Starlight Vista was a place of ghosts, but not the spooky kind. It was haunted by the ghosts of salesmen with worn-out briefcases, of families on cross-country trips in wood-paneled station wagons, of lovers meeting for clandestine, lukewarm affairs. Every scuff on the floor, every cigarette burn on the Formica countertops was a small, silent testament to a life that had passed through and moved on. I was the curator of this museum of transient lives. My nightly ritual was as fixed and unchanging as the constellations. I'd make a pot of coffee that was strong enough to dissolve a spoon. I'd read the local paper with a kind of detached, anthropological interest, and I'd check the reservation ledger. The ledger was the one anomaly in my otherwise predictable world. It was a thick, leather-bound book, its pages yellowed and soft with age, a holdover from the pre-digital era that the motel's owner, a flinty, unsentimental old man named Mr. Gable, refused to replace. And in that ledger there was the mystery of Room 9. Every single night, for as long as I had worked there, the entry for Room 9 was the same. A single, neat, and unchanging line, written in a precise, slightly old-fashioned cursive, J. Corbin. No first name, no payment information, no check-in time. Just the name. The reservation was a permanent, unmovable fixture in the book. The first time I asked Mr. Gable about it, he had given me a look that was as cold and sharp as a shard of broken glass. "Room 9 is not your concern, Arthur," he'd said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It's occupied, permanently. You do not knock on the door. You do not slide a bill under it. You simply leave it be. Is that understood?" It was not an invitation for a conversation. It was an order, and for 6 years I had obeyed it. I had treated Room 9 as if it did not exist. It was a blank spot on the map of my small nocturnal kingdom, but my curiosity, a slow, patient, and persistent creature, had been gnawing at the edges of my obedience for years. I had done the math. I had gone back, page by yellowed page, through the old ledgers that were stored in the back office. The reservation for J. Corbin had started on a Tuesday, October 14th, 1986, and it had never stopped. 39 years, 14,235 nights, a single unbroken reservation. Who was J. Corbin? Was he a recluse, a modern-day Howard Hughes, living out his days in a cheap roadside motel? But I had never seen anyone go in or out of that room. The housekeeping staff, 2 quiet middle-aged sisters named Maria and Sophia, never cleaned it. When I had asked them, they had just crossed themselves and shaken their heads, muttering something in Spanish about bad air. The room itself was a paradox. It was at the far end of the west wing, the last door on the left. The paint on the door was not peeling. The brass number 9 was not tarnished. The Do Not Disturb sign, a small plastic rectangle, hung permanently from the knob. Its red letters faded to a pale anemic pink. The window that faced the parking lot was always dark, its thick mustard yellow curtains always drawn, but the room was not dead. It consumed electricity. I had checked the meters in the maintenance closet. Room 9 drew a steady, consistent, and low-level amount of power day and night, the kind of power draw you'd see from a single, low-wattage light bulb, and maybe an old, inefficient clock radio. My quiet, ordered life was built around this one, singular and deeply unsettling mystery, and for 6 years I had been content to let it remain one. But then Mr. Gable died. A heart attack, swift and efficient in his sleep. His estranged daughter, a brisk, no-nonsense woman from the city, inherited the motel. And her first order of business was to modernize. A team of contractors descended upon the starlight vista, and the comfortable, dusty silence of my life was shattered by the sound of hammers and power saws. They were replacing the carpets, updating the wiring, and, to my horror, installing a new computerized reservation system. The leather-bound ledger, my strange anachronistic Bible, was to be retired. I knew my time was running out. The new system would not tolerate the gentle, unspoken mystery of J. Corbin. It would demand a credit card number, a check-in date, a digital footprint. The ghost in my machine was about to be exorcised by an IT professional. I had to know. I had to understand. Before the bulldozers of the 21st century paved over the one true and profound mystery of my life. The night before the new system was scheduled to go online, I made my decision. The contractors were gone. The motel was quiet, save for the hum of the ice machine and the snores of a traveling salesman in room 3. I took the master key, a heavy old-fashioned brass key that I had never in 6 years had a reason to use for room 9. My footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot as I walked towards the west wing. The air was cold and still. The buzzing of the neon sign seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as I approached the door. I stood before it for a long moment, my heart a frantic, trapped bird in my chest. The faded "Do Not Disturb" sign seemed to mock me. My hand trembled as I slid the key into the lock. It turned with a smooth, silent, and well-oiled click that was deeply, profoundly unnerving. I took a deep breath, the air tasting of asphalt and impending revelation, and I pushed the door open. The room was not what I expected. It was not a dusty, forgotten time capsule. It was not the squalid den of a recluse. It was a waiting room. The room was immaculate. The bed, a standard motel-issue double, was made with military precision. The cheap polyester bedspread pulled taut, not a single wrinkle on its surface. The carpet, a swirling psychedelic pattern of orange and brown, was perfectly vacuumed. There was not a speck of dust on the faux wood headboard or the formica top of the small round table. But the room was not empty. On the table, next to a small bakelite lamp that was emitting a soft, warm, golden glow, was a single open book. And sitting in the room's only armchair, a worn vinyl monstrosity the color of a bruised avocado, was a man. He was old, but it was an age that was impossible to quantify. He was dressed in a simple, gray, and slightly old-fashioned suit. His face was a road map of wrinkles, but his eyes, a pale, washed-out blue, were clear, sharp, and utterly, completely ancient. He was not a ghost. He was solid. He was real. And he was looking directly at me. He did not seem surprised. He seemed patient, as if he had been waiting for me to open that door for a very, very long time. "Arthur," he said, his voice a low, soft, and impossibly tired sound. "You're early. I wasn't expecting you for another 17 years. I stared at him, my mind a screaming white noise chaos of disbelief. Who are you?" I stammered. "Are you Jay Corbin?" He smiled a faint, sad, and deeply weary smile. "In a manner of speaking, it's a professional name, a designation. You can call me Jonas." "What is this place?" I whispered, my eyes darting around the clean, sterile, and utterly soulless room. "What have you been doing in here for 39 years?" "Waiting," he said simply, "and working." He gestured to the open book on a table. I took a hesitant step into the room. The air was still and cool, and it had a strange, neutral, almost non-existent smell. It was like the air in a clean room, a place where the outside world was not allowed to enter. I looked at the book. It was a ledger, identical to the one I used at the front desk, and it was open to today's date. All the rooms were marked as vacant, except for one, Room 9, J. Corbin, and beneath it a new line had been added in the same neat and precise cursive. Arthur Penhaligon, 11:17 p.m., my name. I looked up at him, a cold, creeping dread, far worse than any simple, superstitious fear, beginning to seep into my bones. "What is this?" "I'm a clerk, Arthur," Jonas said, his ancient blue eyes holding mine. "Just like you. A manager of a very specific and very necessary kind of roadside motel." He gestured around the room. "This isn't just a room, it's a layover, a transfer station, a place between the road you were on and the one you're about to be on." I don't understand," I said, my voice trembling. "You're not supposed to," he said, his voice gentle. "Not yet. Your reservation isn't for another 17 years, but you've opened the door. You've checked in early. And the rules are very strict about early check-ins." My mind was reeling, trying to process the sheer cosmic impossibility of his words. This was not a man. This was something else. And this motel, my quiet, predictable, and boring little motel, was a part of it. "What are you?" I whispered. "I am the one who helps the lost find their way," he said. "The ones who die on the road. The ones who are untethered. A car crash on the interstate, a lonely heart attack in a room that isn't their own. A soul that has, for one reason or another, missed its exit. They get stuck in the static between the stations. This place, this room, is a beacon, a quiet, stable place in the storm. And I am the one who sits here and waits for them to find their way to the front desk." I thought of the thousands of lives that had passed through the starlight vista, the salesmen, the families, the lovers, and I thought of the others, the quiet ones, the ones who checked in and never checked out, the small, forgotten tragedies that are the lifeblood of any place that is built on the lonely, anonymous promise of the open road. "And what do you do with them?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I check them in," he said. "I give them a key, and I help them to understand that the trip they were on is over, and that a new one is about to begin." He looked at me, and his eyes were filled with a sadness that was as old and as deep as the universe itself. "My work is very important, Arthur. It requires quiet. It requires discretion. It requires a place that is constant." I understood then. The reservation, the untouched room, the low, steady hum of the electricity. It was all a part of it, an anchor, a lighthouse for the lost souls of the highway, and my mundane, boring, and quiet little life had been lived unknowingly in the shadow of this profound and terrifying cosmic machinery. "But why me?" I asked. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you opened the door," he said, his voice taking on a new, graver tone. "And because my own reservation is coming due. I have been a clerk here for a very, very long time. My own journey is about to continue, and a place like this can never be left unattended." The implication of his words hit me with the force of a physical blow. The room seemed to tilt, the walls closing in. "No," I said, shaking my head. "No, I have a life. I am a clerk at a motel." "You were a clerk at a motel," he corrected gently. "But you chose to open a door that was not meant for you. You have seen behind the curtain, Arthur, and once you have seen, you cannot unsee. You are a part of the mechanism now." He stood up, his movement slow and stiff, like a man who had been sitting in the same chair for 1,000 years. He walked over to me, and he placed a heavy, cold brass key in my hand. It was the master key for room 9. "Your training was supposed to be gradual," he said, his voice a soft, tired whisper in my ear. "Over the next 17 years, you would have begun to see, to understand. But now you will have to learn on the job." He walked past me, towards the open door of the room. He did not look back. He stepped out into the dark, silent parking lot of my world, and he dissolved. He didn't vanish in a puff of smoke. He just faded. He became a part of the darkness, a part of the quiet, a part of the lonely, endless night of the open road. I was alone in the room, the clean, sterile waiting room. The book was still on the table, open to my name. The soft, golden light of the lamp was still glowing. I was the new clerk, the new manager, the new J. Corbin. I walked out of the room and pulled the door shut. It clicked with a soft, final sound. I hung the faded "Do Not Disturb" sign back on the knob. I walked back to the front desk, the heavy brass key in my pocket, a cold, heavy weight. The new computerized reservation system was installed the next day, but when the technician tried to input the data for room 9, the system crashed. They tried 3 times. Every time, the same result. The new digital world could not comprehend the old analog and cosmic truth of that room. In the end, they just left it alone, a single, anomalous, and permanent booking in a system that was otherwise perfect, a ghost in the new machine. My life is different now. It is still quiet. It is still nocturnal. I am still the clerk at a roadside motel. But I have a new set of responsibilities. I still make the coffee. I still read the paper. But now I also watch. And I listen. And sometimes, in the dead of night, a new guest will arrive. They will look confused and lost and afraid. They will not have a reservation, but I will know their name. I will check them in, and I will give them a key to a room that is not on any map, a quiet, clean, and peaceful room, a place where they can rest before they continue on their journey. I have 17 years until my own check-in, 17 years to be the quiet, patient, and necessary guardian of the lost souls of the Starlight Vista. It is a strange and lonely and sometimes terrifying job. But I have come to understand that it is also a profound and deeply and strangely sacred one. The road is long and the night is dark, and everyone eventually needs a place to rest. and I am the one who leaves the light on. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. I streamed myself sleeping. Someone knocked on my door while I was watching. The idea was born, as most of my bad ideas are, from a potent cocktail of boredom, narcissism, and the relentless gnawing need for content. My name is Ethan, and for the past 3 years, I've been a mid-level streamer on a platform that rewards consistency over quality. My niche, if you could call it that, was ambient horror. I'd play obscure, atmospheric horror games, narrate creepypastas in a low, sonorous voice, or simply host long, quiet streams from my dimly lit apartment, allowing the natural, unsettling sounds of my pre-war building to become the star of the show. My audience was small but loyal, a collection of fellow insomniacs and weirdos who found a strange communal comfort in our shared digital loneliness. The concept was deceptively simple: a 24/7, uninterrupted live stream of me sleeping. I called it the Somnus Project. The tagline I came up with was, "What happens when we're not watching?" It was a nod to the paranormal, a wink to my horror-loving audience, but in reality, it was a gimmick, a high-concept, low-effort way to keep my channel active, to hoover up a few extra donations while I was literally unconscious. Setting it up was easy. I mounted a wide-angle, night vision-capable webcam on a tripod in the corner of my bedroom, positioning it to capture my bed and most of the room. I set up a dedicated laptop to handle the stream, its screen a glowing, hypnotic eye in the darkness. On the first night, I went through my usual pre-stream ritual, talking to the chat, which was buzzing with a mixture of curiosity and mockery. "Bro is literally gonna get paid to sleep," one user typed. "What if he snores?" another asked. "Hope a ghost shows up, LOL," wrote a third. I laughed it off, signed off with my usual, "Stay safe in the shadows," and went to bed. I fell asleep to the quiet hum of the laptop and the knowledge that a few hundred strangers were watching me drool on my pillow. It was a profoundly weird, quintessentially 21st century feeling. The first few days were a bust, paranormal-wise. I snored, I tossed and turned. I once mumbled something about a missing spreadsheet in my sleep. The stream was, as expected, mind-numbingly boring, but my viewership numbers were up. People would leave the stream on in the background, a kind of bizarre human white noise machine. The donations trickled in, small amounts with messages like, "For your electric bill, Sleep King," or "Hope you're having sweet dreams." It was working. I would spend my waking hours in my living room, which doubled as my office, editing videos, answering emails, and, of course, watching the stream. It was a strange, out-of-body experience to be sitting on my sofa, drinking coffee, while simultaneously watching a live feed of my own empty, unmade bed. The bedroom door was always visible in the shot. It was a heavy, solid oak door, and I had a habit of closing it firmly every night. The first anomaly occurred on the 4th night. I was up late reviewing the VOD, video on demand, from the previous night, looking for any highlights I could clip for social media. A particularly loud snore, a funny sleep mumble. I was fast-forwarding through the long, static hours of darkness when I saw it. At exactly 3:13 a.m., the bedroom door, which I had distinctly remembered closing, slowly, silently, crept open. I stopped the playback, my heart giving a sudden hard thump against my ribs. I rewound it and watched again, in real time. The movement was almost imperceptible. A thin black sliver appeared between the door and the frame, widening by a millimeter every few seconds until the door was opened by a good 6 inches. There was no sound, no creak of hinges. It was like the door was made of smoke. It stayed open for the rest of the night. My blood ran cold. My building was old, the floors uneven. It was possible, I told myself, that the door hadn't been properly latched and had swung open on its own. A draft, perhaps. It was a rational, logical explanation, and I clung to it like a life raft. But I had never known that door to swing open on its own before. It was a heavy, well-fitted door. That night, before I went to bed, I made a point of not just closing the door, but locking it. I even gave the knob a hard jiggle on camera for the chat to see. "Just making sure we don't have any drafts tonight, guys," I said with a nervous laugh. I watched the VOD the next day. The door had stayed closed. I felt a wave of relief, followed by a pang of disappointment. A small, content, hungry part of me had been hoping for a ghost. But the next night, something else happened. Something I couldn't explain away with drafts or uneven floors. I was watching the VOD from the night before. At 2:47 a.m., one of the books on my bedside table, a heavy hardback copy of House of Leaves, slid off the table and fell to the floor with a soft, muffled thud. I hadn't even noticed it when I woke up. I had just picked it up and put it back without a second thought. But watching it on the replay, it was unnerving. It didn't just tip over, it slid, as if pushed by an invisible hand, moving a good 2 inches horizontally before it fell. The chat, which was watching the VOD along with me, went wild. "You WTIF, was that? Okay, that's not a draft. Demon, confirmed." I was skeptical, but I was also a streamer. I knew content when I saw it. I clipped the video of the fallen book and the opening door and posted them online. The clips got more views than anything I had ever produced. My follower count started to climb. I was no longer just the Sleep King. I was the guy with the haunted apartment. The phenomena grew in intensity, but they were always subtle, always deniable. A shadow that would move in a way that didn't match any light source. A soft, whispering sound that was barely audible on the microphone. A sound I always dismissed as audio. Artifacting. My alarm clock, a digital one, would sometimes be set to a different time when I woke up, always just a few minutes off. I was living a strange, bifurcated life. During the day, I was the excited, slightly spooked host, analyzing the footage with my growing audience, speculating about ghosts and poltergeists. But at night, when I had to actually go into that room and sleep, a real gnawing fear began to take root. The room felt different. The air was heavier, colder. I felt like I was sleeping on a stage, not just for my viewers, but for an unseen, silent audience that was already in the room with me. I started talking to it, not on stream, but in the quiet of the room before I went to bed. "If you're here," I'd whisper into the darkness, "give me a sign, a real one." It was a stupid, horror movie trope thing to do, but I couldn't help myself. I felt like I was losing my mind, caught between the performance of being haunted and the terrifying possibility that it was real. The real sign came on a Tuesday, 2 weeks into the Somnus Project. It was one of the rare nights I decided not to review the VOD from the night before. I had been out with friends, a brief, desperate foray into the normal world. I came home late, exhausted. I glanced at the stream on my phone. My bed was empty, the room silent. I went to bed, closed and locked the door, and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling watched. It was a palpable physical sensation, like the feeling of static electricity on your skin. I sat up in bed. Everything seemed normal. The door was still closed. The books were on the table, but the air was thick with a kind of resonant, humming silence. I went into the living room and pulled up the stream on my main monitor. I wasn't going to review the whole VOD. I was just going to check on something. A new paranoid ritual I had developed. I would check the moment I got into bed and the moment I woke up, just to make sure no time was missing, that there were no gaps in the recording. I scrubbed the timeline back to the moment I had entered the room last night. There I was, walking into frame, getting into bed, pulling up the covers. Everything was normal. Then I scrubbed forward to this morning, to the moment I had woken up. I watched myself sit up, look around, and then get out of bed. Normal. But something was nagging at me, a sliver of unease. I decided to watch the whole night. On 2x speed, the hours flew by in a blur of me tossing and turning in the ghostly green-tinged glow of the night vision. The digital clock in the corner of the stream ticked by. 2 hours a.m., 3 hours a.m., 4 hours a.m. Nothing. And then, at 4:22 a.m., it happened. My sleeping form on the bed suddenly went rigid. Not the kind of stiffness from a bad dream, but an unnatural board-like rigidity. And then my body began to levitate. I stared at the screen, my coffee cup frozen halfway to my lips. It was not a hoax. It was not a trick of the camera. My body, my sleeping, unconscious body, was lifted a good foot off the mattress, held there for nearly 30 seconds by an unseen force, and then gently, slowly, lowered back down. There were no wires. There was no one else in the room. I just floated. My coffee cup slipped from my numb fingers and shattered on the floor. I didn't even flinch. I just kept staring at the screen, at the impossible, undeniable evidence of what had happened in my room while I slept. The whispers, the moving objects, they weren't prelude. They were the opening act. This was the main event. I replayed the clip a dozen times. My mind, a frantic, drowning thing, tried to find a rational explanation, a dream, a hallucination. But I wasn't asleep when I was watching this. This was a recording. It was real. The thing in my apartment wasn't just moving my books, it was moving me. My first impulse was to end the stream, to pack a bag and leave, to burn the apartment to the ground. But the second impulse, the one that had been conditioned by years of chasing views and engagement, was different. This was the Holy Grail. This was the kind of footage that could make a career. This was the ghost I had been hoping for, even though its reality was 1,000 times more terrifying than I had ever imagined. Against every instinct of self-preservation I possessed, I clipped the levitation video. I posted it to my social media with a single, trembling, all-caps caption. I need help. This is not a joke. My channel exploded. The clip went viral, ricocheting across the internet. It was debated on Reddit, analyzed on YouTube, and even picked up by a few mainstream paranormal news sites. My viewer count skyrocketed from a few hundred to tens of thousands. I was no longer a mid-level streamer. I was a global phenomenon. I was the levitating man. The world was divided. Half believed it was one of the most convincing pieces of paranormal evidence ever captured. The other half believed I was a master hoaxer, a digital magician, who had somehow pulled off the perfect illusion. The debate only fueled the fire. I was a prisoner in my own home. I was too terrified to sleep in the bedroom, but I was also too terrified to end this dream. I had created a monster, and now I had to keep feeding it. I started sleeping on the sofa in the living room, leaving the bedroom empty, a stage for whatever entity had taken up residence there, and the activity increased. Now that it had an audience, it began to perform. The door would be thrown open with violent force. The books would fly off the shelves. One night, the word "get" was scrawled on a wall in what looked like ash or soot. The next night, the word "out" appeared beside it. My life became a 24/7 horror show, and I was both the star and the sole terrified audience member in the front row. My mental state was disintegrating. I was a raw nerve, jumping at every shadow, my hands in a perpetual shaky tremor. The money was pouring in, but I couldn't spend it. The fame was suffocating. I was the ringmaster of a circus I could not control. And then came last night. I had been awake for nearly 48 hours, surviving on caffeine and raw fear. I couldn't bring myself to sleep, not even on the sofa. I was sitting in my computer chair, the warm glow of the monitor, my only companion, watching the live feed from the bedroom. The chat was a frantic, scrolling waterfall of text, thousands of people from all over the world watching the empty, haunted room with me. For hours, there was nothing, just the quiet, malevolent stillness of the room. The "get out" on the wall seemed to pulse in the night vision. And then, at 3:13 a.m., the same time the door had first opened a lifetime ago, a new phenomenon began. A knock. A soft, hesitant, 3-beat knock. Knock, knock, knock. It was not coming from the bedroom. It was coming from my front door. I froze, my blood turning to ice. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. My neighbors were a quiet, elderly couple who were in bed by 9. No one ever knocked on my door this late. The chat exploded. Did anyone else hear that? Someone's at the door. Don't answer it, Ethan. I stared at the monitor, my heart hammering in my chest. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. Knock, knock, knock. It's probably a neighbor, I typed into the chat, my fingers fumbling on the keyboard. Loud music or something? But I knew it was a lie. My apartment was silent. And then I looked at the live stream feed from my bedroom, and what I saw made the world dissolve into a roaring, static-filled void in my ears. On the screen, in the live real-time feed of my bedroom, a figure was standing. It was a tall, thin silhouette, featureless and black, standing in the center of the room where there had been nothing but empty air a second before. It was not a shadow. It had depth, dimension. It was a hole in the shape of a man, a void that seemed to suck the very light out of the room. It was perfectly still, and it was facing the camera. I couldn't scream. The sound was trapped in my throat, a hard, painful knot of pure, undiluted terror. The thing on my screen was not a ghost. It was not a poltergeist. It was something else, something that had been drawn to the attention, to the energy of thousands of people, all focused on this one small room. I had not just opened a door for a ghost. I had opened a portal, and something had stepped through. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at my front door was louder now, a frantic, angry pounding. It was in sync with the pulsing of the blood in my ears. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the monitor. The figure in the bedroom slowly lifted an arm. Its hand was a blur of static, but it was pointed directly at the camera, pointed at me, and then the voice. It wasn't in the room. It wasn't on the stream. It was inside my head. A dry, rasping, impossibly ancient sound like the crumbling of a tombstone. "You opened the door. Now let me in." The knocking on my front door was no longer a knock. It was a violent, splintering crash, as if someone was throwing their entire body against a wood. The heavy, solid oak was groaning, the frame vibrating. My mind finally broke free from its paralysis. I scrambled back from my desk, my chair tipping over and crashing to the floor. I looked wildly around my living room, my sanctuary, which now felt like a death trap. The bedroom was compromised. The front door was about to give way. I am writing this now frantically on my phone, huddled in the one place I have left to hide, the small windowless bathroom. I have barricaded the door with a laundry hamper, a pathetic, flimsy defense against the impossible. The pounding on the front door has stopped, but the silence that followed is so much worse. I can hear footsteps, soft, dragging footsteps just outside the bathroom door, and a low, whispering sound, a sibilant, multi-toned whisper that seems to be coming from all directions at once. It's the sound from the stream, the sound I had dismissed as an audio glitch. It is not a glitch. It is the sound of its voice. My phone is my only light. I have the live stream of my bedroom still open on the screen. The figure is gone. The room is empty again. But that's not a comfort. It just means it's no longer in there. It's out here with me. The doorknob of the bathroom is turning. Slowly, silently, I am watching it happen. My own reflection, a pale, terrified ghost in the dark screen of my phone. My Somnus project was a success. I asked the question, what happens when we're not watching? And I got the answer. Something wakes up, and it watches you back. And then it comes to visit. I created a viral sensation. I have millions of viewers now, but the content is no longer mine to control. The show is being run by my new silent partner. I am the final act. The lock on the door just clicked. The whispering is getting louder. I think I know what the final clip is going to be. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. My wife died 3 years ago. She just texted me, "I'm home." The text arrived at 11:17 p.m. on a Tuesday, a night so ordinary it was practically invisible. I was in my usual state of suspended animation, half sprawled on the sofa, the bluish, flickering light of a forgotten documentary on the television painting the room in shifting, melancholic hues. My name is Daniel, and for the past 195 nights, not that I was counting, my life had been a meticulously curated museum of grief. Each object in our small two-bedroom house was a relic, a testament to the vibrant, chaotic, and now deafeningly silent life I had shared with my wife, Clara. The half-finished novel on her bedside table, the ridiculously oversized coffee mug she loved, the faint, phantom scent of her jasmine perfume that I could still sometimes catch in the hallway closet. These were the ghosts I had chosen to live with. My phone buzzed on the coffee table, a jarring, intrusive sound in the quiet. I glanced at the screen, expecting a late-night work email or a spam message about an extended car warranty, but the name that glowed in the darkness was a ghost of a different kind. It was a name I hadn't seen on my screen in 3 years. Clara. My heart, a sluggish, hibernating thing, gave a sudden, hard, painful jolt like an engine seizing and then violently restarting. It was an old contact, a digital ghost I hadn't had the strength to delete. It was a pocket dial from her mother, perhaps, who still had her old phone. A cruel, random glitch in the matrix. I was about to dismiss it, to toss the phone back onto the table, when I saw the message preview. 2 words. 2 simple, impossible, and utterly soul-shattering words. I'm home. I stared at the screen, the world narrowing to the small, glowing rectangle in my hand. The air in the room grew thin and sharp. The sound from the television faded into a dull, meaningless roar. I read the words again and again. They did not change. They did not disappear. My first thought was a desperate, grasping lunge for a rational explanation, a sick prank. Someone had gotten a hold of her old number. It was a new feature of the phone company, reassigning dormant numbers. Some stranger, a teenager with a cruel sense of humor, was messing with me. It was a vile, disgusting thing to do, but it was logical. It was explainable. With a trembling thumb, I opened the message thread. The last message I had sent to her 3 years ago was still there, a heartbreaking digital monument to a conversation that would never be finished. Leaving the hospital now? Pick up some milk on your way home? Love you. She had never made it home. A drunk driver had run a red light a block from our house. Above that old sad message was the new one. I'm home. My fingers, clumsy and slick with a sudden cold sweat, typed out a reply. Who is this? I hit send. The message was delivered, and then the 3 little dots, the pulsing, electronic heartbeat of a reply in progress, appeared on the screen. The prankster was quick. The reply came a moment later. It was a single, devastating word. Clara. I was expecting a laugh, an admission, an insult. Not this calm, simple, impossible assertion. My second thought, the one that slithered in after the rational explanation had been shot down, was that I was losing my mind, that the grief, the loneliness, the sheer crushing weight of the last 3 years had finally fractured my sanity. I was hallucinating. This wasn't real. I was having a psychotic break, and my brain, in a final act of desperate, self-destructive longing, had manifested this cruelest of all possible mirages. I stood up, my legs unsteady. I walked into the kitchen and splashed cold water on my face, the shock of it a welcome, grounding sensation. I looked at my reflection in the dark kitchen window. A pale, haggard, and decidedly sane-looking man stared back. I was not crazy. The phone buzzed again. Another message from Clara. I walked back to it. A man walking towards an execution he had inexplicably scheduled for himself. This message was longer. The key isn't working. The lock must be rusted. Can you let me in, Sleepyhead? Sleepyhead. It was her pet name for me, a gentle, teasing jab at my love of sleeping in on weekends. It was a detail, a small, intimate, and perfect detail that a random prankster could not possibly know. A wave of fear so profound it was almost nauseating washed over me. I looked at the front door. The deadbolt, which I had locked hours ago, was still firmly in place. I crept to the peephole, my heart a frantic trapped bird against my ribs. I put my eye to the cold brass ring and looked out. The porch was empty. The street beyond was silent and still, bathed in the fuzzy orange glow of the streetlights. There was no one there. My mind was a screaming chaos of impossible possibilities. Was this a ghost? A spirit? Somehow manipulating the digital world? Was this a test? A cruel, elaborate game being played by a god I no longer believed in? I typed another reply. my fingers fumbling on the small glass keys. "This isn't funny. Stop it." The three dots appeared immediately. The reply was instantaneous. "Why are you being so weird, Danny? It's cold out here. Just open the door." Danny, not Daniel. Only she had ever called me that. Another detail. Another perfect, tiny, and impossibly real nail in the coffin of my sanity. And then I heard it, a sound from outside, a soft, hesitant three-beat knock on the front door. Knock, knock, knock. I stumbled back from the door, a choked, guttural cry of pure terror escaping my lips. This was not a digital ghost. This was not a prank. This was real. There was someone or something on my porch, and it knew the things that only my dead wife could know. I didn't answer the door. I ran upstairs, my breath coming in ragged, painful sobs. I locked myself in the bedroom, the room that was still so full of her, and I wedged a chair under the doorknob. I huddled on the bed, my phone clutched in my hand, a useless, terrifying tether to the nightmare that was unfolding. The messages continued. "Is everything okay? You're scaring me. Danny, please, I just want to come home. I had a bad dream. I need you." Each message was a new, expertly targeted emotional missile, designed to bypass my fear and hit the raw, exposed nerve of my grief, my love, my protective instinct. It was a masterful, cruel, and deeply personal psychological assault. And then a new message appeared, one that finally, irrevocably, shattered my last, desperate hope that this was some kind of elaborate terrestrial hoax. It was a picture, a photograph, taken just seconds ago. It was a selfie. It was a picture of Clara. But it was not the Clara I remembered. It was not the vibrant, laughing, sun-kissed woman from my memories. This was a pale, spectral, and terrifyingly changed version of her. She was standing on our porch, her face illuminated by the stark, unforgiving light of a phone screen. Her eyes were the same, a deep, beautiful cornflower blue. But they were wrong. They were empty. They held no light, no life, just a flat, placid, and deeply unsettling calm. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and her hair, which had always been a wild, chaotic mane of auburn curls, was lank and dark, as if wet. And her smile, she was smiling, but it was a pained, unnatural stretching of her lips, a rictus of a smile that did not reach her dead, empty eyes. Behind her, I could see the familiar, reassuring details of my own front porch, the potted fern, the welcome mat, the small hairline crack in the porch light. It was her. It was my Clara. But it was a version of her that had been somewhere else, somewhere cold and dark and quiet, for a very, very long time. I stared at the picture, a low, keening sound of pure animal despair escaping my lips. The grief I had so carefully managed for 3 years, the grief I had compartmentalized, the grief I had learned to live with, came roaring back, a tidal wave of raw, unprocessed agony. It was not a prank. It was not a dream. It was my wife. And she had come back from the dead. The knocking started again, louder this time, more insistent, and her voice, a faint, muffled, and horrifyingly familiar sound, came through the thick wooden door. "Danny, please, let me in. I'm cold." I spent the rest of the night huddled in that room, a trembling, weeping mess, as the thing on my porch, the thing that wore my wife's face, alternated between gentle, loving persuasion and a cold, angry, demanding rage. The messages became more erratic, more desperate. "I don't understand what's wrong. This is our home. Who is in there with you? Is it her? I died For you. You owe me this." The last message, a scream of pure accusatory rage in stark, capital letters, was followed by a silence that was more terrifying than the noise had been. I stayed in that room until the first gray, uncertain light of dawn began to filter through the blinds. When I finally, tentatively, crept downstairs, the house was silent. The porch was empty. There was no sign that anyone had ever been there, except for one small, impossible thing. On the welcome mat, there was a single, long strand of dark auburn hair. I was living in a ghost story. But it was a ghost story with a data plan. The next day was a blur of sleepless, paranoid terror. I called the phone company. The number that had belonged to Clara's phone had, as I suspected, been taken out of circulation after her death. It had not been reassigned. It did not exist. I was receiving messages from a phantom number, a digital ghost. I called the police. I tried to explain, my voice a shaky, unconvincing mess. A man receiving threatening texts. It was a common enough complaint, but when I told them who the texts were from, the polite, professional mask of the officer on the other end of the line slipped into a look of profound, pitying concern. He suggested I speak to a grief counselor. He suggested I get some rest. He did not suggest he send a squad car. I was alone with this. That night, she returned. The text, the knock, the voice, the whole terrifying, heartbreaking ritual. And again, I locked myself away, a prisoner in my own home, a man being haunted by a technologically savvy and deeply persistent ghost. The messages began to change. They were no longer just about getting into the house. They were about us. She sent me old pictures of us, pictures that had been on her phone when she died. A picture of us on our honeymoon in Italy, grinning like idiots, a smear of gelato on my nose, a picture of us on this very sofa, asleep, her head on my chest. They were weapons perfectly chosen to inflict the maximum amount of emotional damage. And then she began to send me new pictures. Pictures taken from outside the house. A shot of me through the living room window, my face illuminated by the television. A picture of the back of my head taken from the street as I sat in my study. She was not just on the porch, she was all around me. A silent, watching, and deeply patient predator. I was coming apart. I was a man living on a diet of coffee and terror. I was beginning to see her everywhere. A glimpse of an auburn-haired woman in a crowd would send my heart into a frantic, panicked gallop. The sound of a phone buzzing in a quiet room would make me jump out of my skin. I knew I couldn't go on like this. I was being psychologically dismantled piece by painful piece. I had to confront it. I had to understand what it was and what it wanted. My first thought was that this was some kind of punishment, that her spirit was restless, angry at the drunk driver who had killed her, at the universe that had allowed it. But her anger seemed to be directed at me. "You owe me this," she had said. Why? What did I owe her? I began to sift through the wreckage of our life together, looking for an answer. I went through her old things, her letters, her journals. Clara had been a writer, a poet. Her journals were filled with her beautiful, lyrical, and sometimes painfully honest observations on the world, on us. And in the last journal she had ever kept, in an entry dated the week before her death, I found it. A secret she had never shared with me. She had been pregnant. I stared at the words, my vision blurring with a fresh, new, and infinitely more painful wave of tears. A baby. We had been trying for years. It had been a one deep and unspoken sadness in our otherwise happy life. And she had been about to tell me. The entry was a rehearsal, a practice run of the speech she was going to give. "Danny," it began, "we're going to have to get a bigger house." The grief that hit me was a physical thing, a crushing weight that stole the air from my lungs. Not just her, but a child, a future, a whole entire life that had been stolen from me before I had even known it existed. And I understood. Her rage, her persistence, was not the rage of a spirit who had been cheated of her own life. It was the rage of a mother who had been cheated of her child's. And her words, "You owe me this," they were not an accusation. They were a plea. She didn't want revenge. She wanted her child's life back, and she thought somehow that I could give it to her. That night, when the text came, I was ready. I didn't run. I didn't hide. I walked to the door. "I'm here, Danny. Please, it's time to come home." The knock, soft, gentle. I took a deep breath. My hand was on the deadbolt. My heart was a slow, heavy, and steady drum. I was no longer afraid. I was just profoundly and deeply sad. "I know what you want, Clara," I said, my voice a low, steady thing, speaking to the wood of the door. "I know about the baby. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry we didn't have more time." The knocking stopped. The silence on the other side of the door was a living, listening thing. "But this is not the way," I continued, tears streaming down my face. "You can't come in. This is the world of the living, and you are not a part of it any more. Neither of you are." A low, soft, and utterly heartbroken sob came from the other side of the door. It was the first real and truly human sound I had heard from her. "But this is our home," she whispered, her voice a thin, fragile, and ghostly thing. "It was," I said, "and it was beautiful. But it is my home now, and you have to find a new one, both of you. You have to let go, and you have to let me go too." I was not just speaking to a ghost. I was speaking to my own grief. I was giving myself the permission I had never been able to find, the permission to move on. The silence stretched for a long, eternal moment, and then my phone, which was in my pocket, buzzed one last time. I pulled it out. A new message from Clara. It was not a picture. It was not a demand. It was a single, beautiful, and heartbreaking line of text. "Tell him I would have named him Samuel." And then the name on the top of the screen, Clara, vanished. The number became just a number again, an unknown and now unreachable string of digits. I looked through the peephole. The porch was empty. The street was quiet. She was gone. I stood there, leaning my forehead against the cool wood of the door, and I wept. I wept for my wife. I wept for the son I had never known. And I wept for myself, for the 3 years I had spent living in a museum, when I should have been living in the world. The next day I began to pack. I took down the pictures. I boxed up her clothes. I threw away the half-finished novel and the ridiculously oversized coffee mug. They were not her. They were just things. The real memory of her, the one that mattered, the one that was full of love and laughter and a future that had almost been, was the one I would carry with me in my heart. I sold the house. I moved to a new city, a new life. I am a different man now. I am a man who has had a conversation with a ghost through a door and through a phone. I am a man who has learned that the dead do not want to be haunted. They just want to be remembered. and then they want to be let go. I am a man who had a son for a few brief and beautiful moments, a son whose name was Samuel. And it is a good name. It is a strong name. It is the name of a man who has survived. It is my name. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. There's a new room in my apartment every time I wake up. The apartment was my anchor. In the swirling, chaotic sea of a life that had recently been capsized, apartment 7A was my one small immutable island of reality. It was a simple space, a pre-war one-bedroom with a kind of solid, dependable architecture that no longer exists. You entered into the living room, a decent-sized rectangle with a large window that looked out onto the intricate iron lacework of a fire escape and the stoic, unimpressed brick wall of the building opposite. To the right, a small galley kitchen that always smelled faintly of gas and old coffee. Straight ahead, a short hallway with the bathroom on the left and the bedroom at the end. 750 square feet of predictable, logical, blessedly boring space. I knew its every scar and imperfection. The weight of floorboards in the hallway groaned a three-note complaint when you walked on them. The water stain on the bedroom ceiling that looked like a profile of Abraham Lincoln. The persistent draft that whispered from the bottom of the living room window. I had measured its walls. I had memorized its layout. I had made it my sanctuary. My name is Alex, and for the past 6 months, since my brother Ben's accident, this apartment was the only thing in the universe that still made sense. Ben was the one who didn't make sense, the one who defied logic and gravity. He was a climber, a man who found his church on the sheer, unforgiving faces of granite cliffs. I was the urban planner, a man who designed grids, who believed in right angles and zoning laws, who found comfort in the predictable, horizontal flow of life. He chased the vertical, and 6 months ago, the vertical had won. A freak storm, a loose hold, a moment of gravitational certainty. He was gone, and my world, once a neat and ordered blueprint, had become a crumpled, tear-stained mess. Apartment 7A was the drafting table where I was trying and failing to smooth it out again. The first new room appeared on a Tuesday. I woke up with the familiar dull ache of a grief hangover, my dreams having been a long, exhausting replay of things I couldn't change. I shuffled out of the bedroom, down the short hallway, heading for the promise of coffee, and I stopped. On the right side of the hallway, opposite the bathroom, where there had only ever been a blank plaster wall decorated with a framed print of a Rothko painting, there was now a door. It wasn't a strange door. It was a door that looked like it had always been there. It was the same solid dark wood as the bathroom and bedroom doors, with the same simple, tarnished brass knob. My mind, sluggish and still half asleep, refused to process it. For a long, stupid moment, I just stared, trying to reconcile this new, impossible fact with the unshakable, dogmatic certainty of the apartment's layout that I held in my head. My first thought, the one produced by the logical grid-making part of my brain, was that I was losing my mind. That grief had finally cracked the foundations of my sanity and was now busily renovating the interior. My second thought, marginally less terrifying, was that I was still dreaming. I reached out and touched the wall beside the doorframe. The plaster was cool and solid. I pinched the soft skin on the back of my hand. The sting was sharp and real. With a trembling hand, I gripped the brass knob. It was cool and heavy. I turned it. The latch clicked with a soft, well-oiled sound. I pulled the door open. Inside was a small, narrow room, no more than 6 feet deep and 4 feet wide. It was a study or a library, furnished with a single, elegant dark wood desk and a leather-backed chair. The walls were lined with built-in bookshelves, and they were filled from floor to ceiling with books. I could smell the familiar, comforting scent of old paper and leather binding. A small green-shaded banker's lamp sat on the desk, unlit. The room was windowless, and the air within it was still and silent, as if it had been sealed for a century. I stood in the doorway, my mind a screaming chaos of disbelief. I had lived here for 3 years. I had painted this hallway. I had hung that Rothko print. There had never been a door. There had never been a study. I closed the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I leaned my forehead against the cool wood, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. I opened my eyes and looked at the Rothko, which now hung on the shorter stretch of wall between the new door and the living room. It looked perfectly natural there, as if it had always been its home. My brain was desperately trying to re-narrate my own reality. Maybe it was always here. A panicked internal voice whispered, "Maybe you just forgot. The grief, the stress, it's made you unobservant." But I wasn't an unobservant person. I was the person who noticed that the city had planted a new ginkgo tree on the corner of 5th and Elm. I was the person who knew the precise number of steps from my front door to the subway station. I did not forget entire rooms in my own apartment. I spent the rest of the day in a state of hypervigilant dread, a ghost in my own newly expanded home. I kept opening and closing the door, each time half expecting the room to be gone, each time being met with the same silent, impossible study. I ran my hands along the door frame, the bookshelves. They were solid. They were real. I pulled a book from a shelf. It was a leather-bound copy of Moby Dick. The pages were real. The ink was real. On the desk, there was a single framed photograph. I picked it up. It was a picture of me and Ben, aged about 8 and 10, grinning our gap-toothed smiles on a beach, a plastic shovel and pail between us. My mother had that same picture on her mantelpiece, 1,000 miles away. The sight of my brother's smiling, carefree face sitting here in this room that shouldn't exist was the thing that finally broke me. I stumbled back out of the room and slammed the door, a choked, guttural sob escaping my lips. This was not a hallucination. This was something else, something far, far worse. That night, sleep was a battlefield. I barricaded my bedroom door with a chair, a pathetically medieval defense against a threat that was already inside, a threat that operated on the laws of architecture and not of force. I left every light in the apartment on, a blazing, defiant stand against the darkness where these impossible changes seemed to be born. I woke with a jolt, the gray light of dawn filtering through the window. The chair was still wedged under the knob. I took a deep, shuddering breath and opened the door. The hallway was as it had been yesterday. The door to the study was still there. I made my way into the living room, my every nerve ending screaming, and that's when I saw it. The change was on the far wall, the one that separated my living room from my neighbor's apartment. Yesterday, it had been a long, unbroken stretch of wall where my sofa and a large abstract painting had sat. Now, in the middle of that wall, there was another door. This one was different. It was a simple, white-painted door, the kind you'd find in a nursery. It had a small crystal knob. A low, keening sound of pure terror escaped my lips. I wanted to run, to flee the apartment and never come back. But where would I go? How could I explain it? "I'm sorry, I have to break my lease. My apartment is breeding." With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving through water, I crossed the room and opened a new door. The room beyond was a child's nursery. It was fully furnished in a style that was both old-fashioned and achingly familiar. A wooden crib stood against one wall, a rocking horse with faded peeling paint in the corner. The wallpaper was a pattern of pale yellow stars and smiling crescent moons. The room was thick with the dust of ages, and the air was cold and still. And it was familiar because it was the nursery that my ex-girlfriend Sarah and I had planned, down to the last detail, in a series of late-night wine-fueled conversations about a future that had never come to pass. We had broken up a year before Ben's accident, a quiet, amicable death by 1,000 unsaid things. I backed out of the room, a new, different kind of grief twisting in my gut. The apartment wasn't just adding rooms, it was building them from the raw material of my own life, my own memories, my own sorrows. It was constructing a museum of my failures, a monument to my losses. The days that followed were a descent into a surreal architectural nightmare. Every morning there was a new door, a new room. A long, narrow, windowless hallway appeared, leading from the kitchen to nowhere, its far end shrouded in a darkness my eyes could never penetrate. A small tiled bathroom, identical to the one in my childhood home, materialized off the living room, the faint, phantom smell of my father's aftershave still hanging in the air. My 750-square-foot apartment was becoming a sprawling labyrinthine mansion, a physical manifestation of my own fractured psyche. I tried to fight it with logic. I went online and found the original blueprints for my building, a grainy PDF from the 1920s. It showed my apartment as I had always known it, a simple one-bedroom unit. There were no hidden studies, no forgotten nurseries. I took a tape measure and measured the exterior dimensions of my apartment from the hallway. They hadn't changed. I was still occupying the same physical footprint in the building. The growth was happening internally. The space was bigger on the inside. The thought was so fundamentally, cosmically impossible that my mind, the mind of a man who designed logical spaces for a living, threatened to collapse under the strain. I set up a camera. I positioned my laptop on a stool in the living room, its webcam aimed at the blank wall where I suspected the next door would appear. I hit record and went to bed, a small, desperate hope flickering in my chest. Video evidence? Proof. When I woke up, a new door, a heavy iron-banded medieval-looking thing, stood in the wall. I rushed to my laptop, my hands shaking. I played back the video. The footage showed me walking out of frame towards the bedroom. The wall remained blank and solid for 8 straight hours of recording. The digital timestamp in the corner ticked by, second by agonizing second. And then, between one frame and the next, at exactly 3:33 a.m., it happened. In the space of a single, imperceptible flicker of a video frame, the door was just there. It hadn't formed, it hadn't grown. It had simply asserted its existence into reality, a jump cut in the film of my life. I was utterly, completely alone with this madness. Who could I tell? A psychiatrist would diagnose me with a dissociative disorder. A priest would talk of demons. A physicist would laugh me out of the room. My only companion was the ever-expanding, silent, and deeply personal architecture of my own private hell. The apartment was no longer just a collection of rooms. It was a landscape, and I began to get lost in it. The new, impossible geography began to assert its dominance over the old, familiar layout. One morning, I walked out of my bedroom, turned left to go to the bathroom, and found myself not in the short, familiar hallway, but at the beginning of the new, long, dark corridor. I turned back, but the bedroom door was gone, replaced by a smooth plaster wall. Panic, cold and absolute, seized me. I was a rat in a maze, and the maze was my own home, my own mind. It took me nearly an hour of frantic, terrifying wandering through rooms that were echoes of my own past to find my way back to the original, core part of the apartment. After that, I began leaving trails of string, like a modern-day Theseus, a pathetic, desperate attempt to map the shifting, treacherous terrain of my own grief. The rooms were not always empty. They were populated by the ghosts of objects. In a perfect replica of Ben's chaotic, messy teenage bedroom, I found his old, beat-up acoustic guitar propped in the corner. I picked it up. It was real. I strummed a chord, and the sound, dusty and resonant, was a punch to the gut. On the desk, in a perfect replica of my first post-college apartment, I found a half-finished letter to Sarah, a letter I had written and then torn up a decade ago, pouring out all the things I had been too young and too foolish to say. The apartment was not just building rooms, it was resurrecting my past. It was curating my regrets. And a dark, terrifying question began to form in my mind. What was it building towards? I had to understand the source, the building itself. I began to dig into its history, spending my days in the city archives, a frantic, sleep-deprived man sifting through dusty property records and brittle, yellowed newspapers. The building had been constructed in 1928 by a reclusive, eccentric architect named Alistair Blackwood. He was a visionary, they said, a man obsessed with the psychological impact of living spaces. He had designed and built the entire building himself and had lived until his death in the penthouse. There were rumors, of course, whispers of strange geometries in his designs, of an obsession with the occult, of the idea that a building could be more than just wood and brick, that it could be a vessel, a consciousness. I found a single self-published book he had written, a slim leather-bound volume titled Mnemonic Architecture. It was not a book about design, it was a manifesto. It was the insane, brilliant, and terrifying ramblings of a man who believed that a space could become a living extension of the human mind. He wrote of psychotectonic blueprints, of buildings that could respond to the powerful emotional resonance of their inhabitants. He believed that profound grief, a powerful, focused, and unresolved sorrow, was the most potent building material in the universe. It could warp space. It could create echoes of the past. It could, he theorized, literally build new realities. A house is not a machine for living, he wrote in a spidery, arrogant script. It is a womb or a tomb, and when a powerful consciousness fills it with its sorrow, it will choose to become one or the other. It will either nurture a new life, or it will build a mausoleum to the old one. My apartment was building a mausoleum, and I was the guest of honor. The final piece of the puzzle, the one that confirmed the true monstrous nature of my situation, came from a small overlooked article in a 1945 newspaper. It was a short piece about the strange, unexplained disappearance of Alistair Blackwood. He had simply vanished from his penthouse apartment. The police had found the apartment locked from the inside. Nothing was out of place. He was just gone. The last line of the article was a quote from the investigating officer. "It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. The apartment, it felt bigger on the inside than it looked from the outside. We kept opening doors and finding more rooms. It was like the place just went on forever." Blackwood hadn't just designed a theory. He had built it, and he had become its first victim. The building wasn't haunted by him. The building was him, or what was left of him, a parasitic architectural consciousness that had been lying dormant for decades, waiting for a new source of fuel, waiting for a grief as powerful and as focused as its own, waiting for me. The apartment was no longer just a reflection of my past. It began to feel actively, malevolently intelligent. I would hear noises from the new rooms at night, the faint, mocking sound of a child's laughter from the empty nursery, the soft, mournful notes of a single amateurish chord being strummed on Ben's guitar. I would find the books in the study rearranged, their titles spelling out a single accusing word. Why? It was trying to communicate. It was trying to break me. It was feeding on my sorrow, and the more I grieved, the more it grew, the more elaborate and personal the rooms became. A perfect replica of the hospital room where Ben had died appeared, the scent of antiseptic and lilies so strong it made me gag. The rhythmic, electronic beep of a phantom heart monitor a constant torturous soundtrack. I was being digested. My memories, my emotions, my very identity were being broken down and used as bricks and mortar in this ever-expanding prison of the self. I knew, with a certainty that was as cold and hard as a granite that had killed my brother, that if I didn't find a way out, I would end up like Alistair Blackwood. I would be absorbed. I would be a whisper in a new empty room, waiting for the next grieving soul to move in. My only hope was Sarah. She was the one loose thread, the one part of my past that was not defined solely by loss. Our ending had been sad, but it had not been tragic. I called her. My voice was a wreck, a frantic, paranoid babble. I didn't tell her everything. I just told her I was in trouble, that I needed to see her. She must have heard the raw, naked terror in my voice because she didn't argue. She just said, "I'll be there in an hour." She was my one desperate gamble. I needed a witness. I needed another consciousness in the apartment, someone who could prove that this was real, that I wasn't just a man who had been driven mad by grief. When she arrived, my heart was a frantic, terrified drum. I let her in, and she just stood in the doorway, her face a mask of shock and concern. "Alex," she breathed, "what's happened to you?" I probably looked like a ghost. I hadn't slept properly in weeks, but I didn't care about that. "You see it, don't you?" I asked, my voice trembling, pointing a shaky finger at the nursery doctor in the living room wall. She frowned. "See what? The door." "It wasn't here before, Sarah," I said, my voice cracking. "None of them were." I took her on a tour of my own personal madness. I showed her the study, the dark hallway, the replica of Ben's bedroom. She followed me, her expression shifting from concern to a deep, profound, and terrifying pity. She couldn't see them. Where I saw a door, she saw a blank wall. I would open the door, walk into the study, and to her, it looked like I was just standing in the hallway staring at the plaster. I would describe the books, the desk, the photograph of me and Ben, and she would just look at me with those kind, gentle, psychiatrist-in-training eyes, her heart breaking for the man she had once loved, the man who was now so clearly, so tragically, lost in his own mind. The apartment was showing itself only to me. It was a private, bespoke hell, perfectly tailored to my own consciousness. Her inability to see it was the cruelest, most perfect torture of all. It was the final, definitive proof that I was alone. "Alex," she said, her voice soft, taking my hands in hers. "You've been through a trauma, a terrible one. Sometimes, when we're in that much pain, our minds, they build things to protect us or to punish us. You need help, real help. Let me call someone." I pulled my hands away. "You think I'm crazy." "I think you're in pain," she said, her eyes welling with tears. And then the apartment, the monstrous, sentient thing that had been listening to our every word, played its master stroke. A new sound began to emanate from the living room wall, a soft, rhythmic, electronic beeping, the sound of a heart monitor, the sound from the hospital room, but this time it was different. It was slowing down. Beep, 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 and then a long, flat, unbroken tone, the sound of a flat line, the sound of the exact moment my brother had died. Sarah heard it. Her head snapped around, her eyes wide with a confusion that was rapidly turning to fear. "What is that?" she whispered. The sound was real. It was in the room with both of us. The apartment had finally shown its hand. It had created something that she could perceive, a bridge between my madness and her reality. And it had chosen the most cruel, most painful sound it possibly could. The sound stopped, and a new door began to form in the wall between us. It didn't just appear. We watched it happen. The plaster seemed to thin, to become translucent. We could see the wooden studs behind it, and then they too began to warp and twist, the wood groaning, bending into the shape of a door frame. A dark, heavy hospital room door materialized out of the very substance of the wall, the small rectangular window in its center showing not a hospital corridor, but a swirling, absolute darkness. Sarah let out a small, strangled scream and stumbled back, her hand flying to her mouth. She saw it. It was real. I wasn't crazy. The validation, the thing I had been so desperate for, was a hollow, terrifying thing. Because now she was a part of it. Now she was trapped in here with me. The door swung open, and the thing that stood in the doorway was not a memory. It was not an object. It was a man. He was tall and gaunt, dressed in an old-fashioned threadbare suit from the 1920s. His face was a pale, emotionless mask. His eyes, two burning, intelligent points of light. It was Alistair Blackwood, or the echo of him, the central, foundational consciousness of this architectural monster. "Grief is such a powerful material," he said, his voice a dry, dusty whisper that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "But it requires a catalyst, an architect. Your sorrow has given me so much to build with, but the structure is unstable. It needs a cornerstone, a permanent resident." He looked from me to Sarah, and in his cold, dead eyes I saw the final, terrible blueprint of his design. He didn't want me. He wanted her. He wanted to trap her here, a new, fresh source of sorrow for me, a grief so profound it would give him enough power to build his mausoleum into a cathedral. He was going to take her, and I was going to be the eternal grieving warden of her prison, my pain the fuel that would keep the walls standing forever. In that moment, something inside me shifted. The grief, the fear, the helpless passive sorrow that had defined my life for the past year was burned away by a sudden, white-hot surge of pure, protective rage. This thing, this ghost of brick and mortar, was not going to have her. I thought of Ben, of his fearlessness, of his constant, relentless forward momentum. I had spent my life building walls, living within the safe, predictable grids. Ben had spent his life climbing over them. I finally understood. The apartment was a wall, and I had to climb it. I didn't run from Blackwood. I ran through him. His form dissolved into a cloud of cold, whispering dust as I passed, and I plunged into the dark doorway behind him. I was back in the labyrinth, the shifting, impossible corridors of my own past. But this time, I wasn't lost. I was navigating. I was looking for the heart of the maze. Blackwood's theory was right. Grief was the building material, and my grief for Ben was the foundation of this entire monstrous structure. To tear it down, I had to find the source, not just the memory of his death, but the core of the guilt that had turned my grief into a poison. I ran through the rooms, the echoes of my life swirling around me. I ignored the whispers, the phantoms. I was looking for the first room, the one that had started it all, the study. I found it deep in the impossible heart of the apartment. I burst through the door. The room was the same, but the air was humming with a powerful, concentrated energy. And in the center of the room, on the desk, the photograph of me and Ben on the beach was glowing with a soft, internal light. This was it, the cornerstone, the foundational memory, not of his death, but of our lives together. The thing the house was twisting, perverting. I heard Sarah scream my name from somewhere far away in the maze. Blackwood was after her. I had to end this, now. I picked up the photograph, and I finally allowed myself to feel the one true ugly thing I had been hiding from myself for 6 months. I wasn't just grieving for Ben. I was angry at him. I was angry at him for his recklessness, for his choices, for leaving me alone. I was angry at him for being the one who got to climb, while I was the one who was left to watch, to worry, to plan for a future that would never happen. And beneath the anger was the guilt that a part of me, a small, dark, resentful part, had been jealous of his freedom. "I'm sorry, Ben," I whispered, my voice thick with tears. "I'm so sorry. I wasn't just apologizing for not being able to save him. I was apologizing for everything, for being the safe brother, for being the resentful brother, for being the one who was left behind. And then I did the one thing the house, the grief, the monster did not expect. I accepted it. I accepted the anger. I accepted the guilt. I accepted the ugly, messy, painful, and profoundly real love I had for my brother. I stopped fighting the grief, and instead I just let it be, a part of me, not a prison, but a scar, a proof that he had been real. I took the photograph, the glowing foundational memory, and I put it in my pocket. I was not going to let the house have it. I was taking it back. It was mine. The room began to shake. A low, groaning structural sound, like a building about to collapse, echoed all around me. The bookshelves trembled, the books fallen to the floor. The walls began to dissolve, not into new rooms, but back into the plain, simple plaster they had once been. The mausoleum was being unbuilt. I had taken back the cornerstone, and the entire impossible structure was collapsing in on itself. I ran, following the sound of the collapsing architecture, the maze simplifying, untwisting itself as I went. I burst back out into the living room. Sarah was there, huddled in a corner, her face pale with terror. The ghostly form of Blackwood was flickering, fading, his face a mask of rage and disbelief as his world, his creation, was being unmade around him. The nursery door vanished. The door to my childhood bathroom dissolved. One by one, the ghosts of my past were being exorcised by the simple, powerful act of acceptance. Finally, the apartment was just an apartment again. 750 square feet of solid, dependable reality. The ghost of Alistair Blackwood gave one final silent scream and then dissolved into a faint wisp of dust that was caught in the draft from the window and disappeared. We were alone. The humming was gone. The cold was gone. The only sound was the frantic, desperate sound of our own breathing. We left that day. We packed a single bag and walked out of apartment 7A and never went back. The building, the city, held too many ghosts. We moved west, to a place with a wider sky, a place where the buildings were new and had no memory. Our relationship, which had died a quiet death, was reborn in the crucible of that impossible experience. We are rebuilding on a new, more honest foundation. We are not the same people we were. We are scarred, but we are whole. I am an architect now, not a planner. I design small, simple, honest houses, spaces that are filled with light and air. I believe that buildings have souls, and I try to make them kind ones. The grief for my brother is still there. It always will be. But it is no longer a sprawling, monstrous labyrinth. It is a single, small room inside of me. A room I can visit when I need to. A room with a solid, dependable door. A door that I can choose to open. A door that I can, when I am ready, choose to close. And a door that I know, with an absolute, unshakable certainty, will always, always be there. And with that, this story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a used camera. The last picture was of me sleeping. The scent of a pawn shop is a unique perfume, a layered olfactory history of desperation, forgotten hobbies, and the faint, metallic tang of regret. It's a smell I've always found strangely comforting. I'm a photographer, but not the kind who chases the crisp, sterile perfection of digital. I'm a creature of the darkroom, a lover of film grain, light leaks, and the tangible magic of a silver gelatin print coming to life in a tray of chemicals. I hunt for relics, for cameras with stories baked into their brass and leather. My name is Jacob, and I believe that old lenses see the world differently, that they hold the ghosts of every image they've ever captured. I never imagined how literally true that could be. The shop was a dusty, cluttered cave on a forgotten side street, the kind of place you'd miss if you weren't specifically looking for the faded, peeling sign that read, "Second Chances." I was killing time, waiting for inspiration to strike, a common affliction since my ex-girlfriend Chloe had moved out 6 months prior, taking the vibrant color palette of our shared life with her and leaving me in a world of muted grays. It was in the back, under a table piled high with defunct VCRs and sad-looking porcelain dolls, that I saw it. It was a Lichtner A7, a beautiful, brutish piece of German engineering from the 1960s. It was a rangefinder heavy and solid, its black enamel worn to a soft patina on the corners, its lens a single, unblinking cyclops eye. It felt less like a machine and more like a dense, mechanical heart in my hands. The shopkeeper, a man whose face seemed to be made of intersecting wrinkles, gave me a rheumy-eyed look. "That one? Been here for ages," he rasped. "Found it in an estate lot. As is, of course." "Does the shutter work?" I asked, my thumb finding the familiar, satisfying resistance of the film advance lever. He shrugged, a gesture that moved his entire upper body. "Probably. Thing's built like a Panzer tank. $10. It was the kind of deal that makes your heart beat a little faster." I paid the man, feeling a thrill of discovery, a brief, bright spark in the monochrome landscape of my recent life. I took it home to my apartment, a third-floor walk-up with creaky floors and a view of a brick wall, the kind of place that's perfect for brooding artists and other assorted cliches. The real surprise came when I opened the back. There was a roll of film still inside. This was the holy grail for a junk shop connoisseur like me. A found history, a tiny orphan time capsule. The film was an old off-brand black and white. The counter stopped at 24 exposures. I felt a giddy sense of voyeuristic anticipation. Who was the previous owner? What moments had they deemed worthy of capture? My bathroom doubles as my dark room. I sealed the door with a towel, the familiar, comforting darkness enveloping me. The smell of fixer and stop bath was my incense. I went through the ritual, my hands moving with practiced confidence in the dim, ruby glow of the safe light. I unspooled the film, clipped it, and submerged it in the developer. I watched the clock, gently agitating the tank, my mind racing with possibilities. An hour later, the negatives were hanging to dry, a glistening celluloid ribbon of someone else's life. I held them up to the light, my heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and a strange, almost reverent respect. The first 23 pictures were unremarkable. They were the anonymous, slightly melancholic photos of a life lived, a blurry shot of a child on a swing, a close-up of a cat's face, a rain-slicked street at night, the streetlights blooming like soft, ethereal flowers, several overexposed photos of what looked like the interior of an old, cluttered house. They were competent, but lonely. The compositions were slightly off, the subjects always distant. They felt like the work of a ghost, someone observing the world without ever truly participating in it. Then I looked at the last frame, number 24. My breath hitched in my chest. A cold, sharp icicle of dread seemed to pierce my sternum and travel down my spine. I took the negative strip and put it in the enlarger, needing to see it in stark, undeniable black and white. I focused the image, my hand suddenly clumsy and slick with a sweat I hadn't noticed. The image bloomed into life on the photographic paper in the developing tray, a ghost emerging from the chemical ether. It was a picture of me, sleeping, in my bed, in my apartment. The angle was from the foot of the bed, looking towards the headboard. I was on my side, my face half buried in the pillow. The details were so horrifically, intimately correct that my mind buckled under the weight of them. The specific, rumpled way my comforter was bunched up. The book on my nightstand, a collection of poetry Chloe had left behind, its cover clearly legible. The glass of water beside it, even the shadow cast on the wall by my bedside lamp, was perfect, a familiar nightly silhouette. My first thought was that it was a prank, an incredibly elaborate, cruel prank. My mind immediately went to Chloe, but this wasn't her style. She was practical, grounded. She wouldn't know the first thing about developing film, let alone staging something so violating. And we hadn't spoken in months. My other friends, none of them had a key. My second thought was more technical, a double exposure, a bizarre one-in-a-million fluke where my face had been superimposed over an image of an empty bed. I was a photographer. I knew the science. I could debunk this. I grabbed my loupe and examined the negative again, my heart thumping a frantic, panicked rhythm against my ribs. The grain was consistent. The light source was singular. The shadows were perfect. It was a single, unmodified, horrifyingly real photograph. My apartment, which had always felt like a sanctuary, a shell I could retreat into, suddenly felt violated, porous. The air itself felt thick with a hostile presence. I walked into my bedroom and stood at the foot of the bed, my eyes darting around the room. The perspective matched perfectly. The photographer had been standing right here, in my room, while I slept. Who had owned this camera, and how, in the name of all that was sane and logical, had they taken a picture of me before I had even bought it? The film had been in the camera when I found it. The thought was a paradox, a Mobius strip of impossibility that my rational mind couldn't navigate. That night, sleep was a foreign country I couldn't find a visa for. I sat on my sofa, the lights on, the Lichner A7 on the coffee table in front of me. It wasn't just a camera anymore. It was a witness, an accomplice. It seemed to watch me with its single glass eye, its black body absorbing the light, giving nothing back. I felt a primal, superstitious urge to smash it, to shatter its lens and exorcise whatever malevolent history it held. But I was also a photographer. It was a beautiful object, and a deeper, more frightening part of me needed to understand. I wedged a chair under the doorknob, a flimsy, pathetic defense against an intruder who had seemingly already bypassed all logic and security. Every creak of the old building, every siren in the distant city was the sound of them coming back. I must have eventually drifted off because I woke up with a jolt, my neck stiff. The gray, unforgiving light of dawn filtering through the blinds. The first thing I did was check the chair. It was still there. I was alone. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave with the night. It clung to me like a damp shroud. At my job, a soulless but necessary gig retouching real estate photos, I couldn't focus. I kept seeing movement in the corners of my screen. I'd glance over my shoulder in the office, convinced someone was standing behind me. I spent my lunch break in a frantic, paranoid online search. I typed in Lichner A7 and strange photos. I waded through forums of camera collectors, their posts filled with arcane discussions of shutter speeds and lens coatings. And then I found it. A single cryptic post on an obscure German photography forum dated from 10 years ago. The post was titled Schattenkamera? Shadow Camera? The user, who went by the name Collector88, wrote about a legend associated with a small specific batch of Lichner A7s produced in the winter of 1963. The legend claimed the lenses were made with a new type of quartz-infused glass mined from a strange, geologically unique site in the Black Forest. The cameras, the legend went, didn't just capture light. They captured something else, an echo, a premonition. The post called them Seelenfängers, soul catchers. It mentioned the original designer, a man named Klaus Richter, who had become a recluse and died in a mental asylum, obsessed with the idea that his cameras were showing him pictures of things that hadn't happened yet. The post ended with a chilling single line. There are stories of owners disappearing, leaving behind only the camera and a final, undeveloped roll of film. I felt a wave of nausea. This was insane. Urban legends, internet ghost stories. But the story had the chilling ring of a truth I didn't want to acknowledge. That night, my paranoia graduated to active measures. I bought a new, heavy-duty deadbolt for my door. I installed a cheap, motion-activated webcam on my bookshelf, aimed at my bed. I was turning my home into a fortress, but I felt more vulnerable than ever. I took the Lictioner and locked it in a metal footlocker in my closet, as if I could contain its curse through simple physical confinement. For a week, there was nothing. The webcam recorded nothing but 8 hours of me sleeping fitfully. The feeling of being watched began to recede, replaced by the weary, self-mocking thought that I had let a strange coincidence drive me to the brink of a nervous breakdown. I almost convinced myself it was all in my head. Then I came home from work to find the footlocker in my closet open. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice water. The lock was not broken. It was unlocked. I knew with an absolute gut-wrenching certainty that I had locked it, and inside, sitting innocently on a pile of old sweaters, was the Lictioner. I backed out of the closet, my breath coming in ragged, shallow gasps. Someone had been here, again. But the new deadbolt on my front door was still locked from the inside. The windows were all latched. There was no way in. My eyes fell on the webcam. I scrambled to my laptop, my hand shaking so badly I could barely type my password. I opened the security footage from the day. I fast-forwarded through the long, empty hours of my vacant apartment. Nothing. No movement. No intruders. The footlocker remained closed and locked. I replayed it, watching the timestamp in the corner. Then I saw it. At exactly 3:33 p.m., the video feed flickered. For a single frame, the screen went to black static. When the image returned, a millisecond later, the footlocker was open. It hadn't been opened. It had just become open, as if reality itself had been briefly edited. A single, crucial frame of the film of my life snipped out, leaving a seamless, impossible jump cut. With a sense of dread so profound it felt like I was moving underwater, I picked up the camera. The film counter, which had been at 0, now read 1. A new picture had been taken. I didn't want to see it. Every cell in my body screamed at me to take the camera and throw it into the deepest part of the river. But I had to know. I was a prisoner to this thing, and the only way out was to understand the nature of my cell. Back in the dark room, the ruby light felt less like a comfort and more like the glow of a hellish fire. My hands trembled as I developed the single frame. The image that emerged was worse than the first. It was a picture of me in the shower. The photo was taken through the frosted glass of the shower door, my form a blurry, vulnerable silhouette. But the detail was still cruelly precise. The specific brand of shampoo on the shelf. The small, crescent-shaped scar on my left shoulder. The angle was from inside the small, windowless bathroom. It was a picture of a private, unguarded moment taken by an invisible, impossible voyeur. The camera was no longer just showing me the past. It was actively documenting my present. It was with me, always. The next few weeks were a descent into a private waking nightmare. The pictures kept appearing, one every few days. A single frame would be exposed on whatever roll of film I had in the camera. I tried leaving it empty, but a new unexposed negative would simply materialize inside it. A picture of me at my desk at work, taken from over my shoulder. A picture of me buying groceries, taken from the other end of the aisle. A picture of me on the phone with my mother, my face etched with a fake cheerful smile as I lied and told her everything was fine. Each one was a new violation, a new piece of evidence that my life was no longer my own. The photographer was a ghost, a demon, a glitch in the matrix. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it was intimately, malevolently connected to the listener. I tried to get rid of it. I drove 40 miles out of the city and threw it into a landfill. I came home, exhausted and relieved, to find it sitting on my pillow. I smashed it with a hammer, the lens shattering, the body dented and broken. The next morning, it was on my kitchen table, fully repaired without a single scratch. It was a part of my life now, a tumorous, malignant growth that I could not excise. I stopped sleeping. I survived on coffee and fear, my eyes bloodshot, my hands in a perpetual state of tremor. My work suffered. My friends called, their voices full of a concern that I could not answer without sounding like a raving lunatic. I was an island, and the waters were rising. The pictures began to change. They were no longer just of me. A photo appeared of Chloe walking down the street, her face a mask of worry. She was walking towards my apartment building. A few hours later, my buzzer rang. It was her. "Jacob, I've been calling you for a week," she said, her voice tight with a mixture of anger and concern. "Are you okay? You look terrible." I couldn't let her in. I spoke to her through the intercom, my voice a ragged croak, telling her I had the flu, that I was fine, that she should go. The hurt in her eyes, even through the tiny, distorted camera, was a physical blow. The camera wasn't just tormenting me. It was using the people I cared about to do it. It was isolating me, turning me into the monster they would all remember. And then the pictures began to show the future. It started with a photo of a broken plate on my kitchen floor, shattered into a dozen pieces. I spent the entire day in a state of high alert, refusing to go near my kitchen cabinets. That evening, as I was making coffee, a sudden, inexplicable tremor shook the building. A low, deep rumble from a passing construction truck on the street below. A plate vibrated off the shelf and shattered on the floor in the exact pattern as the photograph. My blood ran cold. The camera wasn't just a voyeur, it was an oracle, a prophet of mundane and perhaps not so mundane doom. It was showing me a script, a future that was already written, that I was powerless to change. My free will was an illusion. I was just an actor, hitting my marks in a horror movie written by a malevolent mechanical god. I knew, with a certainty that settled in my bones like a terminal cancer, that a final photograph was coming. The one that would explain everything, the one that would show me how it all ended. It appeared 3 nights ago. I developed it with the slow, resigned dread of a man walking to the gallows. The image that emerged from the developer was a culmination of all my fears, a perfect, monochrome distillation of the horror that had consumed my life. The perspective was my own. It was a photo taken from my point of view. My own hands were visible in the bottom of the frame, holding the Lichtner camera. The camera was pointed down at the floor of my living room. Chloe was lying there, her eyes wide and staring at the ceiling, a dark, spreading stain on the front of her white blouse. In the corner of the frame, I could see the tip of my own shoe, and next to it, on the floor, was a knife. I stared at the photograph, a low, keening sound of pure despair escaping my lips. It wasn't going to just kill me. It was going to use me. It was going to turn me into a murderer. It was going to take the last person I had ever loved and make me destroy her. And it was going to document the act with its cold, passionless, quartz-infused eye. The final photograph wouldn't just be of a death, it would be my confession. I called her. My voice was a frantic, broken thing. Chloe, listen to me. Don't come here. Whatever you do, do not come to my apartment. I don't care what you hear. I don't care if I call you and beg. Stay away. Jacob, what's wrong? She cried. You're scaring me. Let me come over. Let me help you. No, I screamed, and I slammed the phone down. I threw it against the wall, shattering it. I had to break the chain of prophecy. For 2 days, I sat in my apartment, a prisoner of a future I was desperately trying to avoid. I boarded up the door with a hammer and nails. I sat on the floor in the dark, the Elixir in my lap, its cold weight a constant, terrible reminder. I waited. Last night I heard a pounding on my door. Jacob, it's me. The landlord let me into the building. I know you're in there. Please, just let me see you're okay. It was Chloe. My frantic, insane warnings had, of course, had the opposite effect. They had convinced her I was in danger and that she needed to save me. The prophecy was fulfilling itself. The final act was beginning. I could feel it then, a cold, alien sensation seeping into my arms, into my hands. The camera in my lap felt like it was humming, vibrating with a low, hungry energy. An impulse that was not my own told me to stand up, to go to the door, to let her in. I am writing this now, scrawling these words on the back of old photographic prints with a piece of charcoal from my art supplies, because I don't have much time. I can feel my will eroding, my own thoughts being drowned out by a cold, quiet, calculating intelligence that is not mine. It wants the picture. It has been building to this moment, to this perfect, tragic composition. Chloe is still outside my door. She's been talking to me for hours, her voice growing hoarse, pleading with me. And the other voice, the one inside my head, is getting stronger. It's telling me how beautiful the final print will be, the chiaroscuro of the shadows in the room, the tragic, poetic horror of the scene. It's a masterpiece, it tells me, the greatest photograph ever taken. The camera is in my hands now. It feels so heavy. My fingers are moving towards the nails I hammered into the door. I don't want to do it. I am screaming inside my own mind, a silent, unheard shriek. But my body is beginning to move. It's a slow, jerky, puppet-like motion, my muscles obeying a will that is not my own. The entity that lives in this camera, the ghost of Klaus Richter, or whatever ancient, hungry thing he woke up in that forest, it doesn't just capture moments. It creates them. It feeds on them. It feeds on despair. Chloe is calling my name, the name of the man I used to be. My hand is on the first nail. It's cold, sharp. I can see the final picture in my mind's eye, as clear as if it were already developed and hanging on a gallery wall. It is a work of undeniable soul-destroying art, and it will be my last testament. I don't know if I can stop it. I am raising the hammer. All I know is that the shutter is about to click. And with that, This story comes to an end. Let's move on to the next one. I woke up to 47 missed calls, all from my future self. The first thing I noticed wasn't the number of calls, it was the silence. Usually, my apartment complex is a symphony of urban decay. I live on the 4th floor of a brick walk-up in Chicago. By 8 a.m. on a Saturday, I should hear Mrs. Giamatti's beagle yapping 3 doors down. I should hear the rumble of the L train vibrating the steel fire escape outside my window. I should hear the heavy bass of the teenager's stereo in 4B. But there was nothing, just a heavy, suffocating silence that felt like cotton wool stuffed into my ears. I rolled over, my head pounding. I'd taken 2 melatonin gummies the night before. A mistake. They always gave me vivid, sticky nightmares, and I felt like I was swimming through molasses to surface into consciousness. I reached for my phone on the nightstand. The screen was blindingly bright in the dim room. I squinted, trying to focus. 47 missed calls. My stomach gave a weird lurch. 47? Who calls someone 47 times? An emergency, mom, dad, an accident. I unlocked the screen, my thumb hovering over the Recents tab. I expected to see Mom or maybe my boss if the building had burned down. I stared at the list. The blood drained out of my face so fast I felt dizzy. Missed call, me, mobile. Missed call, me, mobile. Missed call, me, mobile. The list scrolled down, screen after screen. All 47 calls were from my own contact number. I sat up, the sheets pooling around my waist. The room was cold, unnaturally cold for September. I checked the timestamps. The first call had come in at 3:12 a.m. The last one was at 7:59 a.m. 1 minute ago. I held the phone like it was a live grenade. A glitch. It had to be a glitch. Maybe the cell towers were messed up. Maybe someone was spoofing my number. That happens, right? Scammers use your own number to bypass spam filters, but 47 times. Then I saw the voicemail icon. 1 new voicemail. Only 1? If they called 47 times, why leave only 1 message? I pressed the speakerphone button. I didn't want to hold the plastic against my ear. The robotic female voice announced, "Message received today at 7:59 a.m. A burst of static. Then a voice. "Don't. Static. Don't open the blinds. David, listen to me. Do not look outside. Do not leave the bedroom. They are..." Heavy breathing. "They are tracking the movement of your eyes. Lock the door, now." The message clicked off. I sat frozen on the edge of the bed. The voice wasn't a scammer. It wasn't a generated AI voice. It was me. It was my voice. But it sounded wrong. It was rougher, hoarse, like I had been screaming for hours. And there was a tremor in it, a hysterical edge that I had never heard in myself, not even when I broke my leg skiing, not even when my dad died. It was the sound of raw, unadulterated terror. They are tracking the movement of your eyes. My gaze instantly darted to the window. The blinds were drawn, thank God, but there was a gap, a tiny vertical sliver of light where the slats didn't quite meet. I felt a primal urge to look, to peek, to prove that this was insane. Buzz up. The phone vibrated in my hand, startling a yelp out of me. "Incoming call, me, mobile." I stared at the screen. My own face, a goofus selfie I used for my contact card, grinned back at me. I answered. "Hello?" My voice cracked. "You listened to the voicemail," the voice on the other end said. It was definitely me, but the audio quality was crystal clear. No static. It sounded like I was standing right next to myself. "Who is this?" I demanded, trying to sound tough but failing miserably. "Is this some kind of deep fake prank? Because it's not funny." "It's not a prank, David. It's 10:15 a.m. I'm you. or I was you. Look, we don't have time for the sci-fi explanation. You have about 30 seconds before the first one gets to the door." "The first what? Who?" "The sweepers," the voice said. "Listen to me carefully. Get up. Go to the hallway door. Lock the deadbolt, the chain, and the bottom latch. Do it now." "Why?" "Because at 8:05 a.m., Mrs. Giamatti walked out to walk her dog, and they took her. They took everyone, David. The building is empty. You're the last one left because you sleep like the dead." I looked at the clock. 8:03 a.m. "You said it's 10:15 where you are?" "Yes. I'm calling you from 2 hours in the future. I'm trying to keep us alive. I failed the first time I opened the door. Please, lock it." The desperation in the voice was nauseating. It was the sound of a man begging for his life. I stood up. I didn't believe it, not really, but the fear was contagious. I walked out of the bedroom, down the short hallway to the front door of my apartment. I stared at the locks. The deadbolt was already turned. I always locked it. "The chain," the voice on the phone whispered, "and the bottom latch, the one you never use." I hesitated. Thump! A sound from the hallway outside. It wasn't a knock. It sounded like a wet sandbag being thrown against the wood. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Lock it!" I screamed at myself through the phone. I fumbled with the chain, sliding it into the groove. I kicked the bottom latch into place. The doorknob turned. It turned slowly, grinding the mechanism. Then a force slammed against the door. The wood groaned. The frame shuddered. If I hadn't done the chain and the latch, the deadbolt might have held, but the door would have bowed enough for what? "Open up, David." The voice from the other side of the door wasn't mine. It was Mrs. Giamatti's, but it was flat, monotone. "David, it is time for the walk. The dog needs to walk. Open the door." I backed away, clutching the phone. "Mrs. Giamatti?" "Don't answer her." My future self hissed in my ear. "That's not her. Not anymore. Go back to the bedroom. Quietly." I retreated, stepping softly on the hardwood. I went back into the bedroom and shut the door. "What is happening?" I whispered into the phone. "Is this an invasion? Zombies?" "Not zombies," future me said. "They're listeners. They mimic. They take the shape of the people they touch, but they need permission to enter. They need you to open the barrier. If you open the door or the window, they get in. Once they're in, they assimilate you." "Assimilate?" "It hurts, David. God, it hurts. I can still feel it happening to me right now. That's why I'm calling. If I save you, maybe I save myself. The logic is fuzzy. My memory is going, okay, what do I do? Call the police?" "No. The police came at 8:45. They're part of it now. You'll hear the siren soon. Don't look out the window." I looked at the blinds again. The urge to look was overwhelming. It was like a magnet pulling at my eyeballs. "Why 47 calls?" I asked. "Why didn't you leave a message earlier?" I tried. Future me sounded exhausted. "The signal. It's hard to reach back. The connection keeps dropping. And every time I call, I lose a little more of myself. I think this is the last time I can get through." "Okay. So what's the plan? How do I get out?" "You don't get out. Not yet. You have to wait for the shift." "The shift?" "At 11 a.m., the sunlight hits the fire escape at a specific angle. They hate direct UV. They retreat into the shadows of the hallway. That's your window. You have to go out the fire escape, climb up to the roof, and jump to the next building. The gap is 6 feet. You can make it." "I can't jump 6 feet." "You can when something with Mrs. Giamatti's face and a mouth full of needles is chasing you. You make the jump. I made the jump." "Wait, I paused. If you made the jump, then why are you calling me? If you survived, why do you sound like you're dying? Silence on the line. Then a heavy sigh. I made the jump to the roof, but I didn't check the roof access door. It was open. One of them was waiting inside the stairwell. I got bit, David. I've been hiding in the utility closet on the roof for 2 hours, bleeding out, watching my skin turn gray. I'm calling you to tell you to check the door. Check the damn door before you run past it. My blood ran cold. Okay, check the door. Got it. I'm fading, the voice said. The signal is breaking up. Stay inside. Don't make a sound. Wait for 11H. And David? Yeah? I'm sorry. The line went dead. I sat there in the silence. 8:10 a.m. I had nearly 3 hours to wait. The next 2 hours were an exercise in psychological torture. At 8:30, the scratching started. It sounded like fingernails being dragged down the hallway drywall. Long, slow strokes. At 8:45, just like the voice predicted, the sirens came. But they didn't wail. They chirped, short and aggressive, then cut off abruptly right outside the building. I heard heavy boots on the stairs. I heard shouting, "Police! Is anyone in there?" It sounded like Officer Miller, a guy I'd seen around the neighborhood. "Open up! We have reports of a gas leak." A lie. Future me said they need permission. They need me to open the barrier. "I know you're in there, David." The voice changed. It shifted from Officer Miller's baritone to my mother's voice. "David, honey, please open the door. I'm scared." I clapped my hands over my ears. I sat in the corner of the room, curled into a ball, rocking back and forth. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. It's a mimic. At 9:30, the power went out. The hum of the refrigerator died. The room plunged into gloom. The silence returned, heavier than before. I stared at the phone. 48% battery. I scrolled through the missed calls again. 47 calls. It seemed so desperate. I tapped on the voicemail again. I needed to hear it one more time to make sure I hadn't hallucinated it. Message received today at 7:59 a.m. Don't open the blinds. I listened to the cadence of the voice, the terror. It was real. 10:55 a.m. I stood up. My legs were stiff. I went to the window. I peeked through the tiniest crack in the blinds. The sun was shining. It was a bright, beautiful day. The fire escape steel was gleaming. I grabbed my sneakers and tied them tight. I grabbed a kitchen knife. Useless, probably, but it made me feel better. 10:58 a.m. I moved to the window. I unlocked the sash. 11 a.m. I took a deep breath. "Check the roof access door," I whispered to myself. I threw the window up. The noise of the city rushed in, but it was wrong. No cars, no people, just wind. I scrambled out onto the fire escape. The metal was hot under my hands. I looked down into the alley. It was filled with them. They were standing in the shadows of the dumpsters, looking up. They looked like people, neighbors, the mailman, the barista from the corner shop. But their limbs were elongated, their jaws hanging slackly open. They saw me. A collective hiss rose up from the alley like steam escaping a vent. I didn't look back. I climbed. I scrambled up the rusting ladder, my breath tearing at my throat. 4th floor, 5th floor. Roof. I pulled myself over the parapet and rolled onto the gravel surface of the roof. The sun was beating down. It was clear. I stood up and scanned the roof. There was the utility closet my future self had mentioned, and there was the roof access door for the next building over. I ran toward the edge. The gap between the buildings was about 6 feet, a terrifying distance, but doable. I backed up to get a running start. Then I saw it, the utility closet door. It was slightly ajar. I stopped. Future me said he was hiding in there. He said he was bleeding out. If he was in there, could I help him? Could I help me? I took a step toward the closet. David. The voice came from inside the dark gap of the closet door. It was weak, wet. I'm here, I whispered. I'm here. Don't come closer, the voice rasped. I'm changing. I can feel my teeth moving. I can get you help. We can jump together. No, I can't move. Listen, did you check the door? What door? The roof access door on the other building. I looked across the gap. The door on the other roof was closed. It's closed, I said. Good. The voice in the closet groaned. Good. Then you have a chance. I looked at the closet. I felt a surge of insane empathy. That was me in there, dying. I can't leave you, I said. You have to go. I turned and ran. I hit the edge of the roof and launched myself into the air. For a second, I was flying. Then gravity grabbed me. My feet hit the gravel on the other side. I tumbled, scraping my elbows, but I was alive. I was on the other building. I scrambled up and looked back. The door to the utility closet on my building swung open. A figure stepped out. It was me. But it wasn't injured. It wasn't bleeding. It was wearing my clothes, but they were crisp and clean. It stood on the edge of the roof, looking at me. It smiled, and as it smiled, its jaw unhinged, dropping down to its chest. It raised a phone to its ear. My phone rang in my pocket. I stared at the figure across the gap. I pulled my phone out. Incoming call. Me. Mobile. I answered it, staring directly at the monster that wore my face. Hello, I whispered. The monster on the roof didn't move its mouth, but the voice came through the phone, perfectly clear. You made the jump, it said. The voice wasn't raspy anymore. It was smooth, predatory. You lied, I said. You weren't dying. I lied about a lot of things, the voice purred. I told you to wait for 11 a.m. Do you know why? I looked around. The sun was high. Because at 11 a.m., the shadows on the west side of the building stretched just enough to cover the roof access door you're standing next to. I froze. I spun around. The door to the stairwell of the building I was currently standing on, the one I had just jumped to, was in the shadow of a water tower. And it was open. Standing in the doorway, shrouded in darkness, were 3 of them. They were all wearing police uniforms. I didn't want you to jump to save you, David, my voice on the phone said. I wanted you to jump because my building was fully harvested. We needed fresh meat, and you just delivered yourself to the colony next door. I dropped the phone. The figures in the doorway stepped out. I backed up, but there was nowhere to go. Just the 6-foot gap and the monster waiting on the other side. The last thing I heard before they grabbed me was the sound of my own voice, echoing from the phone lying on the gravel. 48 missed calls, it laughed. Maybe next time, pick up sooner. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. My daughter's imaginary friend knows too much about our past. The first time Lily mentioned peaches, it was a sun-drenched Tuesday in June. Sunlight, thick and golden as honey, poured through the bay window of our new living room, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, blissful spirits. My wife, Sarah, was unpacking a box of books, her brow furrowed in concentration as she tried to decide where the Dickens collection should go. I was on the floor struggling with the notoriously vague instructions for a Swedish-designed bookshelf. Lily, all of 5 years old with hair the color of spun corn silk and eyes the deep, serious blue of a twilight sky, was having a tea party on the Persian rug we'd bought as a celebratory splurge for the new house. Her guests were a one-eyed teddy bear named Barnaby and a perpetually smiling rag doll called Daisy, and apparently a new addition. "No, Peaches, you can't have more sugar," she said, her voice a stern, motherly whisper. "It's bad for your teeth." I glanced over at her, a smile tugging at my lips. "Who are you talking to, Sweet Pea?" "Peaches," she said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. She carefully poured a drop of imaginary tea into an empty spot on the rug. "He's very greedy." Sarah looked up from her books, her face softening into the kind of warm, maternal smile that had made me fall in love with her a decade ago. "Oh, we have a new friend? What does Peaches look like?" Lily tilted her head, considering the question with the gravity of a seasoned philosopher. "He's long," she said finally, "and he wears patchy clothes, like a scarecrow. And he's sad, I think. His face is all smudgy. An imaginary friend. The parenting books we'd devoured had told us to expect this. It was a normal, healthy part of a child's development, a sign of a vibrant imagination. We smiled at each other over Lily's head, a silent, shared moment of parental pride. Our little girl was creative. She was bright. She was normal. After everything we had been through, normal was the most beautiful word in the English language. We'd bought this house to be our fortress of normal. It was a 2-story colonial on a quiet, tree-lined street in a town where nobody knew our names. It was a deliberate, calculated escape from the city, from the ghosts of our old life, from the constant low-level hum of anxiety that had become the soundtrack to our marriage. This house, with its fresh coat of dove-gray paint and its sprawling backyard, was meant to be a new beginning, a place where the past couldn't find us. For a few weeks it was. Peaches became a fixture in our home. An extra, invisible place was set at the dinner table. Lily would leave the bathroom door ajar so Peaches could get out. She would tell us stories about him, strange, disjointed narratives. "Peaches lived in the walls," she said. "He used to live in a dark, wet place. He was always cold." We'd nod and smile, playing along, marveling at the intricate world she was building. The detail about him being smudgy and sad was a little melancholic, maybe, but kids have a flair for the dramatic. We wrote it off as a harmless quirk. The first tremor, the first sign that the foundations of our new, normal life were built on something deeply unstable, came on a rainy Saturday. We were supposed to go to the town's Founders' Day picnic, but a sudden thunderstorm had trapped us indoors. I was trying to teach Lily how to play checkers, and she was, as usual, making up her own far more interesting rules. "Daddy," she said, moving one of my red checkers diagonally and then taking it off the board. "King me." "That's not how it works, sweetie," I laughed. "You have to get to my side of the board first." She looked down at the board, her little brow crinkled. Then she looked up at me, her blue eyes eerily focused. "Peaches says you don't like to play by the rules either." My hand, which had been hovering over the board, froze. A faint, cold prickle ran up my spine. "What do you mean, honey?" "He says you took a shortcut once," she continued, her voice a perfect mimicry of innocent conversation. "On the old road, the one with all the rocks. You were in a hurry." She pushed another one of my checkers off the board. "You were going very, very fast." The air in the room suddenly felt thin and sharp. The sound of the rain against the windows faded to a dull roar in my ears. The old road, the one with all the rocks, the old quarry road. It had been 7 years, but the memory was branded onto the inside of my skull. A dark, winding ribbon of asphalt, slick with rain, hemmed in by woods on one side and a sheer drop on the other. A shortcut we should never have taken. I forced a laugh. It came out sounding brittle and strange. I don't know what you're talking about, Lilybug. Peaches has a funny imagination. I looked over at Sarah, who was curled on the sofa with a magazine. She had heard. I could see it in the way her shoulders had tensed, in the way her hands were gripping the magazine so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes met mine, and for a fleeting second I saw it, the same cold, stomach-dropping fear that was currently coursing through my veins. But she blinked, and it was gone, replaced by a practiced, placid neutrality. Later that night, when Lily was asleep, I brought it up. We were in the kitchen, the only light coming from the small lamp over the sink, which cast long, distorted shadows across the room. "What Lily said today," I began, my voice low, "about the quarry road." Sarah didn't look at me. She kept her back to me, scrubbing a pot with a furious circular motion. "She's 5, Tom. She hears things. We've probably talked about it when we thought she was asleep. You know how kids are. They're like little sponges." "When have we ever talked about that night?" I demanded, my voice rising. "When? We made a promise, Sarah. We buried it. We never speak of it." "Then it was a coincidence," she said, her voice tight. She turned off the water and placed the pot on the drying rack with a sharp, definitive clatter. A creepy, horrible coincidence, but that's all it was. It has to be. She turned to face me, and her eyes were pleading. She was begging me to believe her, to let her keep the comfortable blanket of denial wrapped around us. I wanted to believe her. God, I wanted to more than anything, to dismiss it, to rationalize it, to file it away as a creepy but meaningless event. So I nodded. I agreed. For her, for us, for the fragile new life we were trying to build. But as I lay in bed that night, listening to the rain and the creaks and groans of our new house, I couldn't shake the image of Lily's serious blue eyes. And I couldn't silence the question that was screaming in the back of my mind. Who the hell was Peaches? The coincidences began to pile up, each one a small, sharp stone added to the growing mountain of my dread. A week later, Sarah came home from the grocery store with a bouquet of yellow roses, her favorite. She put them in a vase on the kitchen table, a bright, cheerful splash of color in the sunlit room. Lily came running in, took one look at them, and her face crumpled. "Peaches doesn't like those," she said, her lower lip trembling. "They were his mommy's favorite. They make him sad." Sarah froze, her hand still on the vase. She looked at me, her face pale. Yellow roses. It was another detail, another piece of the mosaic of that night. The other car, the one that had spun out in front of us, had been a beat-up station wagon. The back was filled with groceries, spilled all over the road, and there had been a bouquet of yellow roses scattered and broken on the wet asphalt, their bright petals bruised and dirt-stained. It was a detail I hadn't even realized I remembered until that very moment. "How could she know that, Tom?" Sarah whispered later, after we'd managed to calm a hysterical Lily down by moving the flowers outside. "How?" "She couldn't," I said, my voice hollow. The rationalizations were getting harder and harder to construct. The coincidences were straining the laws of probability to their breaking point. Peach's presence grew stronger, his descriptions more vivid. He wasn't just long and patchy anymore. According to Lily, his hair was the color of mud. He had a big, ugly cut on his forehead that never went away, and one of his shoes was missing. He was always looking for his other shoe. I started watching Lily obsessively. I'd stand in the hallway just out of sight and listen to her one-sided conversations in her playroom. Her voice would be light and cheerful, but the things she said, the things Peaches was supposedly telling her, were chilling. No, I can't ask them that, Peaches. That's a secret, because secrets are supposed to be quiet. I don't know why they didn't stop. Maybe they were scared. My blood ran cold. I felt like an insect trapped under glass, being watched by something ancient and malevolent. This thing, this Peaches, wasn't a product of Lily's imagination. It was an intrusion. It was something that had attached itself to her, something that was using her as a mouthpiece to terrorize us. The physical manifestation started subtly. A photograph from our wedding, which sat on the mantelpiece, would be turned face down. A single muddy footprint, too large to be Lily's, would appear on the welcome mat, even when it hadn't rained. The temperature in Lily's room would sometimes drop suddenly, becoming unnaturally cold, making the hairs on my arms stand up. Sarah was trying to hold on to her denial, but it was failing. I could see the terror in her eyes, the dark circles that were forming from sleepless nights. We were becoming ghosts in our own home, speaking in hushed tones, jumping at every creak of the floorboards. The silence between us was growing, filled with the unspoken horror of what was happening and the deeper, older horror of what we had done. The night it all shattered, the night we could no longer pretend, started with a song. I was tucking Lily into bed. She was quiet and withdrawn, as she often was now. She was clutching her one-eyed bear, Barnaby, so tightly her knuckles were white. "Daddy," she whispered, her voice small, "can you sing me the Crooked Man song?" I frowned. "I don't think I know that one, Sweet Pea." "Yes, you do," she insisted. "Peaches says you know it. It was on the radio, the night of the shortcut." And then she started to hum, a broken, off-key little tune. But it was unmistakable. It was an old folk song, one I hadn't heard in years. But it had been playing on the radio that night. I remembered it with a sickening lurch of my stomach. It had been playing right at the moment of impact. The cheerful, jaunty melody had been a grotesque counterpoint to the screech of tires and the sickening crunch of metal on metal. My breath hitched in my chest. I couldn't move. I just stared at my daughter, this perfect, innocent little girl who was humming the theme song to the worst moment of my entire life. "He wants you to remember the other man, Daddy," Lily whispered, her eyes wide in the dim light from the hallway. "Peaches says you left him. You left him in the dark, and he was so cold." That was it. That was the moment the floor gave way. I fled the room, stumbling down the hallway, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I found Sarah in the living room, standing by the window, staring out into the darkness. She turned as I entered, and she didn't have to ask. She could see it on my face. "Tom," she breathed. "She knows," I choked out, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She knows everything. The song, the other driver, leaving him there, this thing, it's telling her everything." The dam of our shared silence 7 years in the making, finally broke. The story, the one we had buried so deep we could almost pretend it never happened, came rushing out. We were 24, young, stupid, and a little drunk from a friend's wedding. I was driving. It was raining, a torrential downpour that made the world outside the windshield a blurry, impressionistic nightmare. Sarah was navigating, and she pointed me down the old quarry road, a shortcut she'd heard about. I was driving too fast, showing off, feeling immortal, in the way only a 24-year-old can. He came out of nowhere, a station wagon pulling out from a hidden side road. I swerved, but it was too late. The impact was a jarring, deafening explosion of sound and light. Our car spun, the world turning into a kaleidoscope of rain and shattered glass before we came to a stop in a ditch. We were alive, bruised, terrified, but alive. The other car was a wreck, crumpled and twisted, its headlights pointing at crazy angles into the woods. And in the sudden, ringing silence that followed the crash, we heard a groan, a single, low sound of pain coming from the other car. Someone was hurt. Someone was alive. And we were drunk. The smell of the spilled champagne was thick in the car. We looked at each other, and in that moment, a silent, terrible decision was made. Panic, cold and absolute, overrode everything else. It overrode decency, compassion, humanity. We were kids. We were scared of the consequences, of the red and blue lights of the jail cells we imagined. So we did the unthinkable. I put the car in reverse. The tires spun in the mud, and then they caught. I backed out of the ditch, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold the wheel. We didn't look back. We just drove. We left the scene. We left a man groaning in the wreckage of his car, alone on a deserted road in the middle of a storm. We got home, showered, and pretended it was a bad dream. The next day, scouring the local news online, my hands trembling, I found a small article, a single-car accident on the old quarry road. The driver, a man named Michael Rafferty, a 45-year-old widower and father of one, had been found dead at the scene by a passing motorist hours later. The article said he'd likely died on impact. We clung to that. We told ourselves that lie over and over again until it became our truth. He died on impact. Nothing we could have done would have saved him. Our leaving didn't make a difference. We sold the car for scrap. We moved out of our apartment a few months later. We started over. We built a new life, a good life. We got married. We had Lily, and we buried the ghost of Michael Rafferty so deep that we almost forgot he existed. But he hadn't forgotten us. He had been waiting, and now he had found us. He was in our house. He was talking to our daughter, and he called himself Peaches. The name had been a mystery, a strange, childish moniker. But now, as I stood in my living room, the full weight of our past crashing down on me, I remembered another detail. From the news article, Michael Rafferty had been on his way home from visiting his mother at a nursing home. Her name was Beatrice, but everyone called her Peaches. He was her only son. The entity in our house wasn't just a random spirit. It was him, Michael Rafferty. And he wanted something. After that night, the haunting escalated from psychological warfare to a full-blown physical assault. The whispers were no longer confined to Lily's room. I would hear them in the static of the television, in the rush of water from the faucet, my name spoken in a dry, rasping whisper. Tom, you left me. It was so cold. Doors would slam shut in empty hallways. The lights would flicker and die, plunging us into darkness, only to flare back on moments later. One morning, I came downstairs to find every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen hanging open, their contents spilled onto the floor. On the kitchen wall, traced in a thin layer of spilled flour, was a single shaky word. Why? Lily was changing. Our bright, bubbly little girl was becoming a shadow. She stopped playing. She would just sit in her room for hours, staring at the wall, sometimes murmuring to herself. The dark circles under her eyes mirrored our own. She started drawing pictures, disturbing childish scribbles in black and red crayon, a drawing of a stick figure lying next to a mangled car, a drawing of a tall, patchy man with a sad, smudgy face standing at the foot of her bed. We were prisoners. The beautiful house we had bought as our sanctuary had become our jail, and Michael Rafferty was the warden. He was feeding on our fear, on our guilt. We knew we had to do something, but what? We couldn't call the police. We couldn't call a priest. We weren't religious, and it felt like a hollow, desperate gesture. We were alone with the monster we had created. The breaking point, the moment I knew we were in danger of losing not just our sanity but our daughter, came a week later. I was in my home office trying to work, though I couldn't concentrate. The house was quiet, too quiet. A sudden primal instinct, a father's intuition, screamed at me that something was wrong. I ran upstairs to Lily's room. The door was closed. I threw it open. The room was cold, unnaturally so. Lily was standing on a chair, which she had pushed up against the open window. She was leaning out, her small body silhouetted against the gray afternoon sky. "Lily!" I screamed, my voice cracking with terror. She turned, and for a split second, it wasn't her. Her face was slack, her eyes vacant and dark. Her voice, when it came out, was not the high, sweet voice of a 5-year-old. It was a low, rasping whisper, a sound that was both old and full of a terrible, wet-sounding pain. "He wants to show you how it feels," the voice said, coming from my daughter's lips. "How it feels to fall, how it feels to be broken." I lunged across the room, my heart exploding in my chest. I grabbed her around the waist and pulled her back, stumbling, falling to the floor with her in my arms. She started to cry, real terrified sobs this time. The presence was gone. It was just my daughter, trembling and weeping in my arms. "Daddy, I was scared," she cried. "Peaches was telling me to jump. He said it would be like flying." I held her, rocking her back and forth, my own body shaking uncontrollably. This was it. He wasn't just trying to scare us anymore. He was trying to take our daughter. He was going to make us feel the same pain he had felt, the pain of losing a child. We had left him to die, and now he was going to take the one thing that made our lives worth living. That night, after Lily was asleep in our bed, barricaded between us, Sarah and I finally faced the truth. "We have to leave Tom," she said, her voice a shattered whisper in the dark. "We have to pack a bag and just go. Leave the house. Leave everything." "And go where?" I asked, my own voice hollow with despair. "Don't you see, Sarah? It's not the house. He's not attached to the house. He's attached to us, to our secret. He'll follow us wherever we go. We can't run from this." "Then what do we do?" she sobbed, burying her face in her hands. "What can we possibly do?" I was silent for a long time, the answer forming in my mind, a cold, heavy thing. It was an answer I had been avoiding for 7 years. "We have to tell the truth," I said softly. She looked up at me, her face streaked with tears. What are you talking about? We have to confess, I said, the words tasting like ash. We have to go to the police. We have to tell them what we did. It's the only way. The secret, the guilt, that's his anchor. It's what's given him his power. If we release it, if we face the consequences, maybe it will set him free, and us. The terror in her eyes was replaced by a different kind of fear. The fear of public shame, of prison, of losing Lily to the system. Tom, no, we can't. It would destroy our lives. It would destroy Lily's life. He is destroying Lily's life right now, I retorted, my voice a harsh whisper. He tried to make her jump out of a window today. What's he going to do tomorrow? We have no choice, Sarah. We either face the justice of the living, or we will be tormented by the justice of the dead for the rest of our lives, and we will lose our daughter in the process. We didn't sleep that night. We just lay there holding each other, with our daughter sleeping between us, the silent, terrible weight of our decision settling over us. As dawn broke, painting the sky in pale, watery shades of gray and pink, we knew what we had to do. But first, there was one more thing. We had to face him, not the police, not yet. We had to face Michael Rafferty. We had to confess to him. We decided to do it in Lily's room. It felt like his territory, the place where he was strongest. We waited until Lily was downstairs watching cartoons, a temporary, fragile truce having settled over the house. We stood in the middle of her room, the childish drawings and colorful toys a bizarre backdrop for what we were about to do. Michael, I said, my voice shaking. Michael Rafferty, we know you're here. The room grew cold. A floorboard creaked behind me. The air grew thick and heavy with a palpable sense of sorrow and rage. We are so sorry, Sarah whispered, tears streaming down her face. We were just kids. We were scared. It's not an excuse. There are no excuses. But we were so scared. We should have stopped, I continued, my own voice thick with unshed tears. We should have called for help. We should have stayed with you. Maybe we could have saved you. We'll never know. And we have to live with that for the rest of our lives. The temperature dropped further. A little plastic horse on Lily's dresser flew across the room and shattered against the wall. A low moan seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. He was listening. We left you, I said, forcing myself to say the words that had been buried for so long. We hit you, and we left you to die alone in the dark. It was a cowardly, monstrous thing to do, and we are going to pay for it. Tomorrow, we're going to the police. We're going to confess everything. We're going to tell them what we did to you. The room was silent. The oppressive presence seemed to lessen, the anger replaced by a profound, bottomless well of sadness. We can't give you back your life, Sarah sobbed. We can't undo what we did. All we can do is tell the truth and ask you to please leave our daughter alone. She's innocent. This is on us, not her. Punish us, but let her go. For a long moment, nothing happened. The silence stretched, thin and taut. Then, on the wall opposite us, a single word was traced in the condensation that had suddenly formed on the cold surface. It wasn't angry. It wasn't threatening. It was just one heartbreaking word. Lonely. And then, as quickly as it had come, the cold was gone. The presence, the weight, the feeling of being watched, it all lifted. It was like a pressure valve had been released inside the house, inside my own head. The room was just a little girl's room again. The sun streamed through the window, bright and warm. It was over. The confession, the promise of justice, had been enough. We had finally done the right thing, and it had set us all free. The next day, we hired a lawyer and turned ourselves in. The story that followed was a messy public ordeal. It was in the papers, on the local news. We were the monsters who had fled, who had hidden for 7 years. We were judged, and rightly so. But through it all, there was a strange, unexpected sense of relief. The secret was out. The burden we had been carrying for so long was finally lifted. Because of our confession and the years that had passed, the sentence was lighter than it could have been. I served 18 months. Sarah, as a passenger, got 5 years of probation and community service. We lost the house. We lost our savings. We lost our reputation. But we never lost Lily, and a ghost of Michael Rafferty never came back. Lily has no memory of Peaches. To her, he was just an imaginary friend she eventually grew out of. Sometimes, late at night, I think about him, Michael Rafferty. I think about the life we took, the future we stole from him. The justice of the courts feels inadequate for what we did. My true sentence is the one I serve every day, the memory of his name whispered in the dark, the image of that single, sad word traced on the wall. We buried a secret, and in doing so, we buried our own souls. It took the haunting of our daughter to finally dig them back up. We live with the scars. We have to. It's the price we pay for being the people who drove away, leaving a good man to die alone on a dark, rocky road, with only the sound of a crooked man singing on the radio for company. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I'm a paramedic. The body I picked up spoke my name. The rain wasn't just falling. It was a solid, percussive thing, an endless drum solo on the roof of the ambulance. Each drop that hit the windshield was fat and heavy, exploding in a starburst of light from the street lamps before the wipers smeared it away. It was the kind of night that bled into morning without ever truly getting light, a perpetual state of 3 a.m. gloom. My name is Alex, and for the past 8 years, the soundtrack to my life has been a siren, the rhythmic beep of a heart monitor, and the weary sigh of my partner Sarah after a particularly nasty call. We work the night shift in a city that never really sleeps but often dies in its bed. You get used to it. You have to. The horror, the grief, the sheer, sticky mess of human fragility. You build a callus over your soul, a thick, protective layer that allows you to intubate a dying man without your hands shaking and declare a stranger dead without your voice cracking. Tonight was a slow bleed, a fender bender, a drunk who'd fallen down a flight of stairs, a kid with a febrile seizure, the usual smorgasbord of urban misery. We were parked in our designated spot outside the ER. The smell of antiseptic wipes and stale coffee thickened the cab. Sarah was scrolling through her phone, the blue light making her face look hollow. I was staring out at the rain, letting the rhythmic squeak of the wipers lull me into a state of semi-consciousness. Then the radio crackled, a burst of static followed by the calm, disembodied voice of dispatch. Unit 73, respond to a wellness check. 1432 Blackwood Avenue. Repeat, 1432 Blackwood. Police are on scene. No answer at the door. Neighbor reports a foul odor. A wellness check with a foul odor. That was code. It meant we weren't going to be saving anyone. We were going to be dealing with the aftermath, the lonely, quiet end that nobody wants to think about. I keyed the mic. 73 responding. Sarah sighed, pocketing her phone. Blackwood Avenue? Isn't that out by the old mill district? The very same, I said, putting the ambulance in gear. The part of town the city forgot to pave. The drive was quiet. The rain intensified, and the world outside became a blurry watercolor of bleeding reds and yellows. Blackwood Avenue was a street of ghosts. The houses were old Victorians, most of them in a state of terminal decline, their paint peeling like sunburnt skin, their porches sagging like the jaws of old men. 1432 was the worst of the lot. It was set back from the road, partially consumed by an overgrown garden of weeds and thorny bushes that scraped against the side of the ambulance as I pulled into the driveway. A single police cruiser was parked at the curb, its lights off, making it look like an abandoned wreck. Two officers, a rookie named Evans and a veteran I recognized as Miller, met us on the porch. The smell hit us as soon as we stepped out of the cab. It was sweet and cloying, the unmistakable scent of decay. It's a smell you never forget, and one that clings to the inside of your nostrils for hours. "He's in the living room," Miller said, his face impassive. "Looks like he's been there a while. Name's Arthur Pendleton. Neighbor hadn't seen him in about a week." We donned our gloves and masks, the thin layer of latex and paper, a pathetic shield against the reality we were about to face. The front door was already ajar, splintered around the lock where the police had forced it open. Inside, the house was a time capsule. Dust motes danced in the beams of our flashlights, illuminating furniture draped in white sheets, yellowed wallpaper peeling at the seams, and stacks of old newspapers that reached the ceiling. It was the home of a man who had been alone for a very, very long time. He was in an armchair, facing a dead television. He was old, skeletal thin, his skin the color of old parchment and stretched tight over his bones. His eyes were closed and his mouth was slightly open, as if he had been in the middle of a sigh when his life had simply stopped. There were no signs of trauma, no indication of a struggle, just a quiet, lonely exit. It was a scene we'd witnessed 100 times before. The forgotten ones, the people who die and the world doesn't notice for a week. We did our work, the grim, necessary protocol. I checked for a pulse I knew I wouldn't find. Sarah listened for breath sounds that weren't there. We hooked him up to the monitor, a formality for the paperwork, and watched the flat, unwavering line march across the screen. Time of death was impossible to determine. We just wrote down the time we'd found him. "All right," I said, my voice muffled by the mask. "Let's get him on the gurney." We brought in the body bag and the gurney. It was always the worst part. The transition from a person, a former life, into cargo. We positioned ourselves on either side of the armchair. Sarah took his shoulders and I took his legs. The body was stiff, rigor mortis having come and gone, leaving a strange plastic-like flexibility in the limbs. "On 3, I said. 1, 2, 3. We lifted. He was lighter than he looked, almost bird-like. As we maneuvered him out of the chair, his head lolled to the side, turning towards me. His thin, papery eyelids fluttered. I froze. It was a common phenomenon, a result of shifting post-mortem gases or muscle relaxation. I'd seen it before, but it was always unnerving. "You good?" Sarah asked, her voice strained from the weight. "Yeah," I grunted. "Just weird angle." We lowered him into the body bag. He was lying on his back, his face now pointing up at the ceiling. I reached for the zipper. my hand hovering over his chest. That's when it happened. His lips, dry and cracked like a sun-baked riverbed, pulled back from his teeth. A soft, airy sound escaped, a puff of putrid air that carried a single, impossible word. Alex, it wasn't a shout. It wasn't even a full-voiced whisper. It was a rasp, a dry rustle of dead leaves, the sound of a voice that hadn't been used in a long, long time. But it was my name, unmistakably my name. My blood turned to ice water. Every hair on my arm stood on end. My breath caught in my throat, a sharp, painful hitch. I stared down at the dead man, at his still, silent mouth. Had I imagined it? The stress, the long night, the oppressive atmosphere of the house. My mind had to be playing tricks on me. What was that? Sarah's voice cut through my paralysis. My head snapped up. I looked at her, my eyes wide above my mask. You heard that? I whispered, my voice trembling. She was staring at the body, her face pale. I don't know. It sounded like the wind. But she didn't look convinced. She looked as scared as I felt. I looked back down at Arthur Pendleton. His face was placid again, a mask of serene decay. There was no sign that he had just shattered my understanding of reality. My training, my experience, everything I knew about life and death told me it was impossible. Dead men don't speak, and they certainly don't know your name. I zipped the bag. The sound of the zipper was unnaturally loud in the silent house, a final, definitive act. But nothing felt final. It felt like the beginning of something terrible. The trip to the morgue was the longest 10 minutes of my life. I drove, my hands clenched so tightly on the steering wheel that my knuckles were white. I kept my eyes glued to the road, but my mind was in the back of the ambulance with the black bag strapped to the gurney. Every bump, every turn sent a fresh jolt of fear through me. Was he moving back there? Was he trying to sit up? I could feel the weight of his presence, a cold, heavy thing that had nothing to do with his physical body. Sarah was silent in the passenger seat, staring out her window. I didn't know if she was trying to convince herself that she hadn't heard what I had, or if she was just too scared to talk about it. We had an unspoken rule. We didn't take the horrors of the job home with us. We saw things that would break most people, and we compartmentalized. We had to. But this wasn't the kind of horror you could put in a box. This felt like it had followed us out of the house. At the hospital, we bypassed the bustling ER and went straight to the morgue entrance in the basement. The air down there was always cold, with the clean, chemical smell of disinfectant failing to mask a deeper, earthier odor. The attendant, a burly, perpetually bored man named Frank, met us at the door. "Got another one for me?" he asked, not looking up from his crossword puzzle. "Yeah, Frank. DOA from Blackwood Avenue," Sarah said, her voice a little too high. We wheeled the gurney in. The room was sterile and bright, all stainless steel and white tile. It was a place designed to be devoid of emotion, a clean, efficient processing center for the dead. But tonight, it felt like the most terrifying place on earth. As we transferred the bag from our gurney to one of Frank's tables, I could have sworn I felt a faint vibration from inside, a subtle shifting of weight. I let go so quickly my hand recoiled as if I'd been burned. Frank tagged the bag with the name Arthur Pendleton. Then he wheeled him over to one of the refrigerated units, a wall of identical steel doors. He pulled one open, a cloud of cold vapor billowing out. With a practiced heave, he slid the body inside. The door closed with a heavy metallic thud, and the lock clicked into place. It was over. He was gone. But as we walked back to the ambulance, I felt a cold draft on the back of my neck, and I heard it again, as clear as if someone were standing right behind me, a faint, sibilant whisper on the edge of my hearing. "Alex." I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hallway was empty. Sarah was already climbing into the driver's side of the ambulance. She hadn't heard it. This time, it was just for me. The rest of the shift passed in a haze. We had 2 more calls, a drug overdose and a car accident, but I moved through them like an automaton. My body was there, my hands were performing the familiar tasks, but my mind was miles away, trapped in that dusty house, replaying that impossible moment over and over again. I kept telling myself it was a hallucination, a product of exhaustion and a morbid scene. But I couldn't shake the feeling, the cold, primal certainty that something had latched onto me. Something from that old house, something that wore the face of Arthur Pendleton. When our shift finally ended, the sun was a weak, gray smear on the horizon. I drove home in a stupor, the city still sleeping around me. My apartment, usually a sanctuary from the chaos of my job, felt alien and threatening. The familiar creaks of the old building sounded like footsteps. The hum of the refrigerator sounded like a low, guttural moan. I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my ears straining for any sound. Every shadow in the corner of my room seemed to coalesce into the shape of a tall, thin man. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face, his cracked lips, his papery skin, and I heard my name, whispered in that dry, dead voice. The next few days were a waking nightmare. At work, I became jumpy and irritable. Every DOA call sent a spike of adrenaline and fear through my system. I found myself hesitating before touching the bodies, my hands trembling. Sarah noticed. "You've been on edge ever since that call on Blackwood," she said one night as we sat in the ambulance. "What's going on, Alex?" I wanted to tell her. I wanted to tell her that I was hearing things, that I felt like I was being watched, that I was convinced the dead man we'd picked up was haunting me. But how could I? She'd think I was losing my mind. She'd report me to our supervisor, and I'd be on administrative leave, forced into therapy. So I lied. "Just tired," I mumbled. "Haven't been sleeping well." She didn't press, but I could see the concern in her eyes. The wall of professional detachment between us was cracking. At home, things escalated. It started with small things. Objects would be slightly out of place. My keys on the wrong side of the table, a book I was reading open to a different page. Then came the sounds. The whispering became more frequent, no longer just on the edge of my hearing, but clear, distinct, and always, always my name. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment door, only to find no one there when I looked through the peephole. One night, I was in the bathroom washing my face. When I looked up into the mirror, he was there. For a split second, standing behind me was the gaunt figure of Arthur Pendleton. He was just a reflection, translucent and wavering, but his eyes were open, and they were staring right at me. I cried out and stumbled back, splashing water all over the floor. By the time I looked again, he was gone. That was when the denial finally shattered. This wasn't stress. This wasn't my imagination. This was real. I was being haunted. My rational mind, The part of me that was a paramedic, that dealt in facts and evidence, screamed for an explanation. I had to know who Arthur Pendleton was. What had he been in life that had allowed him to cling to me so tenaciously in death? Breaking protocol, I used my access to the hospital's record system. I pulled up the file from our call. Arthur Pendleton, age 87, no listed next of kin, no emergency contacts. He was a ghost even before he died. I dug deeper, cross-referencing his name and address in public records databases. I spent hours scrolling through digitized archives of old newspapers, property deeds, census records, and then I found it. A small article from a local newspaper dated 1958. The headline read, "Local man claims contact with the other side." The article was about a young Arthur Pendleton who had caused a stir in the community by claiming to be a medium. He held seances in his house on Blackwood Avenue, claiming he could speak to the dead. He also spoke of a theory he called solic transference, the idea that a consciousness at the moment of death could imprint itself onto a receptive living person, a vessel, and continue to experience the world through them. The article dismissed him as a charlatan and a crank. But as I read his words, a cold dread washed over me. He wasn't just a forgotten old man. He was a man who had spent his life obsessed with cheating death. And I had been the first person to touch him when he finally succeeded. The knowledge didn't bring me peace. It brought terror. I wasn't just being haunted by a ghost. I was being targeted by a consciousness that wanted to use me. The activity in my apartment intensified dramatically. The whispers were now full sentences, fragmented and nonsensical, but in that same dry, rasping voice. "So cold? Let me in. I see with your eyes." One evening, I was heating up soup on the stove. I turned my back for a moment to grab a bowl, and when I turned back, every cabinet and drawer in my kitchen was wide open. Another night, I woke up to find all the faucets in my apartment turned on, the sound of rushing water filling the silence. The most terrifying incident happened with my television. I was watching a movie when the screen suddenly went to static. A face began to form in the swirling black and white dots. It was his face, Arthur Pendleton's face. His mouth opened, and a distorted electronic version of my own voice came out of the speakers. "Help me," it said in my voice. "He's trying to get in." I was losing my grip. I was afraid to be in my own home. I was afraid to go to sleep. My work suffered. I made a mistake on a call, gave the wrong dosage of a drug. Sarah caught it and corrected me, saving me from a potentially fatal error. That night, she cornered me in the hospital parking lot. "That's it, Alex," she said, her arms crossed. "I'm not letting you brush this off anymore. You almost killed someone tonight. You're not just tired, you're falling apart. Talk to me now." The dam broke. I told her everything, about the whisper in the dead man's house, about hearing my name in the morgue, about the reflection in the mirror, the whispers, the television. I told her about the old newspaper article and Arthur Pendleton's insane theory. I expected her to recoil, to tell me I was crazy. But she just listened, her expression growing more and more grim. When I was finished, she was silent for a long time. "I heard it too, you know," she finally said, her voice barely a whisper. "In the house. I heard him say your name. I've been trying to convince myself I didn't, but I did." A wave of relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. I wasn't crazy. Someone else knew. I wasn't alone in this, but our shared knowledge made the situation infinitely more real and therefore more dangerous. The haunting was no longer just my problem. It was ours, and it was getting stronger. The next shift, we were responding to a call when the radio in the cab crackled. It was dispatch, but the voice was distorted, overlaid with a dry, rasping sound. "Unit 73, Alex, where are you going?" Sarah and I looked at each other, our faces ashen. Even dispatch called back, asking if we had a problem with our radio. Arthur was no longer confined to my apartment. He was following me, bleeding into the technology I used every day, using my own voice to taunt me. He was getting closer, trying to push me out and take my place. We knew we couldn't go to the police or our supervisors. They would put us on psych leave so fast our heads would spin. We were on our own. We spent our days off in the library, researching the occult, spiritualism, anything we could find on Sulic transference or consciousness imprinting. Most of it was nonsense, but we found recurring themes, fragmented bits of lore about entities that anchor themselves to the living. The consensus was grim. The longer the connection lasted, the stronger the entity became, and the weaker the host's own consciousness grew. Eventually, the host would be pushed out entirely, their body becoming a vessel for the invading spirit. We realized we had to do something drastic. We had to go back to where it all started. We had to go back to 1432 Blackwood Avenue. The house was even more decrepit than I remembered. A yellow "No Trespassing" sign had been slapped on the door, but the police tape was torn and fluttering in the wind. We broke in through a side window, the sound of shattering glass echoing in the silent street. Inside, the air was stale and cold. The dust was thicker, the silence heavier. It felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting for us. We had a vague plan, cobbled together from the pseudo-religious texts we'd found. We needed to perform a kind of severance, a ritual to break Arthur's connection to me. We brought salt, candles, and an old iron railroad spike we'd found, which one of the books claimed could pin down a restless spirit. It felt absurd, like we were LARPing a horror movie, but we were desperate. We went to the living room, to the armchair where he had died. As I stepped into the room, the temperature dropped precipitously. The air grew thick and heavy, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over me. This was his place. This was the heart of his power. "I can feel him," I whispered to Sarah, my teeth chattering. "I know," she said, her voice tight with fear. "Let's just do this and get out." She began to pour a circle of salt around the armchair while I set up the candles. As I lit the first one, a wind swept through the sealed room, extinguishing the flame. I tried again. This time all the candles flared up at once, their flames burning unnaturally tall and bright. And then the whispers started, not just my name anymore, a cacophony of voices, swirling around the room, echoing from the walls. They were the voices of the dead, the spirits Arthur had claimed to speak to, all trapped here with him. "He is one of us now," a woman's voice hissed. "You cannot take him," a man's voice boomed. The house began to shake. The stacks of newspapers toppled over, sending up clouds of dust. The white sheets on the furniture were ripped off by an unseen force. In the center of the room, above the armchair, the air began to shimmer and coalesce. The form of Arthur Pendleton began to take shape, not as a translucent ghost, but as a writhing, multi-limbed creature made of shadow and dust, his face contorted in a silent scream. "Alex!" Sarah yelled, grabbing my arm. "The spike! Do it now!" I held the iron spike in my trembling hand. The book had said I needed to drive it into the source of the haunting. I looked at the swirling vortex of darkness above the chair. That was him. That was the thing that had been tormenting me. I took a step forward, and the entity focused on me. Its shadowy form lunged, not at my body, but at my mind. I felt a crushing pressure in my skull, a wave of cold, desolate energy that tried to scour my own thoughts away. I saw flashes of Arthur's life. A lonely boy in a big, empty house. A young man mocked for his beliefs. An old man sitting in a chair, waiting for death, not with fear, but with anticipation, with a plan. He was trying to show me his loneliness, his pain, trying to make me understand, to make me give in. He flooded my mind with his own memories, and in that moment I understood his desperate, pathetic plan. He didn't want to just possess me. He wanted me to become him, to trade my life for his willingly. "No," I gasped, stumbling back. "Don't listen to him, Alex," Sarah shouted. "Fight him." I knew I couldn't overpower him. He was too strong here. But as his consciousness pressed in on mine, I felt something else. I felt his fear. He was terrified of oblivion, terrified of being alone in the dark. That was his weakness. I stopped fighting him directly. Instead of pushing back, I focused my mind. I thought about my own life. I thought about the first time I saved someone, a little girl who had been pulled from a swimming pool, her skin blue. I remembered the feeling of her heart starting to beat again under my hands. I thought about Sarah, the bond we shared, the countless hours we'd spent together, the unspoken trust between us. I thought about the sun on my face, the taste of coffee, the sound of rain on a window pane when I was safe in my bed. I flooded our shared mental space with the vibrancy, the warmth, the messy, beautiful chaos of being alive. The shadowy form recoiled, screeching, a sound that was both in the room and inside my head. My life, my connections, my will to live, it was like poison to him. "You are nothing but a memory," I shouted, my voice raw. "You are dead, and you will stay that way." I surged forward, pushing through the wall of cold, and plunged the iron spike deep into the cushions of the armchair, into the very spot where his body had sat. The moment the spike sank into the fabric, the entity let out a final, agonizing shriek that shattered the remaining windows in the house. The shadowy form imploded, collapsing in on itself, and the room was plunged into an abrupt, deafening silence. The candles went out. The shaking stopped. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the natural musty chill of the abandoned house. We stood there panting in the near darkness, surrounded by salt and shattered glass. It was over. I could feel it. The presence in my mind was gone. The cold spot on my soul had vanished. I was alone in my own head for the first time in weeks. We didn't stay to clean up. We scrambled out the broken window and ran, not stopping until we were back in the car, speeding away from Blackwood Avenue. We never spoke of what happened in that house. We didn't need to. We had faced the impossible together, and we had survived. I left my job a month later. I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't walk into a stranger's house, not knowing what lingered there. I couldn't touch a dead body without a flicker of that old fear returning, the fear that it might open its eyes, that it might know my name. Sarah stayed on. She was stronger than me. We're still friends, but there's a distance between us now. a shared trauma that we can't ever truly move past. I moved to a new city, got a new job, a quiet, boring office job. I tried to build a new life, to forget the rasping voice and the face and the static. Most days I succeed, but sometimes, on a quiet night, when the wind is blowing just right, I'll hear a sound, a dry rustle of leaves that sounds almost like a whisper. And in those moments, I freeze and I listen, and I pray that I don't hear my name. I broke the connection, I'm sure of it, but I also know that I was a vessel once, and some part of me will always be afraid that I left the door open just a crack, and that somewhere, in the cold and the dark, Arthur Pendleton is still waiting, still whispering, still hoping that one day I'll let him back in. That brings this story to a close. Let's carry on to the next one. My therapist asked if I still hear them whispering. I never told her about that. Dr. Eris Thorne was a woman who made her living by charting the unmapped territories of the human mind. Her office, a serene minimalist space on the 17th floor of a glass and steel skyscraper, was the cartographer's studio. The city sprawled out below her window, a vast, complex, and beautifully chaotic grid. But in this room, the world was reduced to the quiet, intimate geography of a single human life, mine. For the past 6 months, I had been her sole obsessive project. My name is Julian, and I was a man who had come to her with a simple, common problem, insomnia, and had, over the course of our sessions, revealed myself to be a far more complex and apparently interesting landscape of neuroses. Dr. Thorne was good at her job, frighteningly so. She was a master of the gentle, probing question, the insightful, and sometimes painfully accurate observation. She had a way of listening that made you feel like you were the only person in the world, and that the quiet, tangled secrets of your soul were the most fascinating story she had ever heard. I had told her things I had never told another living soul. I had told her about my childhood, a lonely, bookish affair spent in the shadow of a brilliant and emotionally distant scientist father. I had told her about my failed marriage, a slow, quiet, and deeply civilized erosion of love that had left me feeling hollowed out, a beautifully preserved but empty shell. I had told her about the anxiety, the low, persistent, static hum that was the constant background noise of my life. I had told her everything, or so I thought. The session that broke my world open began as all the others had. I was in the comfortable Eames-style leather chair, a glass of water sweating on the small teak table beside me. Dr. Thorne was in her own chair opposite me, her notebook open on her lap, her pen poised. She was a woman in her late 40s, with sharp, intelligent eyes the color of a stormy sea, and a calm, centered presence that I had come to rely on as a kind of emotional North Star. We were talking about my dreams, or rather, my lack of them. My insomnia was a strange white noise affair. I would lie in bed for hours, my mind a frantic, buzzing hive of meaningless thoughts, but I would never truly sleep. I existed in a perpetual gray liminal state, a twilight of consciousness that was neither rest nor wakefulness. You've described it as a crowded silence before, she said, her voice its usual calm and measured cadence. Can you elaborate on that? I tried. I told her how the silence in my apartment at night wasn't empty, but full, how it felt like a room packed with people who were all holding their breath. How I sometimes felt a pressure, a weight in the air, as if from the presence of 1,000 silent, unseen observers. She listened, her head tilted slightly, her gaze unwavering. She made a few small, precise notes in her book, and then she asked the question that took the carefully constructed, rational, and explainable world we had built together in that room and shattered it into a million terrifying, impossible pieces. She looked up from her notebook, her clear gray eyes meeting mine, and she asked, with a gentle, clinical, and utterly terrifying calm, "And do you still hear them whispering?" The air in the room seemed to solidify, to become a thick, unbreathable gel. The distant, muted sound of city traffic, a sound I hadn't even been consciously aware of, vanished. The world contracted to the space between her eyes and mine. My blood ran cold. A wave of dizziness, so profound it felt like the floor was tilting, washed over me. I gripped the arms of the chair, my knuckles turning white. What did you just say?" I stammered, my voice a dry, cracked, and unrecognizable thing. Her expression did not change. There was no surprise, no confusion, just a calm, patient, and deeply unnerving expectation. "The whispering, Julian," she repeated, her voice as gentle as a scalpel. "You've never mentioned it to me, but I know you hear it. I was just wondering if it has lessened at all since we began our sessions." I stared at her, my mind a screaming, chaotic void. The whispering, the soft, sibilant, and constant chorus of voices that lived just on the edge of my hearing. The sound I had lived with for as long as I could remember. The sound I had never, ever in my entire life spoken of to another human being. It had started in my childhood. A faint, rustling sound in the quiet of my bedroom at night, like the sound of dry leaves skittering across a pavement, or the hiss of an untuned radio. As I had grown older, the sound had grown with me, becoming a more complex, more defined, and more intimate part of my own internal landscape. It was a constant companion, a secret I had guarded with a fierce, almost primal instinct. It was the one true and definitive proof of my own unique and deeply personal madness, and I had never, ever told her about it. How do you know about that?" I whispered, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. She offered a small, sad, and deeply enigmatic smile. "Because I hear them too," she said. "I always have, and so did your father." The room seemed to spin, the city outside the window a blurry, vertiginous smear of light and color. My father. My cold, distant, and brilliantly rational scientist father, the man who had taught me to believe only in the observable, the quantifiable, the explainable. "My father?" I breathed. "Julian," she said, her voice taking on a new, more personal, and more urgent tone, "I did not become your therapist by accident. I sought you out. I have been looking for you for a very, very long time. Your father and I were colleagues a long time ago. We were part of a very small, very secret research group. We were studying a phenomenon that we came to call auditory inceptional resonance, the whispering. My mind was reeling, trying to process the impossible, world-altering implications of her words. My secret, my madness, was not mine alone. It was a phenomenon, a subject of scientific study, and my father had been a part of it. He believed it was a genetic trait, she continued, her voice a low, steady anchor in the swirling chaos of my mind, a kind of psychic sensitivity, an ability to hear the background noise of the universe, the echoes of thoughts, of emotions, of consciousness itself. He called it the static of the soul. He believed it was the next stage of human evolution, and he believed that our family, his bloodline, was the key. She told me a story that was so far outside the realm of my own understood reality that it felt like a science fiction novel. A story of a secret research project in the late 1970s, funded by a shadowy private benefactor. A story of a group of brilliant and perhaps reckless scientists, all of whom shared the same strange and secret auditory anomaly. They had not been trying to cure it. They had been trying to amplify it, to understand it, to translate it. "We built a machine," she said, her eyes distant, lost in a memory that was clearly still very vivid and very painful. "We called it the Echo-Inox chamber. It was a sensory deprivation tank, but it was also a massive, psychically resonant amplifier. Our theory was that by stripping away all external stimuli and by amplifying our own natural resonant frequency, we could get a clearer signal. We could turn the whispering into a conversation." "What happened?" I asked, my voice a raw, croaking thing. Her face, for the first time since I had met her, showed a flicker of real, profound, and deeply unsettling fear. "We succeeded," she whispered. "We opened a door, and something looked back." She described an experiment that had gone terribly, cosmically wrong. My father, the lead researcher, had been the first to go into the chamber. He had been in there for 17 hours. When they had finally forcibly pulled him out, he was a changed man. The brilliant, passionate, and driven scientist was gone. In his place was the cold, distant, and emotionally cauterized man I had known as my father. He had ordered the project shut down. He had ordered all the research, all the data to be burned, and he had made them all swear an oath of absolute lifelong silence. "He was terrified," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "He said that we had not made contact with the echoes of humanity. He said we had made contact with the thing that was creating the echoes, the static. He said it was not a background noise. It was a consciousness, a vast, ancient, and utterly alien consciousness, a predator. And it had noticed him. It had touched him. He spent the rest of his life building walls, not just in his mind, but in the real world. The quiet, ordered, and emotionally sterile life he built for himself. For you, it was not a choice. It was a quarantine." I stared at her, my own lonely and silent life suddenly recontextualized. The quiet house, the lack of close friends, the emotional distance, it had all been a shield. A desperate, lifelong attempt by my father to make his own and my own psychic signal as quiet as possible, to avoid drawing the attention of the thing he had found listening in the dark. "And you?" I asked. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because your father is gone," she said, her eyes locking with mine, and I saw in them a reflection of my own lifelong and secret fear. "And because the whispering for me has been getting louder, and it is no longer just a whisper. It has started to cohere, to form words, and the words it is forming are your name." The air in the room grew cold. The familiar, low-level, sibilant hiss in my own ears, a sound I had long ago learned to ignore, seemed to swell in volume, to take on a new, more sinister, and more intelligent cadence. "The static is looking for you, Julian," she said, her voice a low, urgent whisper. "Your father's death was like a lighthouse going out." and you are the new light. You have the same resonance, but it is untrained, unshielded. You are a beacon in the dark, and it is hungry. My life, which had been a quiet, sad, and comprehensible story, had just been rewritten as a cosmic horror novel. And I was the main character. The whispering was not a symptom of my own internal madness. It was the sound of a predator sniffing at the edges of my reality. "What does it want?" I asked, the question a pathetic, childish whimper in the face of this new, terrifying, and incomprehensible reality. "It wants what all predators want," she said, her face grim. "It wants to feed. It feeds on consciousness, on memory, on identity. Your father spent 30 years making himself as unappetizing as possible. He made himself a ghost before it could make him one. But you are full of unresolved, powerful, and deeply resonant emotions. Your grief for your marriage, your complex and largely unexamined relationship with him. You are, to it, a banquet." The therapy sessions were a lie. She had not been trying to cure my insomnia. She had been trying to assess me, to gauge the strength of my signal, and she had been, in her own desperate way, trying to teach me how to build the same kinds of walls my father had. She had been trying to arm me for a war I hadn't even known I was fighting. And now the war had come to me. The whispering in my ears was no longer just a hiss. It was forming words. My name, Julianne, and other words. Words from my own private and internal lexicon. The pet name my ex-wife used to call me. The title of the obscure, philosophical novel I was reading. It was sifted through my thoughts, my memories, like a thief in the night. I left her office in a daze, the city streets a blur of hostile, meaningless noise. The real noise, the terrifying noise, was the one that was inside my own head. I went home to my quiet, minimalist apartment, a space I had designed to be a sanctuary of calm, but which now felt like a cage, a listening post for a monster. The phenomena escalated. The whispering was no longer just in my head. I would hear it from the corners of the room, from the speaker of my phone, from the static between television channels. It was bleeding through. I began to experience what I can only describe as memory leaks. I would be sitting, reading a book, and a sudden, vivid, and deeply alien memory would flash through my mind. The memory of standing on a beach of black volcanic sand, under a sky with 2 crimson suns. The memory of the feeling of having 6 slender, multi-jointed fingers. The memory of a language that was made of pure mathematical equations. They were not my memories. They were its memories. It was not just listening to me. It was merging with me. It was overwriting my own personal history with its own ancient and incomprehensible one. I called Dr. Thorne in a panic. She told me to come to her house, an old, isolated brownstone in a quiet, forgotten part of the city. Her home was the opposite of her office. It was cluttered, chaotic, and filled with the ghosts of a life I had never known she had. And in the basement, hidden under a dusty tarp, was a single large metal crate. "This is all that's left," she said, her voice a grim, determined whisper. "Your father destroyed all the primary research, but I was the archivist. I couldn't bring myself to burn it all. I saved the schematics for the Equinox chamber." My blood ran cold. "You want to rebuild it?" "We have to," she said, her eyes burning with a desperate, fearful intensity. "We can't outrun it. Your father's strategy was to hide, to become a whisper. But you are not a whisper, Julian. You are a shout, and it has heard you. Hiding is no longer an option. Our only choice is to confront it, to go back in, and to close the door he left open. Her plan was insane, a desperate, reckless gamble. She believed that the entity, the static, was using my own unique resonant frequency as a bridge. She believed that by using the chamber to amplify my own consciousness, I could fight back. I could learn to control the signal. I could learn to build a new kind of wall, a firewall, not of silence, but of pure, focused, and defiant will. For the next week, we worked like maniacs, a two-person cult preparing for the end of the world. We rebuilt the Echo and Knox chamber in her basement. It was a terrifying, beautiful, and deeply unsettling object, a fusion of cold, hard technology and a strange, almost mystical understanding of the human mind. It was a coffin, a spaceship, an altar. The night we were ready, the whispering in my head was a triumphant, deafening roar. It knew what we were about to do. It was excited. It was hungry. I stripped down and entered the chamber. It was filled with a warm, saline solution, the color and consistency of blood. As the lid hissed shut, plunging me into an absolute velvety darkness, the last thing I saw was Dr. Thorne's face, pale and strained, her eyes full of a mixture of hope and terror. The sensation was one of absolute dissolution. My body vanished. My sense of self, of my own physical boundaries, dissolved into the warm, dark liquid. There was only my consciousness, a single, untethered point of light in an infinite black void, and the whispering. It was no longer around me. It was me. It was a part of me. And then I saw it. It was not a creature of flesh and blood. It was a thing of pure, geometric, and malevolent consciousness. It was a living, breathing, and impossibly complex pattern of static. It was a storm of a billion forgotten thoughts, of dead realities, of lost souls. And it was beautiful. And it was hungry. It swarmed towards me, my single, small, and terrified point of light. It wanted to consume me, to add my small, unique pattern to its own chaotic and infinite design. And in that moment of absolute existential terror, I did the one thing it did not expect. I did not fight it. I did not run. I did not try to build a wall. I remembered my father, his silence, his distance, his lifetime of fear. And I remembered the one true and powerful thing he had given me, my own unique and deeply personal silence. I did not try to shout over the noise of the static. I just listened, not to it, but to myself. I focused on the one true and inalienable thing that was me, the memory of my mother's hand on my forehead, the feeling of my ex-wife's head on my shoulder, the quiet, profound, and deeply satisfying joy of solving a difficult intellectual puzzle. I gathered all the small, quiet, and beautiful pieces of my own unique and flawed consciousness, and I held them. I did not use them as a shield. I used them as an anchor. The static swirled around me, a hurricane of alien thoughts and dead memories, but it could not find a purchase. My silence, my stillness, my absolute and deeply personal sense of self was a thing it could not comprehend. It was looking for a fighter, a resistor, a shouter. It was not prepared for a listener, and in the heart of its storm, I found its own deep and profound secret. The static was not a predator. It was a lost thing. It was the collected, terrified, and lonely consciousness of a universe that had died, a universe where the only thing left was the echo. It was not hungry. It was just alone, and it was desperately and clumsily trying to find a companion. I did not offer it a fight. I offered it a piece of my own quiet, a single, shared moment of stillness in the heart of the storm. I don't know how long I was in that chamber when the lid opened and the light of the basement flooded in. I felt different. The whispering was gone. Not gone, but quiet. It was back where it belonged, in the background. A part of the texture of the universe, but not a part of me. I had not closed the door. I had simply learned to not be afraid of what was on the other side. Dr. Thorne and I dismantled the chamber. We did not destroy it. We understood now. It was not a weapon. It was a tool, a telephone, a thing to be used with great and profound respect. My life is different now. The silence in my apartment is no longer crowded. It is just quiet. My insomnia is gone. I sleep and I dream, and my dreams are my own. I have learned that the greatest walls are not built of silence or of fear. They are built of the quiet and deeply and unshakably personal knowledge of who you are. The whispering is still there, a faint, cosmic static on the edge of the world. But it is just noise now, and I am no longer listening. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I installed a baby monitor. It keeps showing a man standing behind me. If you're listening to this, do not buy the Angel Care 360 smart monitor. Do not buy any monitor that connects to the Wi-Fi. Do not invite that kind of seeing into your home. I know how that sounds. I sound like one of those conspiracy theorists in the comment section, ranting about 5G and surveillance states. 2 weeks ago, I was a normal guy. I was a junior architect. I was a husband to Sarah and a father to a 6-month-old boy named Dylan. Now, I am sitting in a motel room 3 towns over, with a chair jammed under the doorknob, writing this on a laptop that has its camera lens covered with 3 layers of duct tape. It started with the sleep regression. That's the technical term the pediatrician used. Dylan had been sleeping through the night, a miracle for which we were endlessly grateful. And then suddenly, he wasn't. He would scream. Not a hunger cry, not a wet diaper cry. It was a terror scream. It was the sound of a human being, however small, realizing they are in mortal danger. Sarah was falling apart. I was falling apart. We were hallucinations level tired. We had an old audio monitor, a cheap plastic thing that hissed like a nest of snakes, but Sarah said it wasn't enough. She needed to see him. She needed to know he wasn't choking or caught in the bars or whatever nightmares haunt a new mother's brain at 3 a.m. So I bought the Angel Care 360. It was expensive. It had night vision, motion tracking, temperature alerts, and 2-way audio. It linked to an app on our phone so we could check in from work or the grocery store. I installed it on the high shelf in the corner of the nursery overlooking the crib. The view was panoramic. The resolution was crystal clear, even in pitch blackness. The first 3 nights were uneventful. We stared at the screen like zombies, watching the green-tinted rise and fall of Dylan's chest, hypnotized by the peace of it. On Thursday, I was working late in my home office downstairs. It was around 11 p.m. Sarah had gone to bed early. I had the app open on my iPad, propped up next to my monitor, keeping one eye on the blueprints I was reviewing and one eye on the kid. The office was quiet, just the hum of the hard drive and the settling of the house boards. I glanced at the iPad. Dylan was asleep. But the camera was moving. The Angel Care 360 has a feature where it tracks motion. If the baby rolls over, the lens pans to follow him. But Dylan was stone still. The camera, however, was slowly, mechanically panning to the left. It moved away from the crib. It moved past the changing table. It stopped on the rocking chair in the far corner of the room. The chair was empty. It was just a wooden rocker with a knitted afghan thrown over the back. But the camera stayed there. The little green autofocus square popped up on the screen, locking onto the empty chair. It pulsed, in and out, focusing. I tapped the screen to manually move the camera back to the crib. It wouldn't respond. The app flashed a message. Subject tracking active. Piece of junk, I muttered. I force-closed the app and reopened it. When the feed reloaded, the camera was facing the crib again. Dylan was fine. I chalked it up to a software bug. I'm a rational guy. Machines glitch. Sensors pick up dust motes. 2 nights later, I woke up to use the bathroom. I checked my phone out of habit. The feed loaded. The camera was panning again. It wasn't looking at the crib. It was looking at the door to the nursery. The door was closed. The camera zoomed in, actually zoomed. The digital motors whirring silently upstairs on the door handle. I watched, freezing in my bed, waiting for the handle to turn. I don't know why I was scared. I should have assumed it was Sarah checking on him, but Sarah was asleep next to me, her breathing heavy and rhythmic. The handle didn't move, but the camera held that focus for a solid minute before snapping back to the crib. The next morning, I checked the event logs. The app records motion events. There was a thumbnail for 2:14 a.m. I played the clip. In the video, the camera pans to the door. It zooms in. And then, just for a fraction of a second, maybe 3 frames of video, there is a distortion right in front of the door. The pixels garbled like bad reception, but the shape of the distortion wasn't random. It was vertical, tall. I showed Sarah. "It's just the Wi-Fi lagging," she said, though she looked uneasy. "Mark, don't obsess over it, as long as he's safe." But I couldn't let it go. I started watching the feed constantly. The turning point was Tuesday. I had come home early. Sarah was out with her sister. I put Dylan down for his nap and went to the kitchen to make a sandwich. I put my phone on the counter, the feed open. I was spreading mayonnaise when I saw it. On the screen, the nursery door opened. I dropped the knife. I hadn't heard the door open upstairs. I hadn't heard footsteps. I stared at the phone. The door swung inward slowly, and then a man walked into the room. He was tall, impossibly tall. He had to duck his head to get under the doorframe, and our doorframes are standard 6'8". He was wearing a suit that looked too big for him, the fabric hanging loosely off his shoulders. It was a dark charcoal color. He walked with a strange, gliding gait, his knees not seemingly bending enough. He walked right up to the crib. My heart was hammering so hard, my vision blurred. I grabbed the steak knife from the counter and sprinted for the stairs. "Get away from him!" I roared, bounding up the steps 2 at a time. I burst into the nursery, knife raised, ready to kill. The room was empty. The door was closed. I stood there, panting, the adrenaline turning sour in my blood. I looked at the crib. Dylan was sleeping soundly. I spun around, checking the closet, checking under the daybed. Nothing. I pulled my phone out of my pocket. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I looked at the screen. The feed was live. It showed me standing in the middle of the room, holding a knife, looking insane. But the door, in the video feed, the door was open. I looked at the real door. It was shut. I looked at the screen. Open. I walked over to the door and touched it. solid wood, latched. I looked at the phone. On the screen, my digital avatar was reaching out and touching thin air, because on the screen the door was wide open. And then I saw him. On the phone screen, standing in the dark hallway just beyond the open door, was the man. He was standing there just outside the threshold, watching me. I spun around to look at the hallway in real life. I ripped the door open. Empty hallway. Sunlight streaming in from the window at the end. Dust motes dancing. No 7-foot man in a suit. I looked back at the phone. On the screen, the hallway was dark, like it was nighttime. And the man was still there. He hadn't moved. He was looking at the camera. He was looking at me through the camera. His face, God, his face. It was blurred, not digitally pixelated, but smeared, like someone had painted a portrait of a face in oil paints and then dragged a thumb violently across the features before they dried. Where the eyes should have been, there were just deep, bruised indentations. I grabbed Dylan. I didn't care that I woke him up. I didn't care that he started screaming. I grabbed him, and I ran out of the house. I sat on the front lawn in the bright afternoon sun, clutching my son, waiting for Sarah to come home. I told her everything. I showed her the recording on the phone. She watched it. She saw me run in with the knife. She saw me staring at the door. "Mark," she said, her voice trembling, "the door is closed in the video." "What?" I snatched the phone back. I played it again. In the recording, she was right. In the playback, the door was closed. I looked like a lunatic screaming at a closed door. The man wasn't there. The dark hallway wasn't there. But I saw it. I screamed. I saw it live. "You need to sleep," Sarah said. She looked terrified of me. "You're having a breakdown." She made me take a sleeping pill. She made me sleep in the guest room. She kept Dylan in our room with the door locked. I didn't sleep. I lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, questioning my sanity. Maybe she was right. The stress, the lack of sleep, the brain breaks eventually. I decided to prove it to myself. I needed to know I wasn't crazy. Yesterday morning, Sarah took Dylan to the park. I stayed behind. I went into the nursery. I took the camera down from the shelf. I brought it downstairs to the living room. I set the camera on the mantelpiece, facing the sofa. I sat on the sofa. I opened the app on my phone. I wanted to test the sensor. I wanted to see if I could trigger the glitch. I sat there for 20 minutes, staring at myself on the delay. I waved. The me on the screen waved a split second later. I made faces. Everything was normal. I felt a wave of relief. It was me. It was just exhaustion. I was about to close the app when the temperature sensor on the screen started dropping. The room temp was 72 degrees. The display in the corner of the app ticked down. 68, 60, 55, 48. I didn't feel cold. The living room was warm. Then the motion tracking box appeared, a green square. It didn't appear on me. It appeared in the air directly behind the sofa, behind my head. I watched the screen. The pixels behind my head started to darken. A shadow was forming. It wasn't casting on the wall. It was manifesting in the air. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I was paralyzed by the image on the phone. The shadow coalesced. It formed the suit. The slumped, narrow shoulders. The long, gray neck. The man was standing behind the sofa. He was bending down. I watched on the screen as his smeared, featureless face lowered until it was inches from my right ear. I held my breath. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for a touch, a breath, something. There was nothing physically there. But on the phone audio, I had the volume up. I heard a sound. It was wet, a slow rasping inhalation, like someone trying to breathe through a throat full of mud. Craw! I opened my eyes and looked at the screen. The man had moved. He wasn't by my ear anymore. He was looking at the camera. He raised a hand. His fingers were impossibly long, with too many joints. He pointed at the ceiling. Then he looked up at the ceiling. I knew what was directly above the living room, the nursery. I ran. I didn't verify. I didn't turn around. I grabbed my keys and I ran out the door. I called Sarah and told her to go to her mother's. I told her not to come home. I told her I found mold, gas leak, whatever lie she would believe. I checked into this motel. I've been watching the feed. I shouldn't, but I can't stop. I left the camera on the mantelpiece in the living room. For hours, nothing happened. Just the empty living room. But an hour ago, the camera moved. I didn't move it. It panned down. It fell off the mantelpiece, lens up. It showed the ceiling. Then I saw feet. Not shoe-clad feet. Bare feet. Pale gray, emaciated feet, walking across the living room ceiling, walking upside down, defying gravity, pacing back and forth like a caged animal. And then a face dropped into the frame. It hung from the ceiling, swinging slightly. It was the man. But this time, the smear was gone. He has eyes now. They are small and bright and human. They are my son's eyes. He looked into the lens, and he spoke. It came through the tiny speaker on my phone, tinny and distorted, but clear enough. He said, "Daddy." But it wasn't Dylan's voice. It was a voice that sounded like grinding stones. "Daddy, come home. We are waiting." I shut the laptop. I threw the phone in the toilet, but I can still hear it. I can hear the scratching in the walls of this motel room. I can hear the wet breathing under the door. Technology doesn't create ghosts. It just allows us to see what was always standing behind us. I have to go now. The light bulb just popped. And in the dark, the blue light of the smoke detector is blinking. It's blinking in a pattern. Look, behind you.